Chapter 1. The Omnitrix falls from the sky. As dusk settled, a weathered and faded yellow RV traveled steadily along the long, winding road. Strangely, what was once a bustling thoroughfare now bore witness to the solitary passage of this lone vehicle. Behind the wheel was a youth, approximately 16 years of age. This young man possessed short, deep blue hair and striking emerald eyes, yet his otherwise handsome visage bore the marks of malnutrition and emaciation. Suddenly, the antiquated radio within the RV crackled to life. Reports indicate that 5 days ago, the shores of Guam were besieged by a mysterious marine creature, which abducted dozens of tourists and submerged them beneath the waves. Thankfully, with the aid of Aquaman, all were rescued. 3 days prior, 24 corpses washed ashore at Gotham Harbor. Following identification by the GCPD, it was revealed that these deceased hailed from Bloodhaven. The masked vigilante Nightwing is suspected to be investigating this case. Last night in Gotham, the bat signal illuminated the sky as it always does. What we know is that Batman and his sidekick Robin dismantled 7 criminal syndicates. In Central City, former FBI agent Hunter Zolomon made a significant breakthrough in his investigation into the network. Could the legendary secret black market, hidden beneath Central City for years, truly exist? Furthermore, Star City, Boston, Metropolis, San Francisco. 2 hours ago, Luthor, the chairman of LexCorp, once again expressed his concerns regarding Superman. Yet we all know that Superman has saved countless lives, bringing hope and inspiration to us all. Since the formation of the Justice League 3 years ago, there have been no announcements regarding the recruitment of new members. That concludes our summary of this week's Hot Topics. Thank you for your viewership and listenership. The Planet Daily will continue to bring you updates. Truly, it seems that the legendary DC universe is fraught with turmoil. As the broadcast concluded, Yuri couldn't help but reflect inwardly. His full name was Yuri Alyapolona Sotov, though this was not his true name, but rather the designation of his physical form. This unfortunate boy, named Yuri, was born in Wedgestone City, where he endured a life of destitution, having lost both parents at a tender age. His sole inheritance was this dilapidated RV from 1976, its longevity uncertain, which he affectionately referred to as the Old Clunker. For over a decade, Yuri had subsisted on meager welfare, barely avoiding starvation, and suffering from chronic malnutrition. Upon reaching his 16th birthday, Yuri promptly obtained his driver's license, allowing him to earn a modest commission by occasionally delivering goods for a ranch. His task for today was to transport a load of milk to the neighboring Central City, with a promised reward of $10. After accounting for fuel expenses, he would net approximately $6, enough to sustain him for nearly 5 days. Until recently, a foreign soul from another universe inhabited Yuri's body, merging their essences to create the current iteration of Yuri. Regrettably, Yuri was not a fan of DC in his previous life. He had scarcely perused the comics, had little interest in the television series, and had only watched a few films. Directed by Zack Snyder. Clearly, this was not the cinematic universe he was familiar with. Aside from the narratives of the films and the boasts of others he encountered online, Yuri possessed scant knowledge of this world. The so-called prophetic awareness of a transmigrator was entirely absent in his case. Nevertheless, both the adaptations and the boasts from netizens underscored a singular truth. The DC universe is exceedingly perilous. The tales of Metropolis being rebuilt multiple times, the utter devastation of Bloodhaven, and the massacres in Coast City all echoed this sentiment. The barrage of news Yuri encountered after his arrival only corroborated this assertion, suggesting that he might inexplicably be thrust into a grand conflict at any moment. Some netizens even speculated that in this realm, one could be abruptly caught in a Flashpoint reboot, leaving them disoriented and lost. After several days of grappling with this reality, Yuri reluctantly accepted his circumstances, for resisting was futile. He had arrived, there was no turning back, and he was entirely unaware of how he had traversed into this world. Life must go on, after all. Fortuitously, being a resident of Keystone City, which neighbors Central City, one of the safest urban areas in America, with the Flash family safeguarding its should ensure a relatively tranquil existence. As long as certain individuals refrain from causing chaos, well, it should, perhaps theoretically, be manageable. Shaking off his spiraling thoughts, Yuri glanced through the rearview mirror, noting that he was the sole vehicle on the road, alleviating his concerns about potential carjackers. Though he had little of value to pilfer, what if a female thief were to take a fancy to him? What if she coveted his milk? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. It was too terrifying to linger here. He needed to hasten his entrance into the city. Yuri contemplated pressing the accelerator, but upon seeing the meager fuel gauge, he abandoned the imprudent idea. After several minutes of driving, a bustling city skyline gradually emerged in the distance's destination, Central City. As he drew nearer, the full visage of this Midwestern gem became increasingly discernible. The sky darkened, and from Yuri's vantage point, the sun dipped behind Central City. The lingering rays of the setting sun pierced through the city's silhouette, illuminating Yuri directly. The light was gentle, allowing him to gaze upon the stunning sunset without difficulty. He could even discern a minute black spot on the sun's surfaceous sunspot, round and distinct, growing larger and closer in his field of vision. Wait, growing closer. Yuri fixed his gaze upon the sky, where what appeared to be sunspots were, in fact, an unidentified object plummeting downward. Judging by its trajectory, it seemed that the object would sweep just 10 meters above Yuri's head. Its velocity was astonishing at first glance. It was merely a barely perceptible dot on the horizon. Yet in mere seconds, it was merely a few hundred meters away from him. However, just as the enigmatic object was about to skim past the dilapidated car, aligning with the front windshield, its flight path abruptly veered, transforming from straight trajectory to a vertical descent. With a resounding crash, the ordinary human reaction time proved insufficient for any response. Yuri could only watch in astonishment as the unidentified object shattered the windshield and landed on the passenger seat. It was only at this moment that Yuri's reflexes caught up with the situation, and he instinctively slammed his foot onto the brake. The screech of tires echoed, and the old car came to a halt in the middle of the road. Yuri inspected the passenger seat, initially expecting the object to have pierced through the vehicle, creating a gaping hole that would reveal the undercarriage. To his surprise, the seat remained unscathed, save for the presence of a spherical metallic object resting upon the cushion, presumably metallic in nature. Suddenly, the spherical object opened automatically, revealing its contents, a peculiarly designed watch. The watch face bore a green hourglass emblem, flanked by black sections, with 4 evenly spaced green dots adorning the edges. Below the dial was a green button. Unlike a conventional watch, its strap was considerably wider than the face itself, predominantly black, with white stripes running along both sides. As Yuri beheld the watch, his pupils dilated in recognition. While he was unfamiliar with DC, this particular item was well within his realm of knowledge. The Omnitrix, colloquially dubbed the Little Broken Watch, a level 20 technology from the Ben 10 series, Chapter 2, a heist worth millions. With a sharp click, the strap of the Omnitrix automatically fastened itself, swiftly flying towards Yuri's left wrist. Before he could comprehend what was occurring, the watch had secured itself in place, refusing to be removed. Isn't this the DC universe? How could such a contraption exist here? The surreal events that had unfolded rendered Yuri momentarily disoriented. Cautiously, he opened the car door and stepped out, gazing in the direction for which the little broken watch had fallen, then surveying the surroundings for any suspicious signs. Yuri fell into deep contemplation. It had been 2 minutes since the watch had crashed through the glass. Yet the flash had not appeared a clear indication that no one in Central City had witnessed the little broken watch's descent. Otherwise, the news of an unidentified flying object falling from the sky would undoubtedly have captured the Flash's attention. Given the Flash's speed, he could traverse the distance from Central City to this location in less than a second. Yuri returned to the vehicle, casting a glance at the worn watch on his left wrist, and, with his right hand, tentatively pressed the activation button beneath the dial. That a green light illuminated from the center of the dial, and the mechanism below the surface gently emerged, encircled by a holographic touchscreen that enveloped it. The holographic display presented a series of black squares, with only 10 aglow, each showcasing different avatars, while the lower right corner bore the numeral 10. Upon selecting one of the avatars, a holographic projection materialized at the center of the dial, revealing a towering figure of 3 meters, a giant with crimson skin. Possessing 4 arms and 4 eyes, 4-armed tyrant, Yuri exclaimed instinctively, for he was all too familiar with this visage. Clicking on the remaining 9 avatars, he encountered all familiar faces. Fireman, gliding gorilla, diamond warlord. It's Real. Yuri pinched his own cheek with fervor, confirming he was not dreaming. He had indeed donned the worn watch. With this device, his chances of survival in the perilous DC universe had significantly increased. The watch possessed the capability to scan the DNA of various species and store it in a database, allowing the wearer to transform into that species and acquire all its abilities. Moreover, once donned, the watch would bind to the user's DNA, preventing it from being usurped by others, and was equipped with a universal translator capable of deciphering nearly all species languages. It could also repair damaged DNA and optimize intact genetic structures, ensuring that the database contained only the finest specimens of each species. To illustrate, if Yuri were to casually scan a Kryptonian, the watch would optimize the Kryptonian genes during the recording process. Thus, if Superman is deemed the most exceptional Kryptonian, when Yuri transformed into a Kryptonian, his Kryptonian physique would essentially mirror that of Superman, rather than that of the ordinary Kryptonian. Scanned, not only could the watch catalog the DNA of newly discovered organisms, but it also housed data from millions of extraterrestrial DNA samples, which could only be unlocked under specific conditions. In the universe of Ben 10, there exist 2 generations of such watches. The one Yuri acquired resembled the first generation in appearance, yet its functionalities were akin to those of the second generation. One might surmise it to be a third generation. Though Yuri was eager to experiment with transformation, pressing matters demanded his attention. The delivery time for the milk was dwindling to less than half an hour. He was running late. With that, Yuri pressed the accelerator, steering the dilapidated vehicle towards the heart of the city. 29 minutes later, he halted before a chain supermarket. At the entrance stood a plump woman in her 50s, Miss Shufin, the warehouse manager of the supermarket. Within the recesses of Yuri's memories, he recalled making deliveries here several times, each occasion greeted by Miss Shufin. "You are exceedingly late, delivery man. If you were to delay for 30 more seconds, it would mean you would receive not a single cent in compensation. Ms. Shufin glanced at the time, her expression resembling that of someone who believed everyone owed her 5 million. "But I do not, Miss Shufin. So where is my recompense?" Yuri extended his hand toward her. Upon hearing this, Miss Shufin, with an impassive face, pulled out a Hamilton bill and placed it in Yuri's hand, then shouted toward the supermarket warehouse, "Tang Rui, Jem, come out and unload the goods." You 2 lazybones, 2 young men in their 20s, clad in work uniforms, emerged from the warehouse, one adorned with a circular nose ring, and the other boasting 3 pairs of ear studs. "Look at you 2, I can hardly believe you are my nephews." Tang Rui and Jem ignored Miss Shufin's remarks as the former entered the vehicle to unload boxes of milk while Ms. Shufin checked the inventory beside him. Jem ambled over to the door and greeted Yuri. "Hey, Yuri, there's a hole in your windshield. Did you get robbed on the road?" "No, just a minor mishap," Yuri replied casually, harboring no fondness for the 2 brothers. Tang Rui and Jem were notorious delinquents in the neighborhood. Though they had not committed any grave offenses, they indulged in gambling, drinking, and other vices, often causing disturbances that landed them in jail multiple times. Were it not for their aunt, Miss Shufin, being the warehouse manager, they would have struggled to find employment as movers. Not that they intended to work diligently in the first place. "Don't be so cold, buddy, I have something to discuss with you." Jem cast a furtive glance at Ms. Shufin, confirming her distraction, and then whispered to Yuri, "I know you've been short on cash judging by your dilapidated car. It's evident. That hole in your windshield is sizable and could shatter at any moment. Replacing it won't be inexpensive. Look at your scrawny frame. How long has it been since you had a decent meal?" With each word, Yuri felt increasingly uneasy, questioning Jem's intentions. "What are you driving at, Jem?" Jem's eyes darted around, this time not only stealing a glance at Miss Shufin, but also surveying the surroundings. "Tang Rui and I are planning something big. If we succeed, we could rake in millions. However, we need assistance." Yuri raised an eyebrow, sensing the gravity of their conversation. The duo was evidently plotting something illicit and sought to involve him to earn millions. Their ambitions were audacious indeed. He knew little about Tang Rui and Jem, but he was certain that any scheme capable of yielding such a sum from these 2 would likely involve kidnapping or bank robbery. He couldn't help but applaud their audacity. Do they even know where Central City is? The territory of the Flash, to dare stir trouble in this domain? Do they presume they are part of some rogue gang? With their level of incompetence, do they truly believe they can vie for the title of nemesis against the Flash? Chapter 3. The first transformation, the flashing star. Yuri's eyes were filled with a profound pity for the uncertain fates of Tom and Jem. Yet, at the same time, he felt a flicker of curiosity. The brothers living in Central City could not possibly be unaware of the legend of the Flash. After all, the entire city was familiar with his name. The colossal Flash Museum in the city center bore testament to this fact. Otherwise, what could explain the remarkably low crime rate in Central City? With the Flash's astonishing speed, the likelihood of conventional crime succeeding was virtually non-existent. Those who stirred up trouble in Central City either possessed cutting-edge technology or extraordinary powers. Ordinary individuals were relegated to mere street thugs, serving only to inflate the police's performance statistics. But a multi-million-dollar heist was evidently beyond the reach of a common criminal. Planning to make millions in a single job? Are you thinking of robbing a bank? Aren't you afraid of the Flash? I would wager that he would incapacitate you before you even stepped out of the bank's doors. Yuri lowered his voice, feigning interest. Well, considering his meager savings of $327.55, coupled with the recollection of the stale, tumor-hold cereal he had been forced to endure for his meals, Yuri was indeed intrigued. However, this did not imply that he would rashly embark on any illegal endeavors. At the very least, a meticulous plan was imperative. No. Robbing a bank would be foolish. Jim was pleased with Yuri's reaction, fully aware of the dire straits Yuri found himself in, knowing that those in desperate need of money were often the most easily swayed. Not robbing a bank? A flicker of surprise crossed Yuri's eyes. It appeared that the two brothers were not entirely devoid of sense. "Oh, not worry about the Flash, for he is no longer in Central City," Jim whispered, his gaze and tone radiating an unwavering confidence. "The Flash is no longer in Central City? How do you know this?" Yuri could swear he had not missed a single superhero-related news item in recent days, as he was concerned about any sudden calamity that might necessitate his caution. Just yesterday, the Flash had engaged in a skirmish with a weather wizard, merely 5 kilometers away on a commercial street, where it was rumored that half the shops had been obliterated by the storm. Not only is the Flash absent from Central City, but the old Flash of Keystone City has departed for Denver, and Jesse Quick, that alluring vixen, is entangled in a financial crisis and cannot possibly concern herself with our trivial matters. As for Kid Flash, he is merely a fledgling. Jim flashed Yuri a lewd smirk. Central City is currently experiencing a rare superhero vacuum. Our only concern is the police. In just a few sentences, an immense wealth of information was divulged, secrets that even the police and media could not possibly know with such clarity. Yuri began to doubt whether this person before him truly was the Jim he had always envisioned as a petty thug. "Oh, not inquire how I know this once you decide to join us. You shall understand everything." Jim extended his hand to the car window and patted Yuri on the shoulder, saying, "Do not worry, we will not ask you to engage in anything perilous. All you need to do is drive. If you have made your decision, come find us here tomorrow night at 8. After speaking, Jim turned and returned to join Tori, helping him unload the milk from the vehicle. Yuri, meanwhile, was processing the information gleaned from their brief conversation. On one hand, Jim had refrained from divulging their plan to him, leaving Yuri oblivious to the intentions of Jim and Tori. That on the other hand, Jim seemed well informed about the movements of the superheroes in Central City, which suggested either he possessed some undisclosed source of intelligence or he was merely speaking nonsense. Yuri leaned towards the former hypothesis, though he was uncertain about the nature of the relationship between Tori, Jim, and this source of intelligence. "It feels like I might get embroiled in some troublesome affairs." Yuri furrowed his brow, contemplating that associating with Jim and Tori could lead him into peculiar underground organizations. However, if he were to decline their invitation and they had connections to a certain group, he might find himself in an even more precarious situation, fearing that he might inadvertently expose them. Disliking complications, Yuri resolved to come by tomorrow to assess the situation. After all, with his little broken watch, he felt assured that Jim and Tori, these ordinary folks, posed no threat to him. The milk from the dilapidated vehicle was quickly unloaded, while Yuri remained in the driver's seat, lost in thought, too apathetic to glance back, as there was nothing of value in that old wreck to steal. The reason Yuri did not assist in unloading was simply that Mrs. Schufen did not wish to pay him an additional fee for the labor. In this land of the free, America, one can request anything from anyone, provided that payment is offered. Under the knowing gazes of Tori and Jim, Yuri departed with mixed feelings. He had once believed he could lead a tranquil life, but now that prospect seemed increasingly unlikely. The distance between Central City and Wedge City is remarkably short, so much so that the two can essentially be regarded as a single entity of veritable twin city. A mere river separates them, with the Van Buren Bridge connecting Central City directly to Wedge City, allowing for a round trip that takes less than 10 minutes. Moreover, the police departments of the two cities are conveniently located at either end of the bridge, enabling rapid mutual assistance. Yuri was often late due to the milk factory being situated on the outskirts of Wedge City, far from its center, necessitating him to take an alternate route. Crossing the bridge that links the two cities, Yuri drove swiftly towards the slums of Wedge City. Before returning home, however, he had another task to attend to: car repairs. If he did not attend to this, the vehicle's appearance would be so poor that no one would be willing to hire him for transport, severing his sole source of income. The hole in the windshield is nearly half an inch wide. It must be replaced entirely. I recall the cheapest windshield is. Boom! Ha ha ha. These toys are truly marvelous. Just as Yuri pondered where to purchase glass, a sudden explosion erupted above him, followed by the exuberant laughter of someone that a young man with golden hair, adorned in a whimsical costume of yellow and blue that resembled that of a circus magician, dashed past the dilapidated vehicle, his shoes igniting. With sparks to as he ran. He turned back and taunted, "You officers can only be led in circles by me. Be sure to inform your colleagues that the magician has returned tomorrow." The magician, one of the veterans of the Rogues Gallery, and once a formidable adversary of the Flash. However, since the formation of the Justice League, the Flash had gradually shifted his focus from the daily affairs of Central City to League missions, leading to the disbandment of the Rogues, the reasons for which remain shrouded in mystery. The Pied Piper turned to the path of righteousness, becoming a vigilante. Captain Cold and his sister, the Golden Glider, established a bounty hunting enterprise. Heatwave accepted a position as a fire consultant. Mirror Master retired, and Weather Wizard had vanished until his sudden reappearance yesterday, when he clashed with the Flash. As for the magician, much like Heatwave, he had accepted a deal and is now an agent of the FBI. Yet this is of little consequence. What truly matters is that the well-known magician, James Jesse, has surpassed the age of 40. And the one who had just claimed the title of magician appeared to be a youth in his 20s. None of this had much relevance to Yuri. Gazing at the unmistakable 4 dents on the car's roof, caused by bricks that fell during the explosion, Yuri fell into a contemplative silence. He was unaware of why the magician had seemingly reverted to youth. All he knew was that his entire fortune amounted to a mere $327.55. And merely repairing the glass would already be a painful expense. Now, he must also attend to the damage to his car's roof. This magician must pay the price. Without further ado, Yuri extended his left hand to reveal a small, worn watch and pressed the activation button with his right hand. The mechanism sprang to life, and a DNA list materialized on the watch face. From the 10 initial DNA options, Yuri swiftly made a selection that he chose the avatar from the list and gently pressed down on the mechanism. It shall be you. Fast flash. A beam of green light erupted from the watch face, enveloping Yuri, and an excruciating sensation of muscle tearing coursed through him. Yuri's body began to metamorphose at the DNA level. His skin hardened, cloaked in blue and black, with a badge resembling the watch face embedded in his chest. His hands transformed into sharp claws, his legs became akin to those of a raptor, black wheels sprouted from his feet, and a tail emerged from behind. His human form vanished, replaced by fast flash. Chapter 5. Axel was taken aback, bewildered by the notion that he had somehow damaged the alien's mode of transport. Surely, the alien's vehicle was a spacecraft. What audacity did he possess to ruin such an advanced contraption? And to demand compensation? What kind of currency would that entail? Dollars? Did aliens even utilize paper money? Was it conceivable that dollars were the universal currency of the cosmos? Noticing Axel's dazed expression, Yuri felt a flicker of concern. Had he inadvertently injured the young man's head? Could it be that Axel did not comprehend his words? Was the built-in universal translator of the little device malfunctioning? With this thought, Yuri bent down, swiftly inscribed a phrase in English upon the ground, and then yanked Axel's head towards the inscription. Axel remarked, "Why do I get the impression that you are the villain here? I can offer you money, but one thing baffles me. With your speed, you could have effortlessly stolen my wallet without my knowledge, saving both time and effort. Why not take that route? You only desire money, so why toy with me?" The last thought remained unspoken, echoing silently in his mind. Yuri's brow furrowed as he delivered a sharp slap to Axel's face, exclaiming, "Do you presume I am akin to you petty thieves? I am a law-abiding citizen and would never engage in thievery. I certainly would not steal from you. Do you understand? If you do, hurry and produce your wallet." Left speechless, Axel could only tremble as he nervously retrieved his wallet from his clothing. Yuri snatched it from him, opening it with deliberate slowness while offering a semblance of consolation. "If only you had done this sooner, we could have avoided this prolonged charade. But at your tender age, embarking on a life of crime must be quite arduous. I am not a robber. I merely seek the compensation that is rightfully mine." Upon opening the wallet, Yuri could not restrain a curse. The wallet was brimming with $50 bills, even containing 5 Franklin notes. There were merely 3 bills of lesser denominations, and not a single coin in sight. A cursory glance suggested at least $2,000 in cash, alongside numerous credit cards. This realization struck Yuri, whose total assets had never exceeded $500, with profound inequity. Were criminals truly this affluent in these times? What sort of crime could one commit with such wealth? Yuri's mind wandered to Jim and Tori's plan for $1 million heist. Could it be that they had a legitimate scheme? Suddenly, the small device emblazoned on his chest emitted a red light accompanied by a blaring alarm. Realizing his oversight, Yuri quickly extracted the cash from the wallet and warned fiercely, "Kid, do not let me see you again." With that, he vanished in an instant. Moments later, in an abandoned alley several blocks away, a flash of red light appeared and then promptly disappeared. Then, Yuri, restored to his human form, emerged from the alley. The little transformation device had a time constraint, typically around 10 minutes. This was implemented to prevent the user from being permanently overwritten by the transformed species, ensuring their safety. Despite this, Yuri understood that the device's protective mechanism was not rigid. It assessed the user's circumstances to determine whether to extend the transformation duration, thus preventing the unfortunate event of reverting to human form in the midst of peril. However, he felt the need to find a way to disable this safeguard, as it left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Reflecting on the original narrative, he recalled that Kenny, the son of the future protagonist, had once exploited the wisdom of the Gavinians to bypass the protective mechanism, and he believed he could achieve the same. He could only hope that the third generation of the device had not upgraded its safeguards. Looking down at the device, he noticed the once green screen had turned red, indicating a cooling state, during which transformation was temporarily impossible, lasting another 10 minutes. After a while, Yuri returned to his vehicle, counting his spoils and the legitimate compensation. He totaled $2,375, which, combined with his existing savings, brought his wealth to $2,702.55. With his pockets suddenly bulging, Yuri decided to alter his car repair plans. He drove to a junkyard located behind the Wedgestone slums. The yard was cluttered with over 300 abandoned vehicles, and at the back stood a few rusted metal shacks. At the entrance of one shack, a wooden sign, "Ask You," proclaimed Old James's rampant auto modification shop. An hour later, Yuri emerged with a substantial collection of second-hand parts, nearly filling the entire trunk of his car, all salvaged from discarded vehicles, costing him $700. Instead of foolishly leaving his car at the shop for modifications, he opted to purchase the parts and perform the modifications himself. Half an hour later, Yuri parked in front of a low, narrow house, his home. From the outside, the house measured less than 10 meters in length and not quite 5 meters in width, its walls clad in white metal and the roof in blue. Though small in area, the door was grand, nearly the entirety of one wall. Stepping out of his vehicle, Yuri approached the entrance, extended his hands, and pulled. The door swung open with ease. It was not locked, for there was nothing inside. No bed, no sofa, no chairs, not even a single piece of furniture, and not a window in sight, an empty room. Rather than a house, it resembled a garage. Indeed, it was a garage, once the door was fully opened. He drove his old clunker inside. The vehicle was considerably longer than a standard RV, nearly 8 meters long and 3 meters wide, filling the entire space almost completely. The only room to maneuver was just enough for a person to walk around. Essentially, Yuri resides in his vehicle. The reason he does not directly inhabit the car is, of course, due to his inability to afford parking fees. The year his parents passed away coincided with the new mayor's inauguration in Wedge City. As the saying goes, a new official brings a wave of fervor. This mayor immediately initiated a significant reform by reducing the city's orphan assistance fund. He believed that the funds were of little utility and that it would be more beneficial to redirect the savings to provide free housing for orphans until they reached adulthood, which meant Yuri would not have to pay rent for his tin shelter until he turned 21. Yuri firmly locked the door and turned to face the dilapidated old car nearby, exhaling deeply. It was time to commence his work. He activated the small device, transforming into a diminutive warrior. Chapter 6. The Network and the Second-Generation Magician. The diminutive warrior, a Gavincian, possesses remarkable intellect, categorizing them as one of the most intelligent races in the 10 universes. The inventor of the small device, Uzmis, is indeed a Gavincian. In a flash of green light, Yuri's body began to shrink until it reached approximately 15 centimeters in height. His skin transformed into a grayish-blue hue. His head took on an inverted triangular shape, and his large, round eyes were situated on either side, resembling an upright frog, albeit with a smaller mouth. While the physical transformation was trivial, a profound metamorphosis was occurring within Yuri's mind. His cognitive abilities, thought processes, computational skills, associative capabilities, and deductive reasoning were amplified exponentially. His brain could instantly process vast quantities of information. Although the superintelligence of the diminutive warrior could not directly bestow knowledge upon Yuri, it could utilize the basic information he already possessed to deduce deeper insights. For instance, if Yuri only understood fundamental concepts of electricity, his brain could autonomously infer essential principles such as Ohm's law, Kirchhoff's laws, Coulomb's law, and Faraday's law of electromagnetic induction, subsequently extending to the law of charge conservation, the Lorentz force equation, and even Maxwell's equations. This entire process did not necessitate systematic learning. He could derive these concepts independently. Although the more intricate the knowledge, the longer it would require to grasp. Unfortunately, Yuri was not inherently an intellectual. Even with the cosmic wisdom of the diminutive warrior, he could not instantly transform into a technological master. Thus, he quickly recognized an undeniable truth. He could not hack into the small device to disable its protective mechanisms as Kenny could. Not even a 10-year-old child like Ben could accomplish that. By Kenny's era, Ben had amassed considerable knowledge, and Kenny, influenced by him, likely possessed substantial information regarding the small device. Moreover, Kenny's device was a replica crafted by Ben and undoubtedly had a less sophisticated encryption than that established by Osmi's. Not to mention that Yuri was in possession of what appeared to be an upgraded third generation. It appears that in order to dismantle the protective mechanisms, one must either methodically unlock them, gradually deepening their understanding of the dilapidated vehicle, or, like the young classmate, stumble upon the opportunity to activate the master control mode. Yuri reflected on this with a sense of resignation, yet he did not feel disheartened. Just half a day prior, his greatest desire was merely to enjoy a hearty meal. Now, having acquired a modicum of self-preservation power, what was there to complain about? Furthermore, he had other matters to attend to, as the cargo of parts he had retrieved was indeed meant for use. He intended to refurbish the old, battered car. Despite its diminutive stature, the little soldier was remarkably adept at manipulating mechanical components with effortless precision. A cacophony of clinks and clatters ensued as Yuri transformed the old vehicle at an astonishing pace. The worn chassis was instantly revitalized. Regrettably, the components Yuri had procured were all second-hand, devoid of any high-end gadgets, limiting the extent of upgrades he could implement on the old car. Particularly concerning was the engine. He could only refurbish the aging motor without any possibility of enhancing its horsepower. At the very least, he could ensure it would not inexplicably stall. Capable of propelling an 8-meter-long motorhome, the engine's foundation was still commendable, albeit severely aged. In Yuri's current perspective, he could hardly believe that the engine was still operational. The outdated power distribution box was woefully inefficient, necessitating a complete redesign of the circuitry. The usable space within the vehicle was excessively squandered. It required a thorough overhaul. All malfunctioning air conditioning units and refrigerators were restored, and every replaceable component, tires, brakes, clutch, transmission, and radio, was exchanged. After 10 minutes, the transformation was complete. Following another 10 minutes of charging, the metamorphosis was finalized. After 3 hours of relentless effort, Yuri's old car was finally rejuvenated. With the work concluded, it was time to rest. Lying on the newly organized bed in his refurbished space, Yuri drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, hundreds of meters beneath Central City lay a colossal hidden base. Enveloped in lead-infused superalloy, the facility boasted formidable defense while evading detection by entities possessing X-ray capabilities. This base, known as the Network, served as a marketplace for supercriminals, existing for a span of 15 years. Almost every supercriminal in Central City and Wedge City had collaborated with the Network, whether for fencing stolen goods, laundering money, gambling, medical services, intelligence gathering, or equipment procurement. The enigmatic ruler of the Network, who might be incredulously identified as a woman, referred to herself as the Blacksmith. The Blacksmith never revealed her identity, solely focusing on the management of her enterprise. Thus her name circulated only among supercriminals. If all went as expected, she would likely never set foot on the surface. However, life is invariably filled with surprises. This year's revenue had declined by 27% compared to the previous year. In her office, the Blacksmith surveyed the financial report presented by her accountant, her expression one of palpable displeasure. Since the emergence of the Flash, criminal activities in Twin City have significantly diminished. In these recent years, everyone has been struggling, and our business has also suffered a downturn. The accountant sighed, his brow furrowed with concern, expressing his fears that if this continues, the future may be bleak. Suddenly, with a resounding slap, the Blacksmith's hand struck the table, leaving an imprint in the wood. The Flash, he articulated slowly, his eyes brimming with intense hatred. The accountant's assistant, trembling with fear, broke into a cold sweat, apprehensive that the blacksmith might direct his wrath towards him as well. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room, followed by the announcement. The boy has returned. He requests to see you. The accountant felt a surge of relief and promptly excused himself. The blacksmith, an indomitable figure in Twin City's underworld for 15 years, was not one to be easily swayed by anger, quickly regaining his composure. Let him in. Before long, a golden-haired youth, adorned in a peculiar outfit of yellow and blue reminiscent of a circus magician, entered the blacksmith's office. It was Axel Vark, the second-generation magician. Having operated online for many years and acquired numerous pieces of advanced technology, the blacksmith immediately recognized that Axel's attire was the very gear used by the previous magician. The blacksmith, who had been in a foul mood, finally allowed a smile to grace his face. You stated that once I became a true supervillain, I could join the network. Now that I am a magician, it is time for you to fulfill your promise, Axel declared with eager anticipation as he entered. Look at where you are standing now. Had you not joined, you would already be dead. Upon hearing this, Axel's expression brightened. So, does this mean I am part of the team? The blacksmith nodded. I have great faith in you, young man. Your potential is boundless. I have a plan, a scheme to eliminate the Flash and seize all the wealth of Central City and Keystone City for ourselves. The blacksmith gazed intently at the intrigued Axel and continued, to execute this plan, I need you to undertake a specific task. Chapter 7. The Flash Boy. After listening to the blacksmith's instructions, Axel chuckled slyly. I anticipated you would request this of me, so I have made some preparations in advance, he proclaimed confidently. Oh, really? The blacksmith raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of expectation. Then I shall await your progress. Meanwhile, at the Keystone City Police Department, half an hour after the second-generation magician's departure, Officer Chayer queried, Are you saying someone has stolen the original magician's uniform and gear and is now posing as the second-generation magician? A young superhero, clad in a tight-fitting costume, yellow on the upper body and red on the lower, with a red lightning bolt emblazoned on his chest, was inquiring about the situation at the precinct. Engaging with him was Fred Chayer, a veteran police officer in his 50s, the most seasoned member of the active police force. Indeed, you heard correctly, Flash Boy. Chayer spoke with a grave tone, expressing uncertainty about the thief's intentions, whether he was emulating a crime or had ulterior motives. However, it was evident that this individual possessed all the apparatus previously utilized by a notorious supercriminal, rendering him exceedingly perilous. We shall ascertain what this second-generation magician is scheming. But first, we must identify him. Did he leave behind any surveillance footage? Moreover, I would prefer to hear you refer to me as the Flash. The Kid Flash stroked his chin, then swiftly shifted the conversation. I acknowledge your remarkable capabilities. Your relentless efforts have not gone unnoticed by any of us. Yet, your mentor, the Flash, cast an overwhelmingly brilliant shadow. At that moment, another officer approached, clad in a blue suit, in his 30s, with brown skin and a scar on the right side of his chin. His name was Gerald Murillo, a detective of high rank and Chayer's partner, both being members of the Metahuman Response Unit of the Keystone City Police Department. I'm not suggesting that I have reached a level comparable to the Flash. I am well aware of my shortcomings. I merely state that I have matured, and you must understand that the title Kid Flash bears a more youthful connotation. Kid Flash waved his hands dismissively, indicating he had no desire for usurpation. By the way, why has the Flash not appeared? Has the Justice League embarked on another mission? Murillo inquired curiously. I wish I knew, but ever since his battle with Weather Wizard yesterday morning, I have not laid eyes on him. Furthermore, the Flash has never permitted me to meddle in Justice League matters, believing I am not yet ready. Thus, I possess as much knowledge on this matter as you do. Detective Murillo, is that so? I hope he has not encountered any trouble. Murillo nodded in understanding and then handed Kid Flash a disc. Here you go. What is this? Kid Flash asked, perplexed. You were seeking the surveillance footage of the second-generation magician. What Murillo has provided is precisely that, Chayer explained. Let me guess. You want me to deliver it to Hunter? Kid Flash realized that Murillo had quickly prepared a backup of the footage, which was evidently not intended solely for him. As he was Kid Flash, not Miracle Kid. Hunter Zolomon is the finest criminal profiler in Twin Cities. With his assistance, we can expedite the capture of that thief. Murillo affirmed Kid Flash's thoughts. Initially, we intended to seek him out ourselves, but now that you are here, there is no one better suited for the task. Considering your friendship, no problem, I will ensure this reaches Hunter. Kid Flash accepted the disc, and scarcely had he spoken when his figure vanished. The following day, Yuri did not rise until noon. This not only alleviated the fatigue from his restless night of transforming the dilapidated vehicle into a makeshift wonder, but also spared him the cost of breakfast. achieving two objectives at once. As he sat up in bed, he fell into contemplation, realizing he needed to devise a plan for his future. With the acquisition of the old watch, it was clear that Yuri had gained extraordinary powers, without a doubt. Yuri's future is destined to be anything but ordinary, and he certainly will not resign himself to mediocrity. Jim has invited me to join his gang to execute $1 million plan, asking me to meet him tonight at 8. Should I go? Yuri is uncertain. He does not understand how Jim has such intimate knowledge of all the superheroes in Twin Cities. It is inconceivable that Jim and Tori could have conducted the investigation themselves. Perhaps there exists a vast criminal organization behind them, one that is plotting the annihilation of Twin Cities, with Jim and Tori merely serving as expendable pawns. This is a plausible scenario, and perhaps the likelihood is not insignificant. As for reporting to 911, don't be foolish. Do you possess any evidence to accuse them? Are you aware of their plans? You wouldn't even know on what charges to report. This is precisely why Jim felt at ease revealing the rendezvous time to Yuri, with no fear of him spilling the beans. If only I had read the comics. I would merely need to ascertain which villainous organization lurks in Mid-City, thus deducing the source of the information given to Tori and Jim. However, the reality is that Yuri is oblivious to the unfolding narrative, which leaves him in a quandary. Should he simply forget about the matter, as though it never occurred? This thought barely crossed his mind before being extinguished. Ridiculous. Although Yuri has not perused the comics, the plot developments in such a superhero world are generally not too difficult to anticipate. Should Yuri choose not to attend the meeting, he might unwittingly become a thorn in Jim and Tori's side, and it is even possible that the forces behind them would set their sights on Yuri. Furthermore, should the villainous organization succeed in their plan to destroy Twin Cities, Yuri, along with the entire city of Keystone, could face obliteration, remaining blissfully unaware of the events until his final breath. Of course, it is also conceivable that he is merely suffering from paranoia, especially since he recently acquired a newfound power. Naturally, Yuri feels somewhat exceptional. Regardless, he ultimately resolves to go and ascertain the source of Jim's information. Gathering intelligence is paramount. Whether he ends up making a quick profit or manages to extricate himself from the situation, the initiative will remain in Yuri's hands. With determination set, Yuri prepares to eat. While skipping breakfast would save a few dollars, it would also leave him starving sooner. He opens his storage locker, finding 3 large bags of cereal and a bag of stale bread, confirming that there are no other provisions. Yuri quietly closes the locker and drives away from the tin shack. Having received a windfall last night, no, not a windfall, but rather a compensation, Yuri now has $2,000 at his disposal. Thus, he decides to indulge in a hearty meal for the first time in a while. At the burger joint, he orders 2 beef burgers, a strawberry sundae, a medium soda, 2 servings of chicken nuggets, and a side of spicy fries to go. The total comes to $8.55. Yuri, without a hint of hesitation, produces 8 $1 coins, 2 25-cent coins, and 5 1-cent coins. Order 1,552. Meal will be ready shortly. The cashier accepted the coins and handed the receipt to Yuri. He intended to find a place to sit for a while, but as he turned around, he nearly collided with someone. Before he could discern the features of the individual before him, a woman's voice resonated. "Oh my goodness. Wally, I've told you time and again not to look back while walking. You almost bumped into someone." Chapter 8. Wally West and Linda Park, a young woman, clad in a green trench coat and sporting deep blue wavy hair, approached, appearing to be around 22 years of age. Yuri felt an unsettling familiarity about her, yet he could not recall where he had encountered her before. "I apologize, dear. I hope Wally didn't hurt you," she said. The term dear struck Yuri as a rather nostalgic address. He gazed at the woman apologizing on behalf of someone else, swallowing his own intended apology, left momentarily speechless. Though she referred to him as dear, he was indeed only 16 years old, and malnourished. He appeared shorter than the average boy of that age. Miss, actually, I didn't bump into that child. Linda, you need not worry too much." Wally, the young man Yuri had nearly collided with, wrapped his arm around the woman's waist and added, "I'm sorry, dear. I hope I didn't frighten you." He then flashed Yuri a warm smile. Once again addressed as dear, Yuri felt a flicker of annoyance but managed a forced smile. "Sir, I am quite well. I am neither injured nor startled. So I wish you a pleasant meal." This minor incident did not linger in Yuri's thoughts as he turned to survey the interior of the establishment, spotting an empty seat and proceeding to sit down. In under 2 minutes, he heard Wally's voice. "Hey, it's you again." Turning around, he saw Linda as well. With no additional seats available, Wally awkwardly scratched his head, hesitating to speak. "It's all right. I'm not dining in here. You two go ahead." With his consent, Wally and Linda settled comfortably opposite Yuri. "Thank you. By the way, my name is Linda Park. What is yours? Linda inquired amiably. Park, Yuri's mind sparked with curiosity. Do you know someone named Peter Parker? I do not know this person. What of Peter Parker? Nothing much. I'm Yuri Alupolonosotis. Wally West. The young man beside him introduced himself as well. You dislike being called dear, don't you, Yuri? Linda stated affirmatively. Yuri was taken aback. You seemed displeased when Wally and I called you dear. Really? How did you perceive that? Wally asked, somewhat astonished. I didn't notice at all. That is precisely why your uncle always says you're not quite good enough, Linda replied with a gentle smile. Thus, the two engaged in their conversation, oblivious to their surroundings. Yuri felt somewhat weary. Whether in this life or the last, he had never been adept at social interactions, particularly with those overly familiar and enthusiastic individuals. However, one aspect piqued his curiosity. Yuri did not consider himself a master of micro-expression management, but he generally preferred to keep his emotions discreet. Typically, one would not pay close attention to the subtle expressions of strangers, for instance. Wally had not noticed Yuri's slight changes in demeanor moments ago. Yet Linda, with her exceptional perceptiveness, had. Who is this woman? Miss Parker, are you a detective? Yuri suddenly inquired, causing both Linda and Wally to pause abruptly. Wally then gazed at Yuri with incredulity. You don't know who Linda Parker is? Why would I? How could you not know? Linda playfully smacked Wally on the head. Enough. Wally, I am not that famous, and I work very little these days. After scolding Wally, Linda turned to Yuri and presented him with a business card. I am a journalist. Wally interjected, moreover, she is the most popular news anchor in Midtown. Upon hearing this, Yuri suddenly recalled why Linda seemed familiar. He remembered her coverage of the Pied Piper, where she mentioned he had become a good person now, something he had read in the newspaper. Indeed, Linda affirmed with a smile and a nod. A journalist. If Yuri recalled correctly, in American blockbusters, this profession typically belonged either to the hero themselves or to their loved ones. You mentioned that you work less frequently now. Has something happened? Yuri casually asked. The corners of Linda's mouth lifted slightly as she grasped Wally's hand. Really? You want to share our business with a stranger? Wally seemed to anticipate Linda's next words. I simply do not understand what is so secretive about it. We are getting married next month. Yet you have concealed it from our friends, from Iris, from Barry, from Jay, and from Jesse. Why? Linda protested, hands on her hips. It appeared to be a couple on the brink of matrimony. Yuri thought silently. He glanced at Wally. Recognizing the man's good fortune, Linda was beautiful, and her affection for him was evident. However, Linda's subsequent remarks left Yuri with a less favorable impression of Wally, concealing their engagement from friends and family. What was that about? Were they eloping like Romeo and Juliet? Just as Yuri was conjuring up a lengthy tale of tragic romance, an electronic announcement rang out. Party 1552. Please come to the front desk to collect your meal. Yuri rose and bid farewell to Wally and Linda. It was a pleasure to meet you, Mr. West and Miss Parker. Oh, next time we meet, it should be Mrs. West. Wishing you both a splendid wedding. Before leaving the table, Yuri glanced at Wally. Mr. West, I did not intend to intrude upon your privacy, but if you truly love Miss Parker, you should generously share your happiness with your family. They will sincerely bless you. With that, Yuri proceeded directly to the front desk, collected his lunch, and departed the hamburger restaurant. Checking the time, it was now 12:37, leaving nearly 7.5 hours until the rendezvous at 2000 hours. Off to the library he went. After a 20-minute journey, Yuri arrived at the Midtown Library, where he borrowed 10 books, including advanced mathematics, classical electromagnetism, on the origin of species, and high-energy physics. Transforming into a miniature prodigy, he finished reading each book in a mere minute, returning them promptly before borrowing another 10. The Gavinian brain was highly developed. Photographic memory was merely a basic skill, and he could fully comprehend the significance of each book as he read. In less than 3 hours, the breadth of knowledge Yuri acquired was sufficient to qualify him as a professor at any university in the world. By the time he prepared to leave, he had read every science-related book in the Midtown Library. While this may seem outrageous, it proved to be of little practical value. After all, the overall technological level of Earthlings was rather primitive. Despite the presence of advanced black technology, all such information was classified, inaccessible to Yuri. Returning the borrowed books to the library, Yuri started his old clunker and headed towards the meeting point with Jim. Chapter 9. The Gang of Four in the heart of the city. At 8 in the evening, a yellow camper van entered a secluded alley behind a chain supermarket. Just as Yuri parked the vehicle, 2 figures approached, Jim and Tori. I knew you'd come, buddy. Who wouldn't want to make money? Jim remarked, his expression one of anticipated certainty. Hey, your car looks significantly newer. Did you have it refurbished? Tori's attention was drawn to the old clunker. Of course. You have a big plan. And a dilapidated vehicle is hardly conducive to its execution, is it? Yuri replied nonchalantly. And if what you say is true, we'll soon be filthy rich. Refurbishing a camper is a small price to pay. You couldn't be more right, Jim agreed, climbing into the vehicle. The interior of the old clunker remained unaltered, retaining its previous ambience, albeit much cleaner and tidier. Not many shops could achieve this level of cleanliness in just one night. Did you go to a repair shop under the Kenyan Union? Tori inquired as he moved towards the front of the cabin. Who else could manage such speed but the Kenyan Union? Yuri concurred, despite having never visited the Kenyan Union himself. All right, now is not the time to discuss my car. Where are we headed, and how do we intend to make millions? Jim and Tori exchanged a glance, neither uttering a word. For heaven's sake. I am in league with you. Regardless of your intentions, we are accomplices. If I remain oblivious to your plans, how can we ensure our actions are foolproof? Yuri gestured earnestly, his sincerity palpable. You are indeed one of us, but now, even if you wish to retract or withdraw, it is no longer an option. After a moment of silence, Jim slowly began to speak. Surely you are aware of the Rogue Gang. That is a mere truism. No one in Twin Cities is unfamiliar with them. Jim glanced around to confirm there were no eavesdroppers nearby, then lowered his voice. But do you know who supplies the Rogue Gang with weapons and intelligence? Who has been aiding them from the shadows? Indeed, a spark of realization ignited within Yuri. Jim and Tori had evidently allied with a formidable force. Who? Yuri inquired, his voice barely above a whisper. The network. Jim and Tori exclaimed simultaneously, their eyes gleaming with boundless admiration and reverence. The network? Yuri privately repeated the term, pondering, having never heard of it before. What a peculiar name. Who could have conceived such an organizational title? Just look at the neighboring villainous groups. Hydra, Umbrella, Team Rocket, Brotherhood, Blackwatch. Each name exudes a sense of grandeur. Yet here you are with the network, which might lead one to believe you just acquired internet access. Do not even think about reporting the network to the authorities. For every corner of Twin Cities is monitored by their eyes. They are aware of our every move. Jim's expression grew serious as he issued a warning to Yuri. Whenever someone attempts to leave the network or is apprehended, they erase that individual's memories. No matter where you flee, even in Iron Mountain prison, you cannot escape the network's retribution. Yuri nodded gravely. I am aware of what actions to take and what to avoid. So where do we go now? I can hardly wait to become part of the network. First, we must pick up 2 individuals, then head to Wedge City, Jim instructed, providing Yuri with an address. The latter promptly started the old, dilapidated vehicle. Minutes later, the rickety car halted before an abandoned warehouse. 2 individuals squatted outside, seemingly engaged in some substance, their heads bobbing in rapture. Jim and Tori waved from the vehicle, softly calling out, Pike, Busk. The 2 addicts turned at the sound, rushing towards Jim and Tori in an instant. Hold on, we still have work to do. Do not get too high. Tori admonished as he opened the door for Pike and Busk, while Jim looked on with slight discontent. Do not worry. Our intake today is still less than half of our usual amount, Pike and Busk replied with a carefree chuckle. Yuri remained silent, simply redirecting the vehicle towards Wedge City. Tori, Jim, Pike, and Busk, 4 miscreants entwined in addiction. Yuri remained oblivious to the machinations of the network, yet he did not believe these 4 individuals warranted its attention. Hey, Jim, once we cross the Van Buren Bridge, we'll reach Keystone City. What is our plan? To blow up the bridge? Yuri inquired while maneuvering his dilapidated vehicle onto the bridge. Just head straight there. Our boss awaits us, Jim replied, leaning closer to whisper an address in Yuri's ear. Boss. Yuri narrowed his eyes slightly. If his instincts were correct, this boss was the true connection to the network, while Jim and his companions were mere pawns. After about half an hour, Yuri finally arrived at their destination, a bar. Standing at the entrance, he fell into deep contemplation. At 21, he was prohibited from drinking, and he had never set foot in a bar throughout his life. What are you hesitating for? Come on in. Jim noticed Yuri lost in thought at the entrance and urged him. I'll be right there, Yuri replied absent-mindedly, ultimately following him inside. He anticipated being stopped by security, but to his surprise, no one paid him any mind. The bar appeared small from the outside, but upon entering, he realized it was even more cramped. There was a bar counter and a few tables. Behind the counter stood a burly bartender with a shaved head, resembling a Vin Diesel lookalike, polishing a glass. The arrangement of tables and chairs resembled that of a quaint CF rather than a bar. At least, in Yuri's eyes, it was nothing like the bars depicted in films. Business was slow. Only 2 tables were occupied, and they were spaced apart, indicating the patrons were not acquainted. One of them was likely the boss. Closer to Yuri and his group sat a man in his 30s with white hair, donning a blue sleeveless jacket. His table was littered with several bottles of liquor, empty ones stacked on the right, while untouched bottles lay on the left. His face was flushed, eyes glazed, resembling a drunken state, yet he continued to pour more drink for himself. The other individual occupied a more distant table, turned away from Yuri and the others. Aside from his yellow hair, no further features were discernible. As soon as Tony and Jim entered, they made their way to the back, with Busk and Paige trailing closely behind. The intoxicated white-haired man did not garner a single glance from the quartet. Yuri did not ponder further and followed the group to the boss's table. However, upon catching a glimpse of this so-called boss, he was taken aback. Chapter 10. Can one earn $1 million just by keeping watch? Before him sat a young man with spiky yellow hair, adorned with a diamond-shaped eye mask. Dressed in a yellow and blue striped ensemble, draped in a cloak, he bore an uncanny resemblance to a circus magician, a second-generation illusionist. What a coincidence! Yuri could scarcely believe that the leader of this gang of miscreants was none other than the magician he had just encountered the previous day, from whom he had justly claimed compensation. As I reflect upon the moment when I followed that fellow to the rooftop, I recall his mutterings about the blacksmith joining us. At the time, Yuri believed he aspired to become a blacksmith. However, it now appears that the significance of the blacksmith's words was far from straightforward. Coupled with the information disclosed by the quartet of ruffians, it is evident that the connection between the blacksmith and the digital realm is profoundly intricate. It is no wonder that Jim and his band of miscreants have managed to forge ties with the network. It was all orchestrated by the magician. Though this second-generation magician may be somewhat inept, he remains a formidable criminal, and it is only logical that the network seeks to recruit him. Boss, you instructed us to find additional allies, and now they are all here. Jim and Towery reported to Axel, their faces adorned with sycophantic smiles. It turned out that not only Yuri but also Busker and Paichi had been recruited by these two. These two ruffians possessed a dismal social standing, knowing scarcely anyone, and bringing Yuri into the fold was merely a means to bolster their numbers. Axel cast a fleeting glance at Yuri and the others, 5 in total, barely sufficient. Yet there was a child among them. Suddenly, Axel's gaze fixated on Yuri, his expression darkening in an instant. The rogue gang never involves children or women in perilous endeavors. Even though the rogue gang is no longer in existence, the criminals of Twin Cities must adhere to this principle. Axel bellowed at Jim and Towery, entirely disregarding the public setting. Out of the corner of his eye, Yuri discreetly observed the other patrons in the bar. The bartender, Vin Diesel, appeared oblivious, continuing his task of polishing glasses with an impassive demeanor. As for the white-haired drunkard, upon hearing Axel's proclamation regarding the rogue gang, he merely intensified his drinking, displaying no other reaction. Axel's words did not incite any commotion. Yuri even sensed an air of nonchalance among them. It seemed this bar was not a bastion of lawfulness, or else they would not have permitted Yuri's entry. Is this fellow truly a man of principle? Yuri discerned that the second-generation magician was genuinely incensed, not merely putting on a facade. Boss, Yuri's circumstances are somewhat unique. Jim stammered, beads of sweat dotting his brow. Unique circumstances? Axel crossed his arms, awaiting Jim's elaboration. Jim proceeded to embellish Yuri's familial situation, portraying it as though Yuri were on the brink of starvation, compelled to take risks to secure a fortune. As Jim spoke, Towery subtly signaled to Yuri, frantically urging him to remain silent. Yuri returned a reassuring glance, prompting Towery to exhale in relief. You are Yuri? Axel inquired abruptly after Jim's introduction. Yes, boss, Yuri affirmed. You are here for the money, correct? Yuri nodded sincerely. He indeed yearned for wealth. Axel then reached into his pocket, seemingly intent on retrieving something. However, before he could retrieve it, his movements suddenly halted, and he withdrew his hand from his pocket. Of course, there was nothing in his hand. Cough. Yuri, I permit your inclusion. No sooner had the words left Axel's lips than his demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. His voice lowered significantly to ensure that only a select few nearby could hear. The network does not forsake those who accomplish good deeds, provided you fulfill today's task. You stand to earn a bounty of at least $1 million. Upon hearing the mention of $1 million, the eyes of the 4 ruffians widened in astonishment. Boss, what is our task? Murder? Or kidnapping? Busk and Paige, the 2 addicts, were the first to inquire, their minds racing with thoughts of how much powder $1 million could buy, prompting them to be willing to undertake any task. Neither, Axel replied with a mysterious smile. We merely need to steal something. In fact, I will be the one to steal. You simply need to keep watch. The 4 ruffians exchanged glances, somewhat bewildered. Is it really that simple? What could we possibly steal that would yield at least $1 million, and all we have to do is watch? Precious gems? A world-renowned painting? Corporate secrets? Advanced technology? Axel refrained from disclosing excess information, aware that there were outsiders in the bar, and detailed plans could not be discussed openly. Yuri and the ruffians followed Axel as they set off towards their destination. Axel, donning his air-walking shoes, advanced through the sky, while Yuri and the others trailed behind in a dilapidated car. Although a magician cannot outrun a car, the advantage of moving through the air allowed his pace to rival that of the vehicle. The destination was quite close to the bar, and they arrived in less than 10 minutes. Upon disembarking and spotting their target, the ruffians and Yuri immediately comprehended why the reward for this job was so substantial. The parking area lay beneath a slope, above which stood a tall building emblazoned with the words FBI Wedge City Office. Stealing from the Fort Butler branch prompted Yuri to mentally commend the second-generation magician. Many believe that official forces in the comic world are weak, but in truth, this is not the case. Although Yuri had never read the comics, he possessed 16 years of memories from living in this world, and he was well aware of what the public knew. As of now, over 13 million superhumans have emerged globally, meaning that among the world's 7 billion people, 1 in every 5 to 600 is a superhuman, and this only accounts for those documented. Despite the fact that the majority of superhumans possess unremarkable abilities, they provide a valuable source of personnel for governments worldwide, compounded by various clandestinely developed advanced technological equipment, resulting in a formidable fighting force. In the United States alone, there are 2 major departments, the Eye of Heaven and the Super Inquiry Department, which typically operate externally and internally, respectively. These are publicly acknowledged organizations, while clandestine entities such as the Shadow Bureau and the Chess Society also engage in covert operations. Yuri, unable to contact the Shadow Bureau, had heard far too much about the Eye of Heaven and the renowned Super Investigation Department. The Federal Bureau of Investigation certainly possessed its own superhuman agents. Not to mention the previous generation's magician, James Jesse, who now serves as the chief at the downtown branch. The equipment of the second-generation magician is, of course, accessible to the first-generation magician as well, who possesses even greater experience. Should a crisis arise at the branch in Keystone City, James could arrive in mere minutes. Could the inexperienced newcomer, second-generation magician Axel, truly be a match for the seasoned James? Chapter 11. Phantom. Axel produced a toy water gun from seemingly nowhere and handed it to Yuri. Turning around, he noticed that the group of thugs all brandished similar prop weapons. While they appeared to be mere toys, they were, in fact, exceedingly perilous instruments of destruction. Axel grinned menacingly at everyone, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. All it took was a pull of the trigger for these guns to unleash a dazzling array of colorful lasers. They were stunningly beautiful, but as the saying goes, the more alluring something is, the more deadly it can become. These lasers could pierce even the Flash's armor, in my opinion. They were far superior to the Rainbow Thief's goggles. However, do not recklessly eliminate anyone unless they fire upon you first. The thugs had no objections to their leader's orders. They were merely a bunch of aimless ruffians, not ruthless murderers, especially given their opponents. Only Yuri sensed that something was amiss, leading him into profound contemplation. No one noticed Yuri's deep thought as Axel continued his explanation. You don't need to breach the building. Just assist me in distracting the patrolling guards outside. Tom, Busk, and Patch. Axel began calling names. You are responsible for the left side, while Jim and Yuri will cover the right. Shortly, I will use my aerial walking shoes to slip into the 7th floor evidence room. When the alarm sounds, that's your cue to spring into action. Understood? Yuri and the thug quartet solemnly nodded in agreement. Excellent. Then let us commence our separate operations. As soon as the words left his lips, Axel activated his aerial walking shoes and began ascending into the sky step by step. The old, battered vehicle was parked at the bottom of a steep incline behind the branch building, far too steep for an ordinary person to scale. Thus, Axel ran ahead, tossing down several ropes for the others to climb. The branch building was designed in a U-shape, with entrances distributed on either side. Yuri and Jim sprinted along the wall toward the right side of the branch building, halting as they approached the entrance to hide behind the nearest pillar. From this vantage point, they could faintly discern 2 fully armed guards stationed at the entrance. Do you truly believe what the boss said? Yuri casually inquired from behind Jim. What do you mean? Jim responded without turning, peering intently toward the entrance. Yuri, stroking his chin in contemplation, pondered, how can one be certain that the network truly exists? What evidence do we have of the magician's connection to it? Jim turned back, his expression one of confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend Yuri's inquiries. He shared intelligence about the superheroes, the Flash, Jesse Quick, the Old Flash, Kid Flash. He possessed extensive knowledge of all the superheroes in Mid-City and Keystone City. insights that could only be known by someone of considerable stature. The second-generation magician was of a similar age to us. I cannot believe he could have uncovered such information independently. What other explanation could there be, if not that the network provided him with these details? Well, if you insist you're correct, then why does the network resort to theft? What could compel it to risk exposure, enlisting us novices for assistance? Do they not fear our potential failure? Jim paused, taken aback by these questions he had never considered. Seeing Jim's expression, Yuri realized he would not uncover any substantial revelations. He was now entirely convinced that Jim and his companions were being manipulated by the second-generation magician. If Jim had known any secrets, it would be one matter. But his ignorance posed a significant problem. Drawing the guards' attention and stalling them essentially meant serving as cannon fodder to cover Axel's escape. How contradictory it was to admonish against indiscriminate killing while equipping them with lethal weapons. Yuri did not believe that a band of untrained ruffians would understand the nuances of weapon usage, and given their tendencies, it was inevitable that gunfire would erupt, leading to a violent confrontation. Even with super weapons in hand, Jim and his unfortunate companions would stand little chance against elite forces. Over time, James and Jesse from Mid-City would arrive, leaving them with no choice but to surrender. As for Axel himself, equipped with his aerial walking shoes, he could easily depart once he secured the objective, unbothered by the ensuing chaos below. Even if Jim and the others were ultimately captured, the most they could divulge would be the term network, lacking knowledge of its headquarters, members, or plans. The existence of the network had never been a secret in Twin Cities. It had circulated as an urban legend for over a decade, with nearly everyone having heard of it, though few truly believed in its reality. It is even likely that they had already traced the network's threads. Their mission today was likely to steal documents that would genuinely threaten the network, as Axel's actions could hardly be justified otherwise. Had Jim and the others been shot on the spot rather than captured, the network would have had no cause for concern regarding exposure. Yuri surmised that from the very beginning, these 5 helpers had been cast aside by Axel. He had no desire to accompany Jim and his foolish companions to their demise. "Hey, Jim, look over there. Have the guards spotted us?" Suddenly, Yuri whispered, pointing towards the entrance. Jim was startled, quickly turning to look. Yet the guard at the door remained in his previous stance, his gaze unshifted towards them. Seizing the moment of Jim's turn, Yuri rolled up his sleeves, revealing a small broken watch on his wrist, and pressed the activation button with utmost haste. Only one extraterrestrial hero was suitable for this moment, Ghost Shadow. A fleeting green light shimmered, and Jim sensed something amiss behind him, turning back once more. However, there was nothing. No one, no object, not even Yuri, who had been at Jim's side, was in sight. "Yuri, where are you?" A peculiar sense of dread emerged from within Jim, as if the air temperature had plummeted several degrees. In truth, it was not an illusion. Yuri remained at his original position, less than 2 steps away from Jim. Yet he was entirely invisible. Ghost Shadow, a being of the Ictorians, resembled a ghost both in appearance and ability. Experiencing a phantasmal form was astonishing. Yuri instinctively felt he could penetrate any object. "Don't joke with me, buddy. Come out quickly. The alarm could sound any moment. We need to act." Jim swallowed hard, forcing a laugh. He had considered the possibility of Yuri fleeing, but the time had been too brief, too short for even Bolt to escape his line of sight, unless Yuri were the Flash. "Since you wish for my presence so much, here I am." Yuri controlled his form and directly penetrated Jim's body. Chapter 12. The Mantis catches the cicada. Wow. Is this what possession feels like? Jim raised his hands, clenched his fists, then relaxed them. Indeed, Yuri, transformed into Ghost Shadow, had possessed Jim, seizing control of his physical form. As for Jim's consciousness, it fell into a slumber. He would forget everything upon Yuri's departure from his body. Yuri utilized Jim's body to throw 2 punches, noting the lack of force. The sensation of possession was peculiar. After all, Jim's body was not Yuri's, resulting in a slight feeling of dissonance, yet overall movements were unaffected. It felt somewhat strange, though Yuri did not find it uncomfortable. Suddenly, an ear-piercing alarm blared, followed by 3 resounding explosions. A cold glint flashed in Jim's eyes. The second-generation magician had triggered the alarm, evidently having located the necessary items. The trio of Tang Rue on the left side began to wreak havoc, diverting the guard's attention. Unseen, a spirit floated out from Jim's body, and he collapsed to the ground as if his soul had departed, fainting. Yuri placed his hand on Jim's forehead. "When you awaken, you will forget everything that transpired over these 2 days." 7th floor evidence room. After a frantic search, Axel finally pinpointed his target, a deeply concealed, unremarkable safe. He produced a device reminiscent of a stethoscope and placed it against the safe, near the combination lock, diligently listening while he rotated the dial. Much like a scene from a film. However, the moment the device made contact with the safe, the gravity alarm system beneath it was triggered, unleashing a cacophony that reverberated throughout the entire building. Undeterred, Axel persisted, wholly engrossed in deciphering the lock. Bang, bang, bang. Approximately a minute later, a series of forceful knocks echoed through the air. It turned out that Axel had previously secured the door to the evidence room and firmly adhered it with a special adhesive. This adhesive, a magician's common prop, possessed such extraordinary stickiness that it could even restrain a freshly minted flash for several seconds, though it melted rapidly under high temperatures. The first guards to arrive at the evidence room discovered, despite their relentless battering, that the door remained impervious. A faint fruity scent wafted through the air. Is that fruit adhesive? Does anyone have a flamethrower? The initial magician was indeed the supervising agent, and his entire arsenal was no secret. The guards knew precisely what to do. As the alarm blared, the guards stationed on the floor rushed toward the commotion, armed only with their standard weapons, with neither the time nor the inclination to retrieve additional gear. Fortunately, they were equipped with another implement capable of generating intense heat, incendiary grenades. The guards swiftly retreated and hurled a grenade toward the door. Although it risked damaging the evidence nearby, there was little time to deliberate. Boom! The grenade erupted violently, flames leaping high and threatening to burn for several minutes, if not longer. Under the influence of the extreme heat, the fruit adhesive began to melt at a visibly accelerated pace, and the air grew thick with the acrid scent of burning. In a mere 30 seconds, the adhesive had nearly dissolved, prompting the guards to rush forward, extinguishing the flames at the door with fire extinguishers before forcefully breaching the entrance. This time, a gentle push was all it took to open the door. From the instant the alarm sounded to the moment the guards burst in, a little over 3 minutes had elapsed. Put down what you're holding. You are under arrest. In the corner of the evidence room, Axel had just opened the safe and retrieved a document comprising a dozen pages, its cover emblazoned with the word network. He gazed incredulously at the guards who had stormed in. What? I'm being arrested? You must be joking. You're certainly jesting. With a grin, Axel stuffed the document into his waist pouch and, in a sudden move, threw a smoke grenade toward the guards. His intentions were clear: to abscond with the document. Without hesitation, he dashed toward the windowsill, shattered the glass with a bullet, and leaped out into the unknown. At this moment, an unseen spirit drifted out from beneath the 7th floor floorboards. It was Yuri, transformed into a ghostly apparition. After erasing Jem's memories, he swiftly glided towards this direction. Upon arriving at the evidence room, he witnessed Axel leaping through the window in a hasty escape. Without delay, Yuri followed suit. Above in the sky, Axel, donned in aerial walking shoes, sprinted forward, eager to deliver the acquired information to the blacksmith. Yuri floated behind him, quickly catching up. The ethereal form of the ghost possessed remarkable malleability when incorporeal. He could morph into a long, invisible thread or extend his body like a stretching figure. In an astonishing display, Yuri's waist elongated, if a ghost had a waist, his upper body wrapping around Axel's front. Axel's waist pouch came into Yuri's view. Regrettably, it seemed today would be a fruitless endeavor for you, Yuri mused silently. He extended 2 slender tendrils, silently unfastening Axel's waist pouch, extracting the digital data within, and then zipping it closed. Being a mere novice, Axel remained blissfully unaware that someone had stealthily pilfered the information he had stolen. After securing the data, Yuri halted midair, ceasing his forward motion, while Axel, filled with joy, continued to sprint until he vanished from sight. With the information in hand, Yuri promptly returned to where Tony, Patch, and Busker were, systematically erasing their memories from the past 2 days. As for why Axel's memories were not also erased, the first reason was that it was unnecessary. Axel did not recognize Yuri to begin with, and would likely not remember him if they were to meet again. Moreover, he would not come back to reveal the existence of a 5th accomplice, suggesting that they had overlooked someone. Secondly, erasing memories is not a simple task. The stronger one's will, the more challenging it is to manipulate their memories. Axel, being a notorious supercriminal, possessed a significant advantage over an ordinary person, making it unlikely for Yuri to have any effect on him. In fact, there was a third point. Within this worldview, memory is intricately linked to the soul. Unless one cleanses a person's soul, it is impossible to truly erase their memories. One can only induce a deep forgetfulness, always leaving the possibility of recollection. A classic example is Zatanna, one of the top magical prodigies, who expended great effort to erase the memories of the secondary villain, Dr. Light, only for him to ultimately regain his memories. However, Yuri had not read the comics. so he was unaware of this nuance. Chapter 13. The Lightning Lad is. Some time ago, at the Central City branch, in the supervisor's office, 3 individuals were engaged in conversation. Among them was a figure clad in a yellow and red uniform with golden short hair, Lightning Lad. Seated in the supervisor's position was a middle-aged man nearing 40. Impeccably dressed in a suit, his expression grave, with a nameplate on his desk denoting his identity. James Jesse, the supervisor, observed the last individual, a man with a noticeable limp, leaning on a cane. He sported short brown hair, but what was most striking were his crimson eyes. And he appeared to be several years older than Kid Flash. You were saying that last night someone pilfered my former costumes and props, intending to usurp the title of the magician? In the United States, the relationship between local police departments and federal agencies is rather tenuous, and they operate independently. Consequently, even though James holds the position of precinct supervisor, he remains unaware of the events that transpired at the Wedge City Police Department yesterday. This man is Axel Walker, hailing from an affluent family in Central City, who has enjoyed a life of material comfort since childhood. However, following his parents' recent divorce, he began to cause trouble, gaining notoriety for drug use, public brawls, and vandalism, ultimately transforming into a second-generation magician. The brown-haired man introduced himself with a calm demeanor. Hearing this, James expressed surprise and praised the swift identification of the suspect's background, remarking on the impressive capabilities of the youngest criminal profiler. At this juncture, James sighed deeply, casting a wistful glance at the man, lamenting that had last year's incident not occurred, the position of Central City Precinct Supervisor would rightfully belong to you. Hunter, your absence is indeed a significant loss. It turned out that this young man with a limp was Hunter Zolomon, the very individual whom Detective Murillo of Wedge City had enlisted through Kid Flash to assist with the investigation last night. From the outset at the training headquarters, Hunter Zolomon exhibited remarkable talent and achievements, far surpassing his contemporaries in the field of criminal profiling. Such brilliance led to his exceptional promotion right after graduation, and he certainly merited it. Throughout his years of service, Hunter's analyses had never erred, yielding a remarkable track record. However, a year prior, during a particular case, Hunter's profiling analysis faltered for the first time, resulting in a gunshot wound to his left leg, rendering him permanently disabled. Yet, that was not the most devastating outcome. Believing in Hunter's judgment, 2 fellow agents perished, and even his father-in-law lost his life in the course of that case. Consequently, Hunter's wife divorced him, and he was compelled to relinquish his promising career. In an instant, Hunter transformed from a celebrated profiler into a near-penniless private investigator, occasionally assisting the Wedge City Police Department with inquiries. They were right to dismiss me. I was so prideful that I believed I knew everything, and ultimately, I caused the demise of so many. Hunter's expression was one of desolation, for that was the greatest failure of his life. It was not entirely your fault. You merely acted as you were trained. No profiler can guarantee infallibility, James reassured him calmly. Hey, guys, I truly dislike interrupting. But now is not the time for lamenting the past. We must hasten to unearth this new magician. Kid Flash interjected abruptly, cutting into their conversation. Lightning Kid is indeed correct. Axel has pilfered the magician's equipment. We suspect he may share a certain connection with you, perhaps fueled by animosity or adoration. Forgive my audacity, James, for you were once Hunter's escape from the recesses of memory, adopting a most businesslike demeanor. Do not take offense, even now. Many within the Bureau regard me with suspicion, yet I am no longer the person I once was. James gestured for Hunter to dismiss the concern and continued. I have never encountered Axel Walker, nor do I know anyone by the surname Walker. Hence I believe this individual harbors no resentment towards me. It is quite plausible that we are dealing with an imitator. Axel may be an ardent admirer of the original magician, and with the absence of the latter from the scene, he could have taken it upon himself to fabricate a new magician. Hunter speculated, noting that Axel's parents had recently divorced, which may have inflicted some adverse effect on him, exacerbating his mental state and steering him towards a path of crime. Our intelligence is regrettably scant. Prior to his next offense, we can only deduce this much. James nodded in agreement, his thoughts mirroring Hunter's precisely. Suddenly, the phone upon James's desk rang with a sharp trill. Apologies, this is a work number. As he answered, his expression shifted dramatically within mere seconds. Hunter, we need to revise our profiling analysis. After hanging up, James cast a dark gaze towards Lightning Kid and Hunter. Moments ago, Axel Walker infiltrated the evidence room of the Kestrel City Division and absconded with the network data. He is a subordinate of the Smith. What? Hunter's complexion paled. No one understood the implications of the network data better than he, as he had once spearheaded the investigation into it, and even now, he had not relinquished his pursuit. I will head over first. You both follow swiftly. Although Lightning Kid was unaware of the progress of the network investigation, the gravity of the situation was abundantly clear from James and Hunter's expressions. In a flash of yellow lightning, Lightning Kid vanished from the office. James, too, wasted no time in donning his combat attire, rallying the agent team to board the helicopter and depart. As for Hunter, his limping gait rendered him too slow to catch James's helicopter, forcing him to take a different one. Meanwhile, Yuri emerged from Bust's body, having subtly altered the memories of Paige and Tori. At this juncture, the quartet of ruffians had completely forgotten how they had arrived here, as well as any recollection of Yuri's involvement with them. The guards at the Kestrel City Division had already shackled Tori and the others, confining them to an interrogation room, including the previously rendered unconscious Gem, despite their ignorance regarding the sudden onset of their stupor. Just as Yuri contemplated his departure, a flash of electricity ignited the scene. Hey, fellows, what is the situation? Does anyone know where the magician has gone? Lightning Kid materialized from the electric spark. The sound seemed familiar. Floating in the air, Yuri felt a stirring in his heart. Although the intellect of the Ikaturians was not as advanced as that of the Gavins, their mental prowess was formidable, enabling them to vividly recall every detail of their memories. Thus, Yuri quickly remembered where he had heard the voice of the Lightning Lad, at the hamburger joint, Wally West. He was indeed the Lightning Lad. Chapter 14. The capture mode of the Little Watch. Yuri hovered in front of the Lightning Lad, covertly observing him. It was the first time since his arrival in this realm that he encountered a bona fide superhero, and curiosity filled his heart. Wally was completely oblivious to the fact that he was being scrutinized. He was engrossed in listening to a guard recount the recent commotion caused by Axel. Suddenly, a thought sparked in Yuri's mind. The Lightning Lad must be a superhuman. Perhaps I could capture him. Previously, when Yuri transformed into the Little Warrior, he had studied the Little Watch. While he could not activate the Master Control mode, he discerned how to utilize this device in its universal mode and the distinctions from its predecessors. The active transformation mode had been introduced earlier, and the charging mode required no further explanation. However, the capture mode was somewhat different. This watch's capture mode eliminated a significant limitation present in the earlier versions. It could not capture Enorian beings. The first and second generations could only scan non-existent entities, meaning that the Enorians, composed of pure energy, could not be stored in the database. Yet, although termed capture, the actual scope of this definition in the original text far exceeded expectations. Remarkably, the database contained various non-carbon-based life forms, such as the Diamond War God, the Shapeshifter, the Crystal Marvel, the Clock King, and the Energon Titan. Do such beings truly exist? What about Optimus Prime? There were even entities like the Nuclear Steel Man, a pure energy being, and the essence of living sound waves, Little Bobo, which, strictly speaking, possessed no physical form. Where did they come from? As for Superman, he was a cosmic entity. The absence of certain species was staggering. Upon reflecting on this, Yuri couldn't help but internally scoff. The Enorians are energy beings, and so is the Nuclear Steel Man, yet the Enorians cannot be captured by the Little Watch. The rationale being that Enorians do not exist? How absurd. Your energy may be powerful, but does radiation not warrant respect? Truly, this was absurdity at its peak. Thus, it was evident that the capture capability would not merely be confined to particles, elements, or energy. Any life form could be recorded in the database. Furthermore, Yuri's Little Watch could capture through touch, akin to the first generation, or shoot capturing rays for remote scanning like the second generation. However, remote scanning necessitated a prerequisite. The targeted life form must not resist during the capture, whether through voluntary compliance or incapacitation. Yuri remained uncertain whether the super speed of Kid Flash stemmed from a genetic mutation or some form of energy that granted such extraordinary velocity. However, he speculated that the broken watch should be capable of capturing him. The inhabitants of Earth universally recognized the Flash as the fastest being alive. While Kid Flash held the title of the swiftest youth, both could effortlessly reach the speed of light, and no instrument could ascertain their speed limits. Nor could anyone hope to catch them. As for who was faster between the Flash and Kid Flash, the consensus leaned towards the Flash possessing the superior speed. Should he successfully capture Kid Flash, Yuri anticipated acquiring a remarkably powerful transformation. Careful planning was essential, for this was the headquarters, and Kid Flash was no ordinary adversary. A failed capture could lead to dire consequences. Yuri mentally calculated the time. It had been over 5 minutes since he transformed into Spectre. Conservatively estimating, he surmised that he could maintain this form for just a bit longer than 4 minutes. While Yuri contemplated strategies to ensnare Kid Flash, the guards had already relayed the events to him. I have a general understanding of the situation. The magician should not have gone far. I will search for him in this vicinity, Wally stated, his expression solemn and his gaze composed, harboring an ominous premonition. Since the Flash's battle with the Weather Wizard 2 days prior, he had not been seen. Initially, Wally presumed the Flash had been summoned by the Justice League for a covert mission. However, a recent communication with the Justice League's satellite headquarters, the Watchtower, revealed to him that the League had no current operations. Subsequently, Wally visited the Flash's home, where Iris, the Flash's wife and Wally's aunt, disclosed a chilling truth. If this truth proved accurate and fell into the hands of those with malicious intent, such as online networks, Twin Cities might be on the brink of a catastrophic disaster. The events of the past 2 days compelled Wally to contemplate the worst-case scenario. Beyond the Flash, several of Wally's other friends were also embroiled in turmoil. Jesse Quick's company faced a significant financial crisis, with $500 million vanishing overnight, leaving her in a state of distress. The original Flash, Jay Garrick, now in his 60s, was confronted with a devastating reality as his wife Joan was diagnosed with terminal cancer, with only a month left to live. Consequently, the Garricks resolved to vacation in Denver during this time. Pulse, the grandson of the Flash, was not Jay's descendant but the current Flash. Wally believed him too young to engage in masked vigilante affairs, leading Pulse to accompany Jay to Denver instead. Big Guy, a superhuman friend of Wally with spatial abilities, had recently been shot in a freak accident, leaving him bedridden for an extended period. It seemed as though someone was systematically incapacitating the superheroes of Twin Cities. A monumental pressure, akin to a towering mountain, bore down upon Wally. This was the first time since embarking on his heroic journey that he felt such an immense burden. Previously, he could always rely on the Flash, who would surmount any obstacle without fail. Now, however, he found himself alone, fully aware that he must shoulder the responsibility himself. Regardless of who might be lurking in the shadows, Wally was determined to thwart their plans with every ounce of his strength. Once again, the golden lightning flickered, and Wally vanished from sight. Yuri had anticipated this moment and concealed himself within Wally's shadow as he spoke. The Spectre's speed of flight was not particularly swift. Some might even describe it as sluggish. Yet, it possessed a method of rapid movement, melding into the shadows. Much like the Shadow Legion, the Spectre could instantaneously traverse any area that bore a shadow. Within a mere second, Wally would have sprinted through every street and alley within a 5-kilometer radius of the division's headquarters. However, he found no trace of Axel, which was quite unusual. The magician's aerial walking shoes allowed him to run in the sky, but did not enhance his speed, given Axel's physical prowess. It was implausible for him to have exceeded this range. Wally furrowed his brow and began to accelerate, traversing the entirety of Keystone City in just 2 seconds. Along the way, he deftly incapacitated 2 robbers and a thief, yet Axel remained elusive. Chapter 15. Successful Capture, Speed Force in Hand on the Labyrinthine Streets of Twin Cities. Wally found himself running aimlessly, flitting between Central City and Keystone City. The golden lightning surged chaotically, his speed not overly impressive, perhaps a few hundred times the speed of sound. With no sign of Axel, he felt akin to a headless fly, careening about in desperation. From within Wally's shadow, Yuri cautiously emerged, extending a hand that gradually crept towards Wally's back. His lower half remained fused with Wally's shadow. Otherwise, at the current speed of the speedster, Wally would have vanished in the blink of an eye. With a mere thought, Yuri caused the small broken watch on his chest to sink into the Spectre's form, reappearing from his wrist. The third-generation watch had been bound to Yuri, rendering it impossible to remove by physical means. Even if Yuri's hand were severed, the watch would remain affixed. After transformation, the watch still adorned Yuri's hand, yet many extraterrestrial beings lacked arms, allowing Yuri to determine the watch's position post-transformation. Moreover, he could utilize the watch's fundamental features while transformed, negating the need to revert to human form for capture mode. Yuri deftly maneuvered his outstretched hand, aligning the watch's face with Wally's back before gently pressing it against him. The watch's hue shifted from green to yellow, indicating that capture mode had been activated. At the moment the watch made contact with Wally's back, it displayed a series of colossal datasets that fluctuated incessantly. Immediately thereafter, several bolts of lightning erupted from Wally's back, absorbed by the watch. Subsequently, a message inscribed in the language of the Gavins appeared on the dashboard. It indicated the detection of an unknown high-intensity energy, currently under analysis, with an estimated analysis duration of 18 hours, 26 minutes, and 47 seconds. While Wally was sprinting, he suddenly felt a sharp sting on his back, akin to the bite of a mosquito. However, this was utterly improbable. Wally was enveloped in a field of super speed, rendering him impervious to insect bites. Mistaking the sensation for a peculiar attack, Wally halted abruptly, casting a wary glance around while scratching his back. Recognizing the opportune moment, Yuri decided to withdraw, since the old watch had indeed captured the supernatural energy of the Lightning Kid. He had no reason to linger any longer and deftly melted into the shadows, following the path unique to the Icthurians, or rather the shadowy corridors they could traverse at will. Yuri emerged from beneath the dilapidated vehicle. With just over 2 minutes remaining before he would revert from his ghostly transformation, he had ample time. Yuri tapped the dashboard on his person to manually disengage the transformation, positioning himself snugly within the old vehicle's cabin. It is worth mentioning that before Axel and the others infiltrated the division, Yuri had strategically parked the vehicle at a less conspicuous hiding spot. After all, the old vehicle's proximity to the division made it exceedingly vulnerable to detection. It was likely that Axel and the others would be exposed before triggering the gravity alarm. Although this location was indeed discreet, the opposing team, led by James Jesse, comprised elite members, making it only a matter of time before they discovered it. As soon as Yuri completed the transformation, he swiftly drove the old vehicle away from this perilous locale. Meanwhile, within the evidence room of the Kestrel City Division, the aftermath of Axel's antics left the place in disarray. The current supervisor, James, along with former profiler Hunter, scrutinized every corner of the evidence room, while their team members dispersed to seek any potential clues, leaving no stone unturned. However, this method seemed unlikely to yield useful information. After observing for a while, Hunter sighed, stating that Axel's objective was quite clear: to seize the investigative materials concerning the network. He would not engage in superfluous actions, thereby diminishing the clues available to them. James remained silent for a considerable time, acutely aware that Hunter's assessment was indeed accurate. He could only hope that the captured criminals would divulge some invaluable intelligence. Report, Supervisor. The unconscious individual and 3 assailants have regained consciousness, announced one of James's agents. Exchanging a glance with Hunter, they simultaneously declared, "Take us to the interrogation room." The agent, efficient and succinct, immediately led James, while Hunter followed behind, leaning on his cane. For individuals, for interrogation rooms. With confidence, James and Hunter entered sequentially. One was a former notorious member of the underworld gang, and the other, a once brilliant profiling prodigy. Dealing with a few deluded ruffians misled by Axel was hardly a challenge. After some time, James and Hunter emerged from the last interrogation room, their expressions grave and their demeanor somber. "Hunter, what are your thoughts on their statements?" James inquired. "I wish they were merely putting on a facade, but after meticulously observing each of their expressions, gazes, and subtle gestures, I regret to inform you that they are speaking the truth, unless their psychological prowess surpasses mine," Hunter replied, lowering his head solemnly. Damn it. James had braced himself for this conclusion, yet hearing it from Hunter ignited a fury he could not contain. How could they remember nothing? How could they remember nothing at all? After tirelessly investigating for so long, the intelligence we painstakingly uncovered is snatched away. Years of effort, all for naught. The blacksmith, he uttered through gritted teeth, naming the leader of the network. No, not entirely. Hunter placed a reassuring hand on James's shoulder. Do you know why the network's files are maintained in paper form rather than electronic records? James was taken aback. You should be aware that I initially led the task force investigating the network, and I sensed it might have infiltrated our ranks, with files on computers vulnerable to deletion or tampering at any moment. Thus, I resolved that all materials related to the investigation would solely be in paper form, entrusted to those I deemed trustworthy. Hunter's expression grew serious, his voice lowered. However, that is not the entirety of it. In secret, I backed up all the materials to my personal computer, a fact known only to myself. Meanwhile, in the underground base of the network, Axel strode confidently into the blacksmith's office. Chapter 16, The Furious Blacksmith. I hope you bring me good news. The blacksmith's anticipation was palpable upon seeing Axel's demeanor. Of course, I have brought back the documents, Axel replied with a self-assured smile, unzipping his satchel to retrieve the materials. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Axel's efforts to extract the contents grew increasingly frantic, and the smile on his face began to fade. In desperation, he turned the satchel inside out, shaking it vigorously to spill its contents. What emerged were various deadly weapons disguised as magic props, exploding rubber chickens, hard shells, expanding gum, and itching powder. Yet conspicuously absent was the crucial network dossier. Rubbing his eyes, he still found nothing. The blacksmith's expression turned icy, and Axel broke into a cold sweat. Disbelief etched across his face. This is impossible. I had it. It was right here. Axel was adamant that he had placed the documents in the bag. The zipper was intact, the satchel undamaged, and he encountered no obstacles along the way. How could it possibly be missing? No matter how hard he racked his brain, he could not conceive of an extraterrestrial being capable of rendering itself invisible and stealing information from him. I require an explanation, the blacksmith stated with an air of indifference. And Axel felt a chilling dread course through him. He meticulously recounted his actions, detailing how he had recruited Yuri and others, how he had orchestrated the ruse with the gang of 4 as a cover, and how he had managed to evade the guards after acquiring the data. Upon concluding his account, Axel discreetly glanced at the blacksmith, who was staring at him with an inscrutable expression. "Are you certain you were not spotted on your way here?" The blacksmith suddenly inquired with an unexpected sharpness. Axel promptly assured him, "I am confident. I can guarantee that." A cold smile crept across the blacksmith's face. "Then how did that information vanish?" "I'm not certain," Axel replied, summoning his courage, "but I do not believe that data poses a genuine threat to the network. They are unaware of our location, ignorant of what lies beneath the surface, and they do not know the number of individuals involved in the network. The few peripheral members they are aware of could divulge little information." Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the blacksmith erupted, launching himself toward Axel, reducing the desk before him to splinters. In Axel's horrified gaze, the blacksmith's skin transformed into a shimmering blue metal, and he seized Axel by the throat. "I do not wish to hear, I do not know," the blacksmith growled, lifting Axel off the ground. The sensation of asphyxiation drove Axel into a frenzy of struggle. "Do you comprehend how crucial that data is to us?" The blacksmith thundered, his fury palpable. "The next phase of our plan is of utmost significance, and there can be no risk of leakage. They may not have yet recognized the truly vital aspects of that data, but eventually, they will piece together the complete picture. And when they do, we are all doomed. Perhaps you believe that with the Flash absent from Central City, we can act with impunity. But do not forget there is a damned satellite in the sky monitoring the entire planet. Should our plans be exposed, the Justice League will undoubtedly intervene. And we must proceed with utmost caution." Gasping for breath, Axel managed to plead, "I understand my mistake. But I assure you that the data is not in anyone's possession at this moment. Your plan still has time. Please grant me another chance to rectify my error." The blacksmith scrutinized him for a moment before finally loosening his grip. Axel collapsed to the ground, clutching his throat and retching uncontrollably. "I shall give you another opportunity. But remember, I will not tolerate a second failure." Axel exhaled in relief, having narrowly escaped death. "I will retrieve the data as swiftly as possible." "That will not be necessary," the blacksmith replied, shaking his head. "If the data is in James's hands, it will undoubtedly be hidden in a location we cannot access. If it has fallen into someone else's possession, that individual will come seeking us." Axel did not fully grasp the blacksmith's meaning, but he dared not ask further, silently awaiting the blacksmith's next words. "The Wedgestone City Police Department employs an external profiler named Hunter Zolom, who believes he has deceived me. However, I have long been aware of his connection with my ex-husband. Your task is to erase all files from Hunter Zolom's personal computer." The blacksmith tosses a palm-sized disc towards Axel. Affixing it to the computer will automatically delete the data. "Axel, do not disappoint me." Meanwhile, at Yuri's residence, he sits upon the worn seat of an old car, examining his spoils. The small, battered device continues to analyze the mysterious energy captured from the lightning lad, with an estimated remaining time of 17 hours before it can be utilized again. Shifting his attention to another piece of loot, he unfolds the network investigation materials on the table, sifting through them slowly. How intriguing this network appears to be. The documents, though not extensive, totaling only a few pages, are packed with astonishing information. The headquarters of the network remains shrouded in secrecy, and its location is still undetermined. All known supervillains in Central City have collaborated with the network to varying degrees, theoretically yielding a wealth of intelligence. Yet, in reality, every captured supervillain recalls having visited the network, but they forget its whereabouts and their activities within it. They exhibit no signs of mental illness, have not suffered head trauma, and bear no visible scars. Even the notoriously ruthless warden of Iron Mountain Prison has been unable to extract information regarding the network. The network monopolizes the black market in Central City and Wedgestone City, maintaining close trade relations with black markets across various states, making it a veritable treasure trove of goods. Estimates suggest that the annual transaction volume of the black market could reach $200 million. With the network siphoning off 20%, resulting in an annual profit of $50 million. Before long, Yuri has perused all the materials. In addition to detailing the network's operations, a notable section highlights that a select few supercriminals mysteriously vanished after committing a series of crimes, or remain at large, suggesting a deeper connection to the network than others. The final page specifically introduces the network's leader, providing information sourced from an anonymous informant. The leader, who goes by the name of the Blacksmith, is revealed to be Amunet Blake, the former supervillain known as the Masked Man and the ex-wife of Keith Kenyon, the current head of the Kenyon Guild in Wedgestone City. She began assembling the network 15 years ago. Chapter 17. When Central City lost the Flash, something feels amiss. After reviewing the network materials, Yuri's mind is clouded with doubts. At first glance, the document seems only to extol the network's formidable nature without offering any practical utility. It proves utterly unhelpful in deciphering the organization's workings, especially since even he does not regard the security of this document with particular seriousness, carelessly storing it in the evidence room. However, the network deliberately dispatched Axel to steal the information. What could be the reason behind this? Unless the Blacksmith believes that this documentation harbors intelligence capable of posing a threat to the network, there would be no need for her to concern herself with its existence. Moreover, she exercised great caution, intentionally employing a novice to execute the task. Initially, she orchestrated the theft of the magician's equipment to divert everyone's attention, ensuring that prior to the information's theft, it had likely never crossed anyone's mind to associate it with the network. Yuri, stroking his chin, revealed a contemplative smile. Regardless of the secrets concealed within the documents, they must hold significant importance for the Blacksmith. During the network's peak, their annual net profit soared to 50 million. Jem claimed that this heist could yield several $1 million. I am truly curious to ascertain whether it is indeed worth such a sum. Yuri resolved to sell this information to the Blacksmith, anticipating a profit of at least a few million, after which he would distance himself from the tumultuous affairs of the Central City. At that juncture, irrespective of any grand schemes the network might concoct, they would no longer concern him. As for where to go after leaving the Central City, Yuri had yet to formulate a solid plan. However, he had heard that Blue Valley Town boasts the lowest crime rate in the world, which should make it a pleasant refuge. In summary, he would no longer have to subsist on expired cereal. The mere thought of enjoying bountiful meals rich in meat, eggs, and dairy brought an involuntary smile to Yuri's lips. Wait. Suddenly, Yuri realized a grave issue. Selling the information to the network was a commendable idea, and with the watch in hand, he need not fear any backstabbing. But where was the network located? Damn it, why conceal themselves so thoroughly? Yuri cursed under his breath. Regardless, the network is not composed of fools. They would know the information was missing and would likely come searching for it. At that time, he would see if an opportunity for interaction presented itself. After securing the documents, Yuri lay down in bed and drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, in the residential area of Wedgestone City, a modest single-story house stood. James and Hunter arrived at the doorstep, accompanied by Kid Flash. Following the mysterious attack, Wally had remained on high alert for quite some time. However, the anticipated second assault never materialized. Feeling no physical discomfort, Wally surmised that his heightened emotions had led to a mere illusion, prompting him to abandon his aimless wandering and reunite with James and the others. Hunter retrieved a key and unlocked the door, allowing the trio to enter the house. Hunter, I have been contemplating something since earlier, James began as they walked inside. I have perused the network's files, and they contain little valuable intelligence. The network had no reason to go to such lengths to steal them. I had not yet joined your team during the investigation into the network. Was there something I was unaware of regarding the events that transpired? Or perhaps the information harbors some secret? Hunter shook his head and replied, I am equally perplexed as to why the network abruptly sought to reclaim that information. In truth, we were unable to uncover anything at the time. The network was too deeply concealed. The majority of the intelligence is derived from anonymous tips within the network. However, he has declined to meet with us and has refrained from divulging more detailed information. Our correspondence has been limited, thus I remain unaware of the informant's true identity, or even whether he is still alive. After a moment of contemplation, James remarked, the evidence has been stored in the evidence room for several months, providing ample opportunity for intervention, yet it is only now that the network has managed to abscond with it. This raises significant concerns. Perhaps I comprehend why the network has chosen this moment to act. At this juncture, Wally interjected. Both Hunter and James turned to him in unison, the latter's expression grave, as though he had perceived an ominous portent. The Flash is no longer in this world. Upon hearing this, Hunter and James stood frozen in shock, rendered speechless. Observing their reactions, Wally swiftly clarified, it is not as you might think. The Flash is alive, but he has merely traversed to another realm. James and Hunter exchanged glances. Speaking in unison, the mirror world? To be precise, I do not know, but it should not be that. Wally continued. Do you recall the confrontation between the Flash and the Weather Wizard a few days ago? Of course. The destruction wrought upon an entire street by the tornado and lightning was unforgettable. No one could possibly forget that scene. But wasn't he, the weather wizard, defeated? Indeed. The Flash triumphed over the weather wizard, yet few are aware of how he achieved this victory. At that moment, the tornado conjured by the weather wizard surpassed all known wind classifications, accompanied by an unfathomable number of lightning strikes. He had never been so powerful. Wally relayed the information he had received from Aunt Iris. To thwart the weather wizard, the Flash had to exceed the speed of light. I am uncertain why, but the Flash often cautioned me that speedsters should not recklessly surpass the speed of light, for it could provoke dire consequences. In the past, I was ignorant of what these severe repercussions entailed, but now I understand. The Flash has been drawn into an unknown, mysterious realm, and no one knows when he will emerge. Upon hearing Wally's words, James and Hunter immediately contemplated a troubling possibility. Goodness, are you suggesting that the network may have learned of the Flash's disappearance and thus initiated their actions? Wally nodded emphatically. It is not merely that. I suspect the network may be systematically targeting the Flash and my allies, such as Jesse Quick, the former Flash, and Grodd, among others. Before Wally could finish, a sudden insight struck Hunter. He seemed to grasp the network's intentions. A night passed without incident. The old rust bucket. Yuri rose late. With the sun already high in the sky, with no school to attend, life felt utterly despondent. Yuri idly mused, yet in the next moment, his attention shifted to the small, worn-out watch. After a prolonged wait, the little watch finally completed its analysis of the speed force. Yuri was eager to discover the nature of his new form and pondered what name it might bear. However, to his astonishment, he noticed that the number of unlocked transformations in the database still displayed a mere 10. He opened the transformation list and confirmed that it remained unchanged. There were still only the initial 10 heroic appearances, without a single alteration. How could this be? After such a prolonged period of analysis, he had yielded no results? Surely, a detailed report could have been provided. Just as frustration began to overwhelm him, and he contemplated transforming into the four-armed tyrant to seek out a confrontation, he finally detected a subtle change. In the lower right corner of the icon for the Flash star, a small green dot glimmered. Chapter 18. The Speedster Star. Yuri tapped on the Flash star's icon, and a virtual screen materialized above the small device. The screen displayed two images. On the left was the Flash star in its normal state, while on the right, a significantly altered version of the Flash star appeared. Its physique had grown more imposing, adorned with a lightning emblem on its chest, surrounded by blue electric arcs, resembling a Flash star version of the Flash. A description accompanied the image below. This form was identified as a mutation of the China Flash clan, which, after absorbing an unknown energy source, would experience a geometric increase in speed, with the upper limit of enhancement being incalculable. The energy core could not convert this type of energy, resulting in a considerably reduced duration of transformation, necessitating continuous recharging. The Speed Force, being one of the 7 fundamental forces of the universe, could not simply be converted at will. Only speedsters could establish a connection with the Speed Force, with the Lightning family being the group most closely linked to it. Barry nurtured the Speed Force, Wally transcended it, and Bart fused with it. Yuri, not being a speedster himself, could not connect with the Speed Force, and the small device could not forcibly communicate with it either. It could only utilize the minuscule amount of Speed Force energy absorbed from Wally as a medium to quietly establish contact with the Speed Force barrier, continuously siphoning off Speed Force energy as a supplement. The advantage of this method was that the transformation relied entirely on the energy of the Speed Force, without depleting the device's own energy reserves. Moreover, as it was an energy-based transformation, it could circumvent the device's protective mechanisms. Even if the stored Speed Force energy were to be exhausted, the transformation would not revert. Instead, it would automatically revert to the normal form of Flash Star, at which point the protective mechanisms would activate. The downside was that the rate of siphoning was relatively slow, allowing only 3 minutes of transformed state from a day's worth of energy. Fortunately, the device's energy core had recently been upgraded with a Speed Force storage module, capable of holding approximately 30 days' worth of Speed Force energy. Stealing Speed Force was not an extraordinary tactic. It had been showcased during the battle between the Flash and the Gorilla in issue 52, where Dr. Elias, a mere mortal, had surreptitiously drained an unquantifiable amount of Speed Force through his research on Barry. In addition to the 5th-generation Reverse Flash, Daniel unexpectedly came into contact with the Speed Force. He was inherently incapable of connecting with it. The Speed Force within him diminished gradually. Consequently, he resorted to siphoning Speed Force from other speedsters. Yuri remained oblivious to the secrets of the speedsters, He merely understood that the variant of the flash star could not be utilized as a regular form. 3 minutes a day was neither particularly long nor short, and for the time being, it could only serve as a trump card. The name Flash Star variant was rather cumbersome. He decided to simply refer to it as the Speed Star. Yuri contemplated a name for this new form. What should he do next? He had finished reviewing the materials, and he was aware of the analysis results regarding the speed force. The sun hung high in the sky. With ample time remaining before dusk, he had nearly completed the books at the Central City Library, and there were neither classes nor books left to read. Training? If he could awaken his latent abilities, he could devote time to studying magic, but what was there to refine with a broken watch? As for transforming into an alien and running amok, Yuri was no longer a 10-year-old child. He had long outgrown the age of childish whims, and besides, it would be easy to get into trouble. After much contemplation, he found himself at a loss for activities, and boredom began to set in. If only he knew where the network was located, he could go directly to it, rather than idly passing the time. Although he had contemplated retreating to Blue Valley, Yuri was a pragmatic individual. Without money, relocating to a new city was an impossibility. The journey alone would incur significant fuel expenses, and he was uncertain if he could afford rent thereafter. While he could reside in his dilapidated car, he still needed to cover utilities and ensure he had food to eat. Lacking any qualifications, he could only seek the most menial jobs, laboring tirelessly yet earning meager wages. How could someone endowed with a golden finger live such a dismal existence? It wouldn't take long before Yuri succumbed to darkness. He needed to secure some funds from the network. But where was the network? Yuri tilted his head, gazing out the window, where he spotted a bar named Spinning Dick. As it was daytime, it was closed. He stared at the bar's sign, suddenly recalling the one where Axel and the gang had congregated on the streets. At that time, Axel had openly mentioned the rogue gang in the bar, and neither the bartender nor the other patrons had reacted. Perhaps that bar wasn't directly affiliated with the network, but it was likely a similar venue where criminals frequently gathered. With this thought in mind, Yuri leapt from his bed, took his place in the driver's seat, and drove toward the bar he had visited yesterday. Meanwhile, in the studio of Hunter Zolman, after an entire night of discussions, Hunter had outlined a clear course for James and Wally. First was Jesse Quick. Half a month prior, $500 million belonging to the Shoeinsure Corporation had been illegally transferred, resulting in the freezing of the company's accounts. To stabilize the situation and uncover the truth, Jesse Chambers must personally preside over the board meeting. Unlike Wally and the Flash, Jesse Quick is not an anonymous hero. Her true identity is well known, and she bears no fear of exposure. This is largely due to her lineage. Her father is Johnny Quick and her mother is Liberty Bell, making their family a trio of superheroes. No villain dares to seek vengeance against Jesse's family. Next is the old Flash, who departed for Denver upon discovering his wife was in the late stages of cancer. Following him is the formidable Brute, who was ambushed while accompanying his wife on a shopping trip just a week prior. He was shot by a sniper, whose identity remains elusive, but fortunately, the Flash arrived in the nick of time to save him. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Lastly, we have the Flash himself, who vanished just days ago after being attacked by the long-missing Weather Wizard. Hunter recounted all these events that transpired within the last fortnight. James and Wally listened intently. These incidents appeared to lack correlation, leading us to believe there was merely an uptick in criminal activities in Twin City. However, they are indeed interconnected. Hunter activated his personal computer and retrieved the backup data. The network had maintained close contact with several criminals, not just superhumans, but ordinary offenders as well. After all, criminal organizations always seek to recruit fresh talent. At the time, we did not give this matter the attention it deserved. Ultimately, it was futile, as those who engaged with the network subsequently vanished without a trace. You see, a year ago, the network recruited a killer known as the Rewrote, who was proficient with various firearms. 9 months ago, the Blacksmith established frequent communication with a brilliant hacker. 6 months ago, the second-generation Mirror Master, Evan McCulloch, joined the network. The network might have contacted the Weather Wizard through the Mirror Master. Long before, the Blacksmith had been plotting against the Flash. Hunter concluded, I am still uncertain of the Blacksmith's intentions. Perhaps he aims to dominate Twin City or to destroy it. Maybe he simply seeks to eliminate the Flash. Regardless, it cannot bode well. James interjected. In any case, their next move will undoubtedly target the superheroes of Twin City, and currently, aside from Kid Flash, the only other active superhero is, oh no, Wally exclaimed. Chapter 19. The Pied Piper and Leonard in the parking lot across from the villain's bar. Yuri parked his old clunker. The bar bore Yuri's name, as there was no sign indicating its title. I knew there had to be something amiss. How could a bar remain open during the day? Gazing intently at the establishment, Yuri felt assured he had arrived at the right place. Eagerly, he retrieved the toy binoculars he had purchased from the supermarket for a mere $3.05 and began peering through the window of the bar. The villain's bar was quite small, with only the window side accommodating patrons, while the opposite end housed the bartender's counter. Thus, by observing the window, one could easily ascertain the number of individuals inside. He noticed a figure slumped over a table, with white hair and a blue sleeveless jacket. This was undoubtedly the drunkard he had encountered during his previous visit. Apart from this individual, no other patrons could be seen. The location is rather remote, with few pedestrians on the road, and not a single soul could be found within the bar. After observing for a considerable duration, Yuri still had not encountered the person he sought. What should he do now? Perhaps he could simply enter and inquire with the bartender about the whereabouts of the network? Just as impatience began to set in and he contemplated a more forceful approach, a twist of fate presented itself. A figure of dubious intent entered the bar. How suspicious was he? Rather than taking the path, he chose to descend from the rooftop of the adjacent building using a rope. As if that were not enough, he was clad entirely in a form-fitting black outfit during the day, complemented by green boots, a green cloak, and a green hood. A green flute was tucked at his waist. Aside from the black base, he was adorned entirely in green. This attire appeared exceedingly peculiar, yet in Twin City, few were unaware of what such garb signified. Could this individual be the Pied Piper? Yuri's interest was piqued. The Pied Piper was indeed a figure of renown, having once associated with a gang of rogues, only to later reform for reasons unknown, emerging as an anonymous street hero and collaborating multiple times with the Flash. His reformation had been exclusively reported by Linda Park, the fiancée of the Flash, a former villain turned hero, clandestinely visiting a bar suspected of criminal activity. What could this imply? Speculating would yield no answers. Thus Yuri resolved to investigate personally. He activated his small device, transform into a specter. Inside the bar, the Pied Piper seemed not to be there for libations. Upon pushing the door open, he made a beeline for the solitary occupied table. What have you summoned me for, Leonard? You must be aware that our meetings are ill-advised. The white-haired man, Leonard, rose from the table, rubbing his weary eyes, the stench of alcohol wafting around him. Pied Piper, you've arrived. Won't you sit for a drink? It's on me. No thanks. The Pied Piper replied, taking a seat across from Leonard with an impassive demeanor. What is it that you wish to obtain from me? Why the hostility? I am a law-abiding citizen now. Leonard crossed his arms, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Old friend, it has been quite some time. Are you planning to maintain that sour expression indefinitely? At these words, the Pied Piper fell into silence. After a moment, he sighed, his expression softening considerably as he inquired, "How is Lisa?" No sooner had the words left his lips than Leonard's smile vanished, his countenance darkening. Her brain tumor is growing increasingly severe. The doctors say there is little hope for recovery. Do you know what I felt at that moment? Leonard lifted his gaze, fixing a fierce stare upon the Pied Piper. His expression twisted with rage. I wished to freeze that incompetent doctor who could not save my sister, shattering his head into icy fragments. No, I would freeze the entire hospital. I have exhausted all my savings, even selling the company I built with Lisa, all for the sake of securing her the finest treatment. Yet, the sole response I received was that she may never recover. Ultimately, I find myself powerless, reliant on them to sustain Lisa's life. Why must God take away my only family? Why must I endure this? Leonard murmured to himself. The Pied Piper patiently waited for Leonard to unleash his emotions before speaking. The previously gentle expression vanished from his face. This is precisely why everyone adores Lisa, yet holds disdain for you. Leonard, you consistently choose to conveniently forget your own transgressions. The Pied Piper, with a stern countenance, pointed at Leonard and declared, if not for your arrogance, Lisa would not be in this state. Mark, Sam, and Mick have all suffered because of you. Do not present yourself as a pitiful figure before me. I grieve for Lisa's plight. Yet I will not extend my sympathy to you, nor will I forgive your past actions against the Scoundrels Gang. You will not forgive my actions against the Scoundrels Gang? Then what of your own? Leonard's anger flared as the Pied Piper rebuked him. You betrayed us, when you were lost in the thrill of crime. It was the Scoundrels Gang that sheltered you. I helped you reclaim your identity. Even after we discovered your true nature, we accepted you. But how did you repay us? You dared to date a cop, even withdrawing from the Scoundrels Gang to act as some absurd vigilante against us. You betrayed us. The Pied Piper's fury was ignited. I did not betray the Scoundrels Gang. I have never disclosed any information about the gang to David, nor did he ever coerce me to do so. My intention in preventing your crimes was to ensure you would not forever be fugitives. Indeed, you wished for us to become the pawns of those politicians. proclaiming Black Lives Matter while adhering to white supremacy, and you dare to call this redemption? Leonard scoffed. Old James and Mick fell for your deceit and genuinely joined. But I shall never do so. They will not become anyone's lackeys. They act according to their own volition. The Pied Piper's expression gradually softened. He found himself questioning why he was engaging in a quarrel with Leonard, even pondering the purpose of his presence there. Leonard, no, Lenny. I am grateful for all your past assistance, but you must recognize what is just. Upon uttering these words, the Pied Piper rose from his seat and strode towards the door. Recently, the network has been making significant moves. At that moment, Leonard's voice echoed from behind the Pied Piper. The blacksmith has sent a little imp to steal old James's gear, now claiming the title of the second-generation magician. Last night, he caused quite a commotion at the division. I presume you were not informed of these events. The Pied Piper halted momentarily, furrowing his brow and inquiring. What do you mean? The blacksmith is targeting the Flash's allies. I am unaware of how many have already fallen victim, but it will inevitably come around to you. Leonard sighed deeply, expressing his concern for the old members of the rogue gang. He did not wish for one of them to fall prey to an unknown adversary, thereby tarnishing the gang's reputation. After uttering these words, Leonard rested his head on the table and drifted into a deep slumber. The flute player, with a complex expression, murmured his thanks before pushing the door open and stepping outside. Unbeknownst to anyone, an invisible entity trailed behind him as he exited. Chapter 20. The flute player arrested. Charged with patricide, Yuri was exhilarated, feeling as though he had eavesdropped on a momentous secret. As a denizen of Wedge City, he may not have encountered the rogue gang up close, but the repercussions of their battles with the Flash were inescapable. The tempest conjured by the weather wizard had long since wearied the citizens of Twin Cities. Many might speculate that such widespread conflict would inevitably injure numerous civilians, much like in Metropolis, Boston, or Gotham. However, this was the city of the fastest man alive. Regardless of the destruction wrought by the rogue gang, the Flash could instantaneously relocate all residents to safety. This distinction set the Flash apart from other heroes. His super speed prioritized the evacuation of the populace over confronting adversaries. Moreover, the rogue gang adhered to their cardinal rule, to kill only when absolutely necessary. Everyone understood this, whether robbing banks or pilfering treasures. If the perpetrators were identified as the rogue gang, the public would instinctively comply. As long as they did not provoke the gang, no harm would come to them. Ultimately, they knew that the Flash would inevitably defeat them, and stolen money or treasures would eventually be restored. Even when other villains in the city violated the rules and unleashed chaos, or when someone threatened to annihilate Central City, the rogue gang would stand shoulder to shoulder with the Flash in battle, a rarity among heroes in other cities. It was indeed astonishing. Yet that was the essence of the rogue gang. They operated under the principles of righteousness, even within their thievery. Thus, when the rogue gang ceased their criminal activities and sought redemption, most found it hard to believe. Curiosity abounded regarding the reasons behind their dissolution. For the past 18 months, speculation had run rampant without a definitive answer. Now, Yuri had finally gleaned part of the truth. The disintegration of the rogue gang appeared closely tied to Captain Cold. Leonard snarled. His past actions had evidently inflicted severe harm upon the gang members, to the extent that even the typically mild-mannered flute player held a grudge against him. It seemed that Captain Cold still cared for his former comrades, or perhaps felt a sense of guilt. Otherwise, he would not have cautioned the flute player to be wary of the network. As Yuri returned to his dilapidated vehicle, he watched the flute player scaling rooftops and pondered his next move. He started the car and followed in the direction the flute player had taken. Sooner or later, the network would target the flute player, and to follow him was tantamount to following the network. Yuri meticulously controlled his speed, careful not to draw too close to the flute player, yet also ensuring he did not stray too far away. Certainly, Yuri did not genuinely pursue the Pied Piper. After all, the latter was a seasoned supervillain. While not as deranged as those in Gotham, he certainly possessed fundamental counter-surveillance skills. During the tedious hours of surveilling the bar, Yuri did not merely idle, but transformed into a diminutive sentinel, crafting a rudimentary signal transmitter with a reception range of 100 meters. As the Pied Piper exited the bar, Yuri discreetly affixed the transmitter to the back of his hood. 100 meters was not an extensive distance, particularly as the Pied Piper maneuvered atop the building. Any overt following would quickly reveal Yuri's presence. Tracking was indeed a skilled endeavor. He pondered how Batman managed to infiltrate the underworld and locate their clandestine hideouts with such finesse. Yuri recalled the Gotham News reports showcasing Batman's successful covert operations in apprehending various miscreants. Were it up to Yuri, he would likely have to don the guise of a phantom, devoid of protective mechanisms, to achieve similar results. perhaps weighed down by the captain's words. The Pied Piper appeared troubled. Perhaps Yuri's adept control of his vehicle allowed him to remain undetected until the Pied Piper returned home, silently committing the villain's address to memory. Yuri drove his dilapidated car to a distant free parking lot. The fines for illegal parking were substantial. Yuri preferred to take the longer route. With the target identified, he merely needed to maintain his vigil. The Pied Piper resided in an utterly ordinary apartment complex, with each room featuring windows. The opposing building was similarly an apartment complex, allowing both sides to peer through their windows at each other. However, monitoring the Pied Piper through the window was out of the question. Any rational individual would avoid exposing themselves to such scrutiny. Not being able to observe him was inconsequential. Yuri harbored no curiosity regarding the Pied Piper's private life. He merely needed to lie in wait, anticipating the arrival of his network associates. Inside the apartment was irrelevant. The emergence of any suspicious individuals outside would undoubtedly signify the arrival of the prey Yuri awaited. Thus, during the day, Yuri surveilled the apartment building, and at night, he followed the Pied Piper from a distance, observing him patrol the area. Whenever he encountered someone poised to commit a crime, he would intervene, administering a beating to the offender, sending the more severe cases to the police, while resolving lesser incidents on the spot. Occasionally, when faced with particularly vile individuals, such as those attempting to assault innocent girls, Yuri would clandestinely assist, employing his spectral persona to dismantle their spirits. The Pied Piper seldom played his famed enchanted flute nowadays. He preferred to act decisively, resorting to his flute only when outnumbered. In such instances, all who opposed him would succumb. Upon the Pied Piper's return to his apartment, Yuri would don his phantom guise to retrieve the signal transmitter, only reattaching it once the villain had left the premises. This precaution was to avert any sudden laundry endeavors by the Pied Piper that might lead to the discovery of the transmitter. The first day, the second day, and the third day passed in succession, yet the Piper remained inactive. The anticipated assault had yet to materialize. However, Axel, the second-generation magician, had orchestrated a significant incident. Coincidentally, it was the very day after Yuri had commenced surveillance on the Piper that Axel invaded the residence of Hunter Lasivi, obliterating all information stored on Hunter's personal computer. It is said that Lightning Boy was present at the time, but instead of apprehending Axel, he found himself outsmarted and ensnared within a hard shell, unable to move. Following the successful completion of his mission, Axel vanished into the night. At that moment, Yuri was still fixated on the Piper's apartment building, entirely unaware of the unfolding events. By the time news of the second-generation magician's brazen intrusion into a private home emerged, it was already too late. On the evening of the fourth day, Yuri continued his watch over the apartment building. At 10:30 p.m., it was time for his patrol. With precision, he activated his small device to transform into a shadow, as the Piper invariably departed for work at this hour. Yet, the Piper not only remained indoors, but was also confronted by intruders. 4 armored vehicles arrived at the entrance of the apartment, and a dozen fully armed elite agents stormed the building, forcefully kicking down the Piper's door. Hartley Lasivi, you are accused of murdering your parents. The Piper, seated before a mirror, turned to face the agents, tears streaming down his face as he trembled and uttered, I confess. Chapter 21. The Master of Mirrors. What in the world was happening? Yuri, now incorporeal, entered the room and witnessed the Piper being handcuffed and roughly escorted away. Throughout the entire ordeal, the Piper offered no resistance, submissive as a pet dog, his face etched with regret. An hour prior, the bodies of the Lasivi couple had been discovered in their home, the cause of death being gunshot wounds. The police department of Kestrel City promptly intervened, ultimately discovering that surveillance footage revealed only one individual had entered the Lasivi mansion that day. Indeed, it was the Piper himself, armed with a firearm matching the caliber of the bullets that had slain the Lasivi couple. Furthermore, the timing of his departure coincided precisely with the time of the couple's demise, making him the sole suspect. Realizing that the perpetrator was likely the Piper, the Kestrel City police acted swiftly, contacting Supervisor James Jesse urgently. This led to the forceful entry and the Piper's capture. If not for unforeseen circumstances, the case would have been effectively closed, as the Piper had already confessed and surrendered. His daily routine consisted of either remaining in the apartment or venturing out to combat crime, leaving his neighbors oblivious to his whereabouts. However, an unexpected twist did occur. For Yuri had been monitoring the Piper closely these past few days. He could assert with certainty that at the time of the incident, the Piper had remained within the confines of his apartment and had never ventured to the Lasivi mansion. This case was evidently a fabrication devised by the network, orchestrating the deaths of the Piper's parents and framing him for the crime. Yet why does he refrain from defending himself? The one thing that perplexes Yuri is why the piper, clearly innocent, chooses to admit guilt, his expression of remorse appearing genuine. It seems as though the piper truly believes he has slain his own parents. It is bizarre, exceedingly so. Contemplatively, Yuri glided to the piper's side, extending his hand toward his head. The spectral hand passed effortlessly through the scalp, delving into the depths of the brain. Indeed, there was something amiss. Some force was influencing the piper's memories and consciousness. Utilizing the telepathic gifts of the Ikterui people, Yuri swiftly discerned traces of hypnosis within the piper's mind. However, the pressing question remained: who had hypnotized him? This particular technique compelled the piper to subconsciously believe he had killed his parents, even in the absence of any detailed recollections. Thus, Yuri found himself unable to unravel the hypnosis without the piper's cooperation. He recalled that upon bursting in, the piper had been weeping before the mirror. Could the mirror itself be at fault? In an instant, Yuri realized the true perpetrator's identity: the master of mirrors. No one else could conceal themselves within a mirror, nor could anyone else employ a mirror to hypnotize another. With this revelation, Yuri swiftly returned to the room where the piper had been captured, pressing his hand against the mirror's surface, amplifying his perceptive abilities to their zenith. Sure enough, he sensed a faint consciousness concealed within the mirror. This elusive awareness soon dissipated, yet it did not vanish. Rather, it shifted to the glass of the window. The master of mirrors could project his consciousness onto any reflective surface, rendering him one of the most elusive individuals in existence. His corporeal form could traverse from one mirror to another, albeit only by navigating the correct path within the mirrored realm. He could not simply will himself to any location. Of course, the master had transferred his consciousness to the window not out of awareness of Yuri's presence, but to ensure that the piper was taken away without a hint of resistance. Yuri stood behind the window, observing the despondent piper being escorted into a prison cart. In the pale, mirrored world, McLaughlin admired his handiwork through the glass. As the cart gradually receded, it was time for him to return and report to the blacksmith. "I know you are here, Master of Mirrors. I possess what the network requires." At that moment, a dark, distorted voice echoed in McLaughlin's ears, sending a chill down his spine. He shifted his gaze toward the source of the sound, yet found nothing there. "Trying to play tricks on me?" McLaughlin scoffed, transitioning between the mirrors within the room. Glass. Water-esque surface. All reflective surfaces were traversed, yet he discovered no trace of another's presence. "Do not attempt to find me. I stand right before you, though you cannot see me." Yuri floated before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window on the balcony, the largest reflective surface within the room. Gradually, a figure began to materialize on the glass, vividly alive and strikingly clear, akin to a video call, albeit with the screen replaced by the window itself. McClocky appeared to be of a similar age to the Pied Piper, clad in a tight orange suit, adorned with a deep green half-mask that concealed all but his mouth and chin, an enigmatic choice of attire. His wristbands and belt matched in their deep green hue. And in his hand, he wielded a mirror gun, the very instrument enabling his traversal through the mirror realm. Yuri cautiously approached the window, curious to determine whether his incorporeal form could penetrate the mirrored world inhabited by McClocky. However, he found himself unable to do so, as he simply passed through the window and emerged outside the building. "Who are you, and what is it that you seek?" McClocky inquired with an outward calm, though an undercurrent of suspicion surged within him. Was the figure before him an invisible superhuman, or merely an ordinary person cloaked in invisibility? How was it aware of the network? "I am Jiska, and I require an audience with the network for a business proposition," Yuri intoned, his voice hauntingly unpleasant and chilling, a sound that could undoubtedly earn him a role in a horror film. McClocky felt compelled to inquire whether the individual suffered from some ailment affecting his throat. A person speaking in such a manner would surely lose their voice in time. As long as no ill intent is directed towards the network, all are welcome to conduct business. However, I am not the appropriate contact for this matter. "You have mistaken your interlocutor," McClocky stated, his expression impassive. "Is that so? Then what if I possess this?" Yuri produced the documents he carried, rendering them visible to McClocky. It should be noted that Yuri's ability allowed him to render both objects and individuals intangible upon contact. Upon seeing the word network on the documents, McClocky's pupils dilated in alarm. He recognized how greatly his superior, the blacksmith, valued this information. Axel had nearly faced dire consequences for misplacing it. "What is it you desire?" McClocky asked earnestly this time. "You do not represent the network and lack the authority to negotiate with me," Yuri retorted bluntly. "Tell the blacksmith that if she wishes to keep her plans concealed, she must arrive alone at my designated location by noon tomorrow, otherwise." Yuri let out a cold chuckle, I shall deliver this document to the operations office of the Super Investigation Department. Of course, you may test whether I am capable of such a feat, provided you are willing to wager. Upon hearing the mention of the Super Investigation Department, McCloskey's demeanor shifted to one of trepidation. The network had managed to evade scrutiny from the department for years precisely because the blacksmith had refrained from extending her reach beyond the city's core and had not engaged in any overtly reckless behavior. However, should her current schemes come to light, the Super Investigation Department would undoubtedly take action. What is the location you have designated? McCloskey queried. A glint of determination flashed in Yuri's eyes. The Flash Museum. Chapter 22. The enraged Wally at the police station in Keystone City. The Special Operations Unit brought the pan flutist here. Chael, the Murillo duo, and Kid Flash were anxiously awaiting at the entrance, alongside a large middle-aged African-American man. The man cast a malevolent smile at the handcuffed pan flutist. Wally, who shared a close bond with the pan flutist, rushed over upon seeing him. Hartley, the pan flutist, hearing Wally's call, lifted his head in a daze to look at his friend. Wally had never seen the pan flutist appear so haggard. He felt a deep sense of injustice for his friend's plight and an unusual anger towards the network's actions. However, as he moved closer, he was halted by the escorting SWAT officers. I'm sorry, sir, you cannot proceed any further. Kid Flash, you mustn't come over. I'm in a precarious situation right now. The pan flutist said despondently. There must be some mistake. The murderer of your parents cannot possibly be you. Wally shouted passionately, advocating for the pan flutist to the officers. Officer, the pan flutist has been wrongfully accused. We must uncover the truth. Unfortunately, with all evidence pointing towards the pan flutist and his own confession, no one would believe he had been framed, even if the words came from Kid Flash himself. They are correct, Kid Flash. The pan flutist is indeed a highly dangerous supercriminal. You would do well to keep your distance. The large middle-aged man approached with a grin, reminding Wally. Wolf, what do you want? Wally retorted, harboring a strong dislike for this man, not due to any racial bias, but simply because of his disdain for Gregory Wolf. Wolf, the warden of Iron Mountain Prison, was known for his ruthlessness and cruel methods, deriving pleasure from torturing the supercriminals confined within his prison, many of whom had perished from such torment. To draw an inappropriate analogy, Wolf could be likened to a version of a Kaino. One could only speculate what he had endured in his past. For the supercriminals of Mid-City, Iron Mountain Prison was akin to hell. Despite the frequency of breaches at Iron Mountain not being less than that of Blackgate Prison, Wolf chuckled. I struggle to comprehend your words, Kid Flash. What do I want? I desire nothing. I am merely here to collect my prisoner. That is all. Unlike others, Wolf scoffed at the misguided notions of the rogues, utterly unconvinced that criminals could reform. Even if the pan flutist endeavored earnestly to combat crime and atone for his past, it held no significance in Wolf's eyes. A supercriminal remained a supercriminal. The pan flutist is innocent. I believe in him, Kid Flash asserted, gazing at Wolf with determination. The latter retracted his smile, responding with a malevolent gaze. I am aware of your friendship with the Pied Piper. Perhaps this sentiment has clouded your judgment, Flash. Before you stands not a reformed masked vigilante, but rather a cold-blooded murderer. Not far away, Chair and Murillo observed the unfolding events with heavy hearts. Years of relentless investigation into superhuman crimes had not failed to reveal the ambiguities of this incident. Yet, such insights could not alter the fate of the Pied Piper, for no evidence existed to prove his innocence. If the Flash were to return, he would not take kindly to this. We must act, Chair stated grimly. In this matter, our options are limited. Murillo sighed, producing a lighter to ignite a cigarette. The surveillance footage features the Pied Piper, and technicians found no signs of tampering. This is indisputable evidence. Chair, undeterred, sought to win his partner's support. What about motive? Why would he kill his own parents? How did you become a police officer? Murillo retorted. The Pied Piper's parents possessed a net worth exceeding $40 million. Believe me, when it comes to framing someone, no motive surpasses that. Hearing Chair's words, Murillo recognized that his partner had reached a state of desperate concern, even stooping to ask such foolish questions. After all, the Pied Piper had once been a notorious supercriminal. Despite his supposed reformation, Murillo inhaled deeply, exhaling before the smoke reached his lungs, and continued, but you must consider, Chair, how many officers in this precinct would be shocked by a murder conviction for the Pied Piper? Like you, I am unwilling to accept this. Yet we truly can do nothing. Chair clenched his fists, knowing Murillo spoke the truth, but he could not bear the weight of such injustice. Murillo gently grasped his fist, shaking his head slightly. Meanwhile, the prison guards brought in by Wolf were transferring the Pied Piper to a specialized transport vehicle for superhuman criminals at Iron Mountain Prison. Ignoring the guard's objections, Wally appeared before the Pied Piper in an instant. What are you doing, Flash? Step away from the Pied Piper at once, or I will consider you an accomplice. Wolf threatened angrily. Wally disregarded Wolf's menacing words, placing his hands on the Pied Piper's shoulders, his eyes filled with hope. You are clearly not in your right mind, but I believe you are innocent. Wonder Woman of the Justice League possesses a lasso of truth. It can help you break through the fog and see the reality. Flash, I do not wish to repeat myself. Move away. Wolf growled, veins bulging on his forehead. Wally remained oblivious to the threat, only wishing for the Pied Piper to utter the words he longed to hear. Hartley, speak up. You must defend yourself and assert your innocence. If you declare your purity, I shall take you to seek the aid of Wonder Woman. The Pied Piper was taken aback, not expecting the only individual to believe in him would be Kid Flash. Inspired by Wally, the Pied Piper rekindled hope and racked his brain to recall the fragments of the past few days. At that moment, he suddenly recognized the myriad doubts surrounding the memories of him wielding a gun and slaying his parents. Abruptly, he remembered Captain Cold's warning that the network was systematically eliminating the Flash's allies, and it would inevitably be his turn. I am innocent. I did not kill my parents. The Pied Piper's face lit up with astonishment, eager to convey his innocence to Wally. Kid Flash. However, as soon as the Pied Piper began to speak, he let out a horrifying scream and collapsed to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. Hartley, what is happening to you? Wally gasped in shock. We need to call an ambulance. No, we do not. Wolf interjected darkly, positioning himself between Wally and the Pied Piper, his voice cold. It is merely a minor muscle spasm. The symptoms will soon dissipate once the Pied Piper arrives at Iron Heights prison. Wally's heart ignited with fury. He understood that Wolf was behind this. For the warden of Iron Heights was, in fact, a metahuman. His extraordinary ability allowed him to influence the muscle tissue of others. Wolf, do you realize you may be wrongfully accusing an innocent person? Wally shouted in anger, pointing at Wolf. Are you aware that your previous statement amounts to hostage-taking? I could easily have you shackled right now, and should you attempt to detain me, you would find yourself pursued by metahuman authorities. Kid Flash, out of respect for your mentor, I shall overlook your threats regarding the prisoner. However, remember this, not only you, but even the Flash himself lacks the standing to question my authority. With that, Wolf dismissed Kid Flash entirely, commanding the guards to load the Pied Piper onto the prisoner transport. Wally's fury surged to the point where he felt as though his eyes might ignite. He desperately yearned to rescue his friend, yet he could not bring himself to take that fateful step. Chapter 23. A meeting with the Smith the following day, at midday. The Flash Museum stood proudly as one of Central City's most cherished attractions, constructed through the voluntary contributions of the citizens. The museum epitomized the hope and spirit of the entire city, serving as a hallmark of the Midwest. The Flash Museum was vast, having undergone extensive expansion. Its area now equated to that of 2 football fields, featuring 2 levels divided into various exhibition halls according to function, showcasing an array of artifacts related to the Flash. The first floor features a dedicated exhibition hall for the speedsters of generations past, including the original Flash, Jay Garrick, Justice League member Johnny Quick and his daughter Jessie Quick, as well as the current Flash and Kid Flash duo and the fastest boy in the world, Impulse. Additionally, each supervillain defeated by the Flashes has their own exhibition hall, chronicling the legendary tales of yore. At the very center of the first floor's exhibits stands the cosmic treadmill once utilized by the Flash. Should one feel fatigued from the tour, a delightful meal awaits at the Flash CAF on the first floor, though it is not complimentary. It is certainly more affordable than fast food chains. A little secret, the waitstaff at the CAF are all dressed in the attire of the Rogues. As for the layout of the second floor, it is primarily an interactive entertainment space, featuring a photography studio, a costume room, and a screening room, as well as exhibition halls dedicated to the Flash's allies, such as the Justice League and other superheroes. It is rumored that the curator of the Flash Museum has begun planning the construction of a third floor, though it remains uncertain when the work will commence. A colossal statue of the Flash stands proudly in the plaza before the museum, where countless visitors flock daily to capture photographs. This was not Yuri's first visit to the Flash Museum, but it was his inaugural entry within its walls. Today is Wednesday, a day that bridges the workweek and school hours, resulting in a moderate number of visitors within the museum. After a casual stroll, Yuri entered the Flash CAF, the designated meeting spot with the Smith. Upon entering, he was greeted by a golden-haired waitress clad in a glimmering outfit, who smiled warmly and bowed in welcome. Welcome to the Flash CAF. May I take your order? No, thank you. I have a reservation. Here is my number. Please hold on while I verify your reservation. You are Mr. Aiden Pierce, correct? Indeed, I am Aiden Pierce, Yuri affirmed with a calm nod. The waitress compared the photo on the reservation list with Yuri's face, confirming his identity without error. Your reservation is for booth number 34. Please follow me. In dealings over the network, Yuri, of course, could not reveal his true identity. He had transformed into the Wraith in advance, possessing the current body. For one capable of becoming the Wraith, acquiring the CAF reservation was a trivial task. He merely needed to find an individual whose reservation time closely aligned with his meeting with the Smith and inhabit their body. Yuri had pre-selected 4 potential hosts, with Aiden Pierce being the closest in timing. Should this individual fail to arrive today, he would resort to one of the other targets. If all the reserved individuals were absent, he would simply choose someone at the museum to possess, as long as he kept his true self concealed. Upon entering the booth, Yuri instructed the waitress to leave, indicating he would ring for assistance if needed. With a resounding clank, the door to the booth closed, leaving Yuri alone within. He approached the window and tapped thrice on the glass, once lightly, once heavily, and once lightly again. This is the covert signal he had arranged with McLaughlin. By tapping 3 times on the window of the Lightning Restaurant, the Master of Mirrors would transport the blacksmith through the mirrored passage. Mere seconds later, a whirlpool materialized on the glass, from which an intense white light erupted. Once the brilliance faded, a woman in her 40s emerged in the booth. Standing at 6 feet tall, with hair cascading down to her knees, she was clad in revealing black leather attire, her face adorned with peculiar and heavy makeup. Frankly, her height posed a certain intimidation for Yuri. However, since he was currently inhabiting another's body, he felt no trepidation towards the blacksmith. "Are you the blacksmith?" Yuri inquired, pulling up a chair to sit down. "Did you truly come alone? I see no necessity for bringing subordinates." The blacksmith scrutinized Yuri carefully before also taking a seat. "Is that so?" Yuri smiled faintly, closing his eyes momentarily to disengage from his host, transforming into an invisible specter to survey the surroundings. Within the Lightning Museum, he found no suspicious individuals, nor was McLaughlin's consciousness reflected in any of the mirrors present in the booth. Outside the museum, however, the number of dubious characters was overwhelming. It was evident that the blacksmith could not have come alone, yet the current situation remained within Yuri's acceptable parameters, at the very least. The network had not immediately shown its hostility. "The Master of Mirrors mentioned you possess information regarding the network. Could you enlighten me on the source of your data?" The blacksmith inquired first. "Do you doubt the origins of my information?" Yuri could not help but chuckle. "Apart from your ludicrous magician impersonator, who else could I possibly obtain this from?" He promptly revealed the documents, waving them before the blacksmith's eyes. "I need to authenticate the veracity of this information. Otherwise, how can I be certain you are not deceiving the network?" The blacksmith posed what appeared to be a reasonable request. "Do I strike you as a fool, blacksmith? Or perhaps, Ms. Black?" Upon hearing this, the blacksmith's pupils constricted. "Your true name is Amunet Black. You are 42 years old, and you have been establishing an underground black market network for the past 15 years. Your ex-husband, Keith Kenyon, was a supervillain known as the Golden Mask a decade ago. And 5 years ago, he reformed and founded the Kenyon Guild," Yuri recited, as if pouring forth beans, revealing information that only those familiar with the documents would know. "How much do you want?" Recognizing the authenticity of Yuri's information, the blacksmith cut to the chase. "This amount," Yuri extended 5 fingers. 500,000. "No problem." The blacksmith agreed without hesitation. Yuri shook his head. 5 million. That's impossible. The network cannot produce such funds. "Ms. Black, the documents clearly state that the network's annual net profit is at least $50 million. You have been managing the network for over 15 years. Do you truly expect me to believe you cannot come up with 5 million? Yuri's lips curled into a slight smile as he remarked, "In comparison to the profits amassed over the years through the network, my demands are modest. In business, the principle of equitable exchange prevails. If you deem this information unworthy of the price I propose, I shall seek another buyer." Chapter 24. The deal is sealed. A shift in mindset. I was not jesting. The blacksmith replied with a serene countenance, devoid of any discernible emotion in her tone. The network, for the time being, truly could not muster such a sum. Prior to the emergence of the Flash in the central city, the network's operations thrived. However, once that crimson-clad runner appeared, everything changed. The network's current revenue barely reaches half of what it once was, and the decline continues unabated, resulting in hardship for many over the past few years. Yuri was taken aback. According to the blacksmith, had the Flash truly brought about their downfall? Even if her claims were accurate, a 50% revenue drop still amounted to over $20 million, a sum not to be taken lightly. The network is not solely mine. I support over 600 individuals, including merchants, doctors, hackers, scientists, assassins, and warriors, all of whom risk their lives for the prosperity of the network. I cannot afford to neglect their well-being. The blacksmith was essentially calculating the costs for Yuri. He contemplated various scenarios, such as the blacksmith suddenly turning hostile, summoning a cadre of network assassins to eliminate him and seize the information. Yuri never imagined that the blacksmith would engage in a discussion regarding the network's finances. A significant portion of the network's annual earnings is distributed among the brethren, leaving little behind. After laundering the illicit funds, even less remains. And I genuinely cannot provide the 5 million you seek. The blacksmith crossed her legs and folded her arms, adopting a serious demeanor. What you imply is, Yuri found it challenging to discern the blacksmith's intentions. 200,000 in legitimate cash is the highest offer I can extend. Should you refuse, this deal cannot proceed. The blacksmith stated her bottom line unequivocally. I hope to reach an amicable resolution that benefits us both, but that does not imply I fear the use of force. Accept my proposal. It serves our mutual interests. Yuri pondered briefly. However, there was no need for contemplation. Securing 2 million with little effort was a remarkable outcome. Yet, the unfolding of events struck Yuri as profoundly irrational. Why have you not taken direct action against me? To be candid, I initially harbored little expectation that you would actually part with the money. Uncertainty lingered in Yuri's mind. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I recognized that we could scarcely pose a threat to you. The cost of forcibly reclaiming the information would far exceed the $2 million in cash. The blacksmith responded matter-of-factly. I am not a fool who sacrifices my own interests for the sake of pride. I am a businessman, and as you have noted, business is predicated on equitable exchange. Oh, you can perceive my capabilities? Yuri maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, though inwardly, he was startled. I have managed the network for 15 years, relying on this very insight. The blacksmith pointed to his own head. And McClough remarked that you possess the ability to become invisible, making it entirely impossible for him to ascertain your whereabouts. However, this notion is utterly implausible. For the essence of invisibility lies in the distortion of light. The master of reflection is acutely sensitive to variations in reflected light. If your ability is indeed a form of physical invisibility, it would be impossible to deceive McClough's keen gaze. The phenomenon of ghostly invisibility can typically be classified into two types. The first is an innate cloaking fluid, a quintessential form of optical invisibility that bends light to achieve concealment while simultaneously safeguarding the individual from the harmful rays of the sun. The second type involves rendering the body intangible to penetrate solid objects, wherein the ghostly figure exists without a tangible form. At that time, Yuri needed to traverse back and forth within the mirror to locate McClough, thus existing in a state of intangibility, making it impossible for McClough to perceive him. Therefore, your superpower cannot be mere optical invisibility, indicating that your threat level will undoubtedly escalate. Other abilities capable of achieving invisibility effects encompass rapid movement, phase shifting, body reduction, quantum invisibility, spatial displacement, and magical prowess. Regardless of which of these abilities you possess, they are not easily countered. Yuri was momentarily taken aback, while the logic was irrefutable. It seemed excessively systematic. How could a seemingly obscure antagonist like him possess knowledge of phases, quantum mechanics, and magic? He recalled watching Marvel films, where neither heroes nor villains appeared to be all-knowing. They were familiar only with their own limited abilities. Wasn't that so for certain directors who fancied themselves as well-informed? How is it that in the mid-city, a mere blacksmith could deduce, based solely on the inability of invisibility and the master of reflection to see through these two clues, that the opponent was a formidable being? If even a lesser-known villain like the blacksmith possesses such intellect, what terrors must those renowned figures like Luthor, Batman, and Brainiac, whose cunning surpasses even Yuri's imagination, embody? Could they possibly unravel the secrets of the little broken watch? At that moment, Yuri's mindset underwent a profound transformation. This world was far more intricate than he had envisioned. As the registered superhumans surpassed 13 million, the animated shows and films he had watched lost their relevance as benchmarks. Superhumans are not merely reclusive individuals devoid of social connections. They possess their own channels of information, interpersonal networks, and gathering places, both legitimate and illicit. If the blacksmith were merely a proprietor of an underground black market in mid-city, she would undoubtedly lack such a profound understanding of invisibility-related superpowers. In other words, if her comprehension of invisibility is so extensive, what about her knowledge of other types of abilities? To what extent has the blacksmith's intelligence network developed? In a city where powerful heroes are stationed, this is the state of affairs. What could possibly be the condition of a city devoid of such heroes? If it were indeed better, what purpose would the Justice League's frequent interventions across various locales serve? Tourism? What significance do the establishments of the Super Investigation Department, the Celestial Eye Society, the Shadow Bureau, and the Chess Society hold? Yuri's desire to relocate to Blue Valley Town began to waver. Since his arrival, the sense of unease in his heart had never been as profound as it was today. He longed for a life of stability. Yet such a notion had become a luxury. Thus, Yuri realized he must swiftly enhance his capabilities. Fortunately, the path to strengthening oneself through the quaint little device required but one endeavor: the relentless capture of new specimens. Yuri resolved to capture every specimen available in Central City and Wedgestone City before proceeding to Blue Valley Town. With determination forged, Yuri promptly accepted the blacksmith's offer of $200,000, a sum too generous to decline. The blacksmith, lacking the means to carry such a vast amount of currency, and Yuri, unable to transport that much cash from the Flash Museum, agreed on a clandestine meeting point for the exchange. The blacksmith would first conceal the money, followed by Yuri delivering the necessary documents. Thus concluded this chapter, albeit with an exuberant flourish. Can you accept it? Chapter 25. The journey to Iron Prison with the transaction complete. Recent events had reached a temporary lull. The online realm was free of trepidation, allowing for the wholehearted preparation of the blacksmith's grand scheme, which involved secretly amassing a considerable workforce. In the near term, no overt actions were anticipated. In fact, due to the blacksmith's extensive recruitment efforts, the crime rate in Central City had decreased by several percentage points. However, these developments held little significance for Yuri. His focus remained fixed on his forthcoming plans. $200,000 was no trifling amount, especially when comprised entirely of $20 bills, collectively forming an astonishing volume. Transporting them in his old, dilapidated vehicle was impractical. Thus, Yuri decided to deposit the funds into a bank account. This account was not his own, but rather an identity fabricated by Little Soldier. It was beyond doubt that, given Earth's current hacking capabilities, any issues would remain undetected. With this, the money had truly fallen into Yuri's hands. Transformed into a person of means, he found himself at a loss regarding how to proceed. Purchasing a home was out of the question, as the sheer volume of financial activity would raise immediate suspicion. Owning an old, decrepit vehicle rendered buying another car unnecessary. Without plans to acquire real estate or a new automobile, he felt there was little need for such wealth. Aside from perhaps replacing a few outfits and acquiring a handful of new shoes, the expenditure was minimal and luxury items were not a priority. Yuri finally experienced the torment of possessing wealth without a clear purpose. Perhaps he could upgrade his old vehicle. After much contemplation, it seemed the only viable option was to thoroughly revamp his dilapidated car. Unlike the previous refurbishing, this time, with funds at his disposal, he could completely overhaul the vehicle. In terms of power, he would replace the engine with a top-tier racing engine, which, through Little Soldier's modifications, would be converted into an electric motor. This revamped electric motor would be capable of driving a large RV, elevating the old vehicle's horsepower to that of a premier racing car. The windows would be replaced with imported, high-strength bulletproof glass, and the exterior shell fortified with alloy steel plates, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities. The defenses have been fortified, and the offensive capabilities cannot be neglected. Although the conditions for developing laser weaponry are currently lacking, augmenting with a few firearms and spinning blades is rather trivial. The interior will adhere strictly to Rolls-Royce standards. If one cannot afford the vehicle, can one not at least procure some fine leather? The most substantial expense lies within the power system. Even the best integrated inverter available on the market does not exhibit sufficient efficiency to sustain power for extended periods. Consequently, Yuri opted against purchasing such a device and instead commissioned Gavin Technology to produce a solar battery, which, after just 1 hour of charging, can provide energy for an entire week, achieving almost zero consumption on sunny days. All other components have also undergone upgrades. Days later, a brand new old clunker emerged, a vehicle that appeared unremarkable on the surface, yet held extraordinary potential within. $2 million in savings had dwindled by over $600,000. During this period, no significant events transpired, save for Lightning Kid and his companions tirelessly searching for clues to exonerate the Pied Piper. As for progress, one could only say that any advancement, however slight, is better than none. It is not particularly difficult to deduce that the Mirror Master is the perpetrator. Yet speculation alone cannot serve as evidence to absolve the Pied Piper. In Kestrel City, within an establishment imbued with a sense of nostalgia, Moriello and Chale from the Superhuman Crime Investigation Unit sat drinking, one of the few forms of recreation they indulged in after work. To be precise, it was Chale's indulgence. "Did you frequent this place often?" Moriello inquired, holding his beer, feeling ill at ease amidst the vibrant atmosphere. "What, you don't like it here?" Chael replied, taking a hearty swig. "Not at all. It's quite a nice place, truly." Moriello hastily gestured, not wishing to dampen his partner's spirits, especially since it was the first time Chael had invited him out for drinks. "I would believe you if I were a fool." Despite his words, Chael's aged visage could not conceal his amusement. "The drinks here are quite commendable." After taking a sip, Moriello's eyes suddenly lit up. "Do you think the Flash will return?" Chael queried suddenly, noting that he had been missing for over a month, an unprecedented occurrence. "Of course, the Flash will return. We simply need to be patient," Moriello responded, his confidence in the hero palpable. "So much turmoil has transpired recently, and with the Flash's assistance, I believe our burdens would be considerably lighter." "Hey, partner." While the Flash may be absent, Lightning Kid has never faltered. He is tirelessly working to improve this city, Moriello stated earnestly. One wonders who told Lightning Kid that the Flash's brilliance is too blinding for him to rival. Chael teased, exchanging knowing glances with Moriello, momentarily blurring the lines of who among them was the elder. Suddenly, a shrill ring pierced the air. Moriello's phone buzzed, and upon answering, his complexion turned a pale shade of white. "I believe I must take my leave, Chair, lest lives be endangered." Murillo raised the remaining beer and consumed it in one swift motion. "Who called?" Chair's expression turned grave, fearing a murder had occurred. "My wife. She disapproves of my late returns home," Murillo replied earnestly, his gaze laced with trepidation. Chair was left speechless, offering him only a look of goodwill. After finishing his drink, Murillo placed a few coins on the table and hurriedly departed. As he reached the door, he caught a glimpse of his reflection in the glass. Noticing a faint red dot on his brow, he blinked, and the dot vanished. Not pondering it further, Murillo pushed the door open and stepped outside. What should I do now? Yuri began to contemplate his next course of action. He had resolved to first expand his database in Midtown before considering ventures to other cities. However, there had been few incidents of superhuman crime lately. Even when they occurred, the abilities displayed were of negligible value for capture. Not a single formidable supervillain had surfaced. Across the entirety of Midtown and Wedge City, there was but one location where Yuri could acquire the most superhumans: Iron Mountain Prison. Almost all notorious supervillains were incarcerated there, making it a veritable treasure trove for his endeavors. Yet, breaching Iron Mountain was no trivial matter. The Phantom could enter and exit with ease. But Yuri could only sustain his transformation for 10 minutes, a time frame far too brief to capture many specimens. Moreover, should an unexpected event occur and release the supervillains, it would be a scenario Yuri wished to avoid. The Rogue Gang operates with a code, yet the criminals of Midtown are not solely comprised of rogues. Many are ruthless and bloodthirsty. Only Iron Mountain Prison can keep them at bay. A preliminary observation should pose minimal risk. Yuri stroked his chin, determined to investigate further. With the Phantom at his disposal, he could maintain an advantageous position. Apologies for the late update today. I have been preparing for my driving test, and thus my update schedule has been inconsistent. Additionally, a family matter has caused further delays. Chapter 26. The Smith's new moves. Meanwhile, in the cyber warfare conference room, the Smith, Axel, and McLaughlin convened, accompanied by a man clad in a dark green trench coat. He held a glowing staff, standing at a distance, seemingly reluctant to join the others. "You are the Weather Wizard, a veteran of the Rogue Gang, are you not? I have heard tales of your legend." Axel initiated a conversation with the man, his demeanor warm. "If you believe that donning a magician's garb and wielding equipment crafted by James will earn you my acknowledgement as the heir to the title of magician, you are sorely mistaken." Confronted with Axel's enthusiasm, the Weather Wizard offered him no semblance of cordiality. "What do you say?" Axel had not anticipated such a reaction from the Weather Wizard. "I have no objections to McClow replacing Sam, as McClow has demonstrated his worthiness of the title of Mirror Master." The Weather Wizard hails from a notorious criminal family, his true name being Mark Madden. The Madden family operates its own enterprise, centered around the production of smuggled narcotics, serving as a significant supplier within the network. The Weather Wizard's rise to prominence is marked by the Weather Wand, a creation of his brother, capable of manipulating various weather phenomena. Mark has shown little interest in managing family affairs, leaving all operations in the hands of his brother, who tragically met his demise years ago at the hands of his own wife. Although Mark avenged his brother by killing his sister-in-law, this act inexorably set him on a path of villainy, ultimately leading him to join the Rogue Gang, under the leadership of Captain Cold. Within the Rogue Gang, the Weather Wizard found a sense of belonging, which is why his demeanor towards Axel is so contemptuous. Whenever a member of the Rogue Gang dies or retires, anyone wishing to inherit that member's title, even if they are a descendant, must gain the unanimous approval of the gang. Otherwise, It would be seen as a disrespect to their former comrades. You're called Axel Walk. Listen closely, kid. What we are about to undertake is perilous, not a game. You'd best hurry home to your mother, the weather wizard sneered, jabbing a finger at Axel. Axel's anger surged, veins bulging on his forehead, ready to confront the weather wizard. Do not be so harsh on him. He has performed admirably, the blacksmith interjected at an opportune moment. Admirably? What does that refer to? Stealing discarded rags from a band of inept policemen? Or perhaps misplacing what he has already pilfered? The weather wizard scoffed, recalling how furious he had been to the point of wanting to kill him. Blacksmith, if you require a magician, we could attempt to persuade old James to return. Mind your tone, Mark. Axel has made amends for his mistakes, the blacksmith retorted, his expression darkening. Very well, you are the boss. It is your call. Observing the weather wizard's slight concession, the blacksmith proceeded to the matter at hand. After weeks of preparation, the plan has progressed smoothly, though there have been occasional setbacks. We have ultimately triumphed over all obstacles. It is time to commence the final steps. McClow, the blacksmith called out. What is your command, boss? How goes the looting mission? All is well. He has infiltrated the ranks. McClow's response pleased the blacksmith greatly. Mark, Axel, how is the installation of mirrors on the antennas? Both answered in unison. The mirrors on the north-south antenna have been completely installed, and the east-west antenna is half complete. McClow continued the conversation, stating that once all the mirrors were installed on the antennas surrounding Twin Cities, he would be able to create a mirage that enveloped both the Central City and Keystone City. From the outside, everything would appear normal, and even satellites would be oblivious to the true state of affairs within the city. At that point, we could engage in any activities we desired without fear. Utilizing hundreds of hackers and cutting-edge technology, all communications with Twin Cities would receive automated responses, convincingly akin to living beings. Even if outsiders ventured into Central City, they would return to their original path within moments, accompanied by fabricated memories of their journey, all made possible through my mirage hypnosis. McClow, you are truly a genius. How did Sam not conceive of such an approach? The weather wizard couldn't help but express his admiration, as he was well acquainted with the original master of illusions and understood that the Sam of a year and a half ago could not have executed such an extensive mirage. This plan is splendid. I foresee much amusement ahead. Axel also displayed an excited grin. All right, gentlemen, the joy of a successful plan is delightful. But we have yet to achieve success. Now is the time for utmost caution. The blacksmith clapped his hands, issuing the final instructions. Axel, Mark, you two will continue to oversee the installation of the mirrors. This is of paramount importance and must be completed swiftly. During this time, you may call upon network personnel as needed. McClow, the city has been unusually calm lately. I do not wish for the authorities to have too much time to contemplate my possible actions, nor do I want my ex-husband to have the opportunity to make deep connections with them. Let us give them something to occupy themselves with, while also recruiting a few new allies. McClow was intrigued by the blacksmith's suggestion and inquired, what should we do? The blacksmith smiled mysteriously, responding, Iron Mountain Prison houses the most dangerous supercriminals in Central City and stands as the most formidable fortress in Twin Cities. What do you suppose would happen if this fortress were breached? The group was taken aback by the blacksmith's proposition. You are more insane than the cold itself. The weather wizard remarked, but then questioned, what would happen after the breach? The number of formidable deviants within Iron Mountain Prison was overwhelming. Without the Flash, we could not confront so many at once. If they all escaped, it would spell catastrophic disaster for the entire city. Huh, you sound like a superhero. Axel scoffed in response. Mark is right. We cannot truly unleash all the criminals from Iron Mountain Prison. The annihilation of Central City would benefit us in no way. We merely need to create the illusion of the prison being breached and release a few who would be advantageous to us. The blacksmith concurred with the weather wizard's sentiments, though her words did not satisfy him. However, the weather wizard chose not to elaborate further, understanding that he and the blacksmith's group held differing views. He remained there solely because he had nowhere else to go. Once the arrangements were completed, everyone promptly departed from the conference room, each pursuing their own tasks. Meanwhile, deep within the dense mountains, approximately 5 kilometers from the outskirts of Central City, a heavily guarded prison stood in isolation. A yellow RV navigated through the forest, skillfully evading the surveillance cameras scattered throughout the area. Chapter 27. Iron Mountain Prison. After parking the dilapidated vehicle in a concealed location, Yuri proceeded towards Iron Mountain Prison. The imposing steel structure loomed ahead, resembling a mountain forged from iron, encircled by formidable walls measuring 7 meters in height and 3 meters in thickness, instilling a sense of dread. 4 watchtowers were strategically positioned at each corner of the prison, each manned by 4 snipers, with an additional 8 snipers stationed on the rooftops. two on each side. Beneath the walls, guards stood vigilant every 5 meters, with countless others patrolling the perimeter. While the presence of guards was not quite as pervasive as every 3 steps, it was nearly so. Wolf had issued a stern decree. Any unidentified individual attempting to enter the prison or any inmate attempting an escape would be shot on sight, without hesitation or the need for further orders. There had been instances where a group of robbers attempted to rescue their comrade, only to be gunned down before they could even breach the wall, despite their companion facing merely a 3-year sentence. Among them was one individual with superhuman abilities, possessing an arm twice the girth of a normal person, while the other arm and legs were unremarkable. The sheer size of his arm rendered him clumsy, and he could not escape swiftly, leading to his capture during his first criminal endeavor. Ironically, he found fortune in misfortune, serving only 3 years before being released, while his companions met dire fates. Reports suggested that upon his release, he bore no unscathed flesh upon his body. To the citizens of Central City, Iron Mountain Prison remained an enigma. Despite Wolf's frequent appearances, no media outlet had ever gained access to the prison. It is widely acknowledged that humans harbor a fear of the unknown, yet simultaneously, they are drawn to it. Countless urban legends surrounding Iron Mountain Prison abound, each accompanied by gruesome tales that instill a natural fear of the facility. Yuri had grown up hearing these stories. He understood that many were fabricated, yet the horror and peril of Iron Mountain Prison could very well exceed those narratives. Concealed surveillance cameras were installed every 3 meters along the walls, each angle meticulously designed to cover the blind spots of adjacent cameras, ensuring that no area within 30 meters of the walls remained unmonitored. Indeed, even a mosquito would find no escape from the prison's watchful gaze. From a tree several hundred meters away, Yuri observed the prison's interior through binoculars. The capabilities of anyone capable of breaching such a fortress were undeniably formidable. Yuri pondered deeply, given his current predicament. The only individuals capable of forcefully breaching Iron Mountain Prison and emerging unscathed were the four-handed Overlord and the Diamond War God. Fortunately, he did not need to resort to such brute force. Lifting his left hand, he revealed his modest watch and selected the most suitable extraterrestrial hero for infiltration, the Phantom. Before his initial transformation into the Phantom, Yuri harbored reservations, for the Icturian possessed a remarkable racial gift. Their consciousness could be preserved. As long as a fragment of their essence remained, Icturians would never truly perish. This peculiar ability had caused significant trouble for Little Ban in the original narrative, as the Phantom's self-awareness had allowed it to escape from the watch. Thus, Yuri was initially concerned that frequent use of the Phantom might awaken its self-awareness. However, he later became assured that such an occurrence was unlikely. Yuri's watch was unlike any other featured in the original work. Though it remained uncertain whether it originated from the hands of Azimuth or Adult Ban, it undoubtedly represented a culmination of design that eliminated all previous adverse effects. The consciousness of the Phantom residing within was an inherent trait of the Icturians, while it was not difficult to erase this gift through technological modification. Doing so would render the sample no longer an Icturian, thereby contradicting the watch's intended purpose. Thus, if one could not manipulate the physical form, why not the consciousness itself? When Yuri first transformed into the Phantom, the watch automatically executed a program that removed the original Phantom consciousness from the sample, allowing Yuri's own consciousness to replace the Icturian essence. In essence, Yuri's transformation into the Phantom signified a true metamorphosis into an Icturian, with Yuri's consciousness embodying that of the Icturians. Therefore, Yuri could confidently embrace his transformation into the Phantom without fearing the emergence of self-awareness. After all, such a convenient and practical sample should not be left to languish in storage, as that would be an egregious waste. As the Phantom, Yuri confidently floated through the prison's main entrance, the heavy iron doors parting as if they were non-existent. Not a single guard on duty detected his presence. With only 10 minutes at his disposal, he had to act swiftly. Yuri soared over the patrolling guards, while he could have passed through them directly. Beings that the Icturians traversed would experience an unsettling chill to their very core, making it easy to detect something amiss. Prudence and caution were paramount. Upon entering the prison, he was greeted by an unfathomably dark corridor, dimly illuminated by a scant few inverted light bulbs. It was then that Yuri suddenly recalled that the entire prison lacked a single window, rendering sunlight unable to penetrate this gloomy edifice. Most individuals would likely turn back upon encountering such an oppressive environment, yet for the Suniverse Icturians, this place was akin to paradise. Transformed into a specter, Yuri inevitably embodies the traits of the Icturians, relishing the oppressive darkness that envelopes him, which enhances his strength beyond its usual limits. The first floor houses those with lesser offenses, typically serving sentences of 3 years or less. The second floor accommodates those sentenced to 3 to 5 years, while the third floor holds inmates with sentences ranging from 5 to 10 years. The fourth floor is designated for those serving 10 to 20 years, and the fifth floor serves as the administrative hub of the prison. Beneath this, the first underground level confines criminals sentenced to over 20 years. The second underground level is reserved for those deemed extremely dangerous, as determined by Wolf, the warden. The third underground level is designated for inmates facing life sentences or the death penalty. Indeed, the city does uphold capital punishment, albeit limited to lethal injection, akin to other states in the United States that retain the death penalty. This is somewhat preferable to Gotham's abolition of capital punishment. However, the advantages are few. As if lethal injection fails to execute a criminal, alternative methods of execution cannot be employed. With limited time at his disposal, Yuri opts to venture first to the place most likely to yield high-quality samples, the second underground level. While uncertain of Wolf's character, Yuri surmises that anyone capable of serving as the warden of Iron Mountain Prison must possess both vision and audacity. The criminals considered extremely dangerous by Wolf must indeed be formidable. Chapter 28. Farewell, Pied Piper, Empathy, Iron Mountain Prison, second underground level. As he descended the staircase, he encountered a massive alloy door that sealed the cells behind it entirely. A fingerprint lock adorned the door, requiring a hand to be pressed against it for entry. Only Wolf's hand could unlock this gate. 2 armed guards stood sentinel at the entrance, a stark contrast to the lethargic prison guards often depicted in films. These sentinels exhibited the vigilance of hawks, their postures rigid and statuesque. Yuri drifted before the guards, swaying slightly, but they did not so much as blink, truly embodying the essence of warriors. Internally commending their fortitude, Yuri turned without a backward glance and slipped through the grand door. A wide corridor stretched before him, extending into the distance, flanked by symmetrical cells on either side, each secured by heavy iron doors, revealing only a small window for observing the inmates and delivering food and water. A plaque hung above each window, detailing the identities of the prisoners. Given the extreme danger posed by these inmates, who possessed tremendous power, Wolf deemed it insufficient to merely rely on their superpower suppression collars. He ordered that food be delivered every 3 to 5 days, based on each inmate's physical condition, ensuring they would not perish from starvation. This resulted in all prisoners existing in a state of extreme weakness, significantly diminishing their combat capability even in the event of collar malfunction. A veritable assembly of infamous figures. As Yuri floated a few steps, he noted that the cells were filled with notorious supervillains. In a secluded prison, notorious villains such as the Alchemist Doctor, the Crimson Magnet, the Old Cicada, the Steel Beam, the Tar Pit, the Folding Man, the Spider-Man, and Abracadabra, who once posed formidable challenges to the Flash, are all confined. Previously, Yuri could only glimpse these figures through the news. He is not in a rush to collect samples, as he has yet to ascertain the quality of specimens scattered throughout the prison. Suddenly, his attention is drawn to a cell door marked Hartley Receive, codename, the Pied Piper. To his astonishment, the Pied Piper is imprisoned in the underground level 2. At the time of the Pied Piper's capture, Yuri was preoccupied with the Mirror Master and was unaware of the subsequent arrangements for the Pied Piper. He had assumed that due to the Pied Piper's connections with the Flash, he would not be consigned to this iron fortress so swiftly, and that he would at least be afforded some time for investigation before facing conviction. Little did he anticipate that Wolf had already set his sights on the Pied Piper, promptly transferring him to Iron Mountain Prison. Yuri approached the cell door and peered through the hollow window. Inside, he beheld the Pied Piper curled up on a filthy, decaying wooden bed, his prison garb tattered and revealing skin marred with bruises. The floor was stained with dark red patches, remnants of blood that had barely dried. It is difficult to fathom the torment he has endured in this place. Suddenly, the sound of the iron door creaking open broke the silence. Instinctively, Yuri concealed himself on the floor, casting a glance toward the entrance. The heavy alloy door swung wide, and a group of 5 or 6 guards wielding batons entered, led by the imposing figure of the African-American warden, Wolf. As they stepped inside, Yuri sensed a palpable shift in the emotions of the surrounding inmates. An eerie atmosphere enveloping the space. "Hey, warden, I need your help." A trembling voice suddenly emerged from beside him. It was from the Spider-Man's cell. The Spider-Man was pressed against his door, desperately contorting his face toward the window. "My head hurts so much. I feel like the entire world is spinning. Please, help me apply for medical parole." Upon hearing this, Wolf halted his advance and raised his baton, striking the Spider-Man squarely on the forehead. Thud. The Spire Man cried out in agony, clutching his head as he crumpled to the floor, blood trickling down his forehead. The farcical performance is over, Spire Man. You cannot deceive me. We have already sent you to the laboratory for examinations regarding your headache, and no abnormalities were found. Wolf, indifferent to the Spire Man's suffering, threatened. Do not compel me to provide you with something that will truly cause you pain. As his words hung in the air, the Spire Man's cries abruptly ceased, leaving him silent. Satisfied, Wolf pressed onward, while his subordinates displayed no semblance of surprise, clearly accustomed to such occurrences. Not far from his previous position, Wolf came to a halt once more, standing before the prison door of the Pied Piper. Open the cell door, Wolf commanded the guard behind him. With a clang, the door swung open, and Wolf strode directly into the cell. Pied Piper, after all this time in Iron Mountain Prison, do you still intend to maintain your charade? The Pied Piper, curled up on the bed, struggled to rise, his eyes unwaveringly meeting Wolf's gaze. I am not pretending. I did not murder my parents. Wolf sighed, shaking his head in disappointment. Once a criminal, always a criminal. Pied Piper, you may have deceived the Lightning Kid, but you cannot fool me. I know your kind thrives on pity, attempting to garner sympathy from the masses in hopes of absolution. However, in reality, scum will always remain scum. With disdain, Wolf shot a glance at the Pied Piper before stepping out of the cell, signaling to his subordinates. The guards immediately understood, brandishing their clubs as they surged into the room, dragging the Pied Piper to the ground and delivering a brutal beating. Under the relentless assault of 5 or 6 men, the Pied Piper could only emit helpless cries, his body accumulating more and more bruises. Yuri witnessed the entire scene, his emotions a tumultuous mix. He recognized the Pied Piper's innocence and was aware of who had framed him. Observing the Pied Piper's current plight, Yuri could not help but reflect on what might have transpired had he taken action at that moment. Perhaps luring out the Mirror Master would have spared the Pied Piper from wrongful imprisonment and the inhumane torment he now endured. Yet at that time, Yuri was solely focused on acquiring money through the information he possessed and securing himself a comfortable life elsewhere, completely indifferent to the fate of the Pied Piper. To label him as lacking ambition, selfish, and insidious would not be an exaggeration. After all, Yuri had never intended to portray himself as a paragon of virtue. However, one cannot entirely escape their innate compassion. The Pied Piper, already devastated by the loss of his parents, now bore the weight of wrongful accusations and torment, suffering severe blows to both his mind and body. He did not deserve such a fate. A flicker of guilt stirred within Yuri. He yearned to assert that, regardless of his involvement, the Pied Piper would have been ensnared by the Mirror Master. The true culprits were the Mirror Master and the Blacksmith who orchestrated everything, rather than Yuri, who merely witnessed it all. Yet, why did he find his conscience troubled? Chapter 29. The turmoil of Iron Prison. Enough. This is not my concern. Out of sight. Out of mind. The Lightning Kid will rescue the Pied Piper. Yuri repeatedly reassured himself as he turned to drift down to the next level. However, absence of sight did not equate to absence of sound. Thud, thud, thud. The dull thuds of a truncheon striking flesh, accompanied by the Pied Piper's agonized cries, pierced Yuri's ears. Even as he descended to the 3rd underground level, the sounds remained vivid, and he could almost feel the Pied Piper's vitality waning. The Pied Piper had not eaten for over 4 days, leaving him too weak even to emit a scream, reduced to mere gasps. Wolf watched him passively as his subordinates mercilessly beat the Piper into a state of near death, showing no inclination to intervene. Even the guards, accustomed to dealing with criminals, began to hesitate. Typically, at such a moment, Wolf would order them to cease, considering that the Piper's sentence had yet to be determined. If it were life imprisonment or a death sentence, the guards could kill the criminal without concern, for Iron Mountain Prison was an impenetrable fortress, and Wolf was its undisputed king, untroubled by public opinion. However, a fixed-term sentence was different. Once the term expired, the individual must be released. And should they discover that a prisoner had died at the hands of the guards, those responsible would face immediate suspension and investigation. The Piper's vitality was remarkably resilient. He was not so easily extinguished, especially considering that a scoundrel capable of murdering his own parents should not be allowed to live. Wolf coldly remarked, his pupils gradually turning crimson. In the next moment, the Piper's body convulsed violently, every muscle in his being spasming uncontrollably. At that instant, the Piper was consumed by a singular thought: escape this hell. The guards understood the situation and fell silent, aware that their warden's abilities, while inadequate for combat against other superhumans, were perfectly suited for tormenting individuals. Damn it, I can't bear to watch. If ignorance were bliss, it might be acceptable. But a criminal with countless atrocities to his name deserved such punishment. Yet Yuri knew the piper was innocent. Having witnessed firsthand the injustices inflicted upon the innocent within the prison walls, and he could no longer endure it. Yuri surged up from the third underground level, bursting through the floor to confront Wolf, attempting to penetrate his very being. Indeed, Yuri sought to possess Wolf. Everyone, cease at once and exit the cell. Yuri strained to command Wolf's body, addressing the guards. This is no longer your concern. Return to your posts. Although they were baffled by the sudden shift in the warden's demeanor, the guards had long lost their desire to continue the assault. Seizing the moment before Wolf could retract his orders, they hastily exited the cell, locking the door behind them as they departed the second underground level. Wolf's ability to control muscle movements stemmed from a form of psychic power, granting him a mental fortitude far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Yuri felt Wolf's spirit vehemently resisting his possession, battling for control over the body. Fortunately, Yuri's own psychic prowess was heightened, enabling him to suppress Wolf's defiance. "What are you? Get out of my body!" Wolf's spirit roared, but Yuri paid it no heed. Realizing he could not reclaim control at that moment, Wolf turned his gaze to his subordinates. "Shet, come back, you fools. The one who commands you is not me. You are bound to heed my orders." Unfortunately, the prison guards under his command are mere mortals, devoid of any psychic abilities, unable to hear Wolf's anguished cries emanating from his very soul. "Silence yourself." Once the guards have departed, leaving the corridor deserted save for a solitary figure, Yuri finally directs his entire focus towards Wolf. Within the recesses of Wolf's mind, the specter gradually materializes. "Who are you, daring to assault Iron Mountain Prison?" Wolf inquired sharply, fixating on the eerie being before him, reminiscent of a ghost. "Who am I? Ha ha ha." A twisted, rasping voice emanated from Yuri's being as he extended his hands to grasp the black markings upon his chest, violently tearing them apart. The outer skin of the specter peeling away like a garment. "I am Jiska, the sovereign of the Iktaruri, the ruler of endless shadows." As Yuri stripped away the specter's concealed, viscous exterior, the true form of the Iktaruri was revealed. Countless dark tendrils erupted from the specter's chest, his hands morphing into glimmering, razor-sharp claws, while his head twisted a full 180 degrees, revealing a stark white skull. The mouth was above, the eyes below. What in the blazes is this abomination? Wolf had encountered numerous superhuman criminals, yet he had never beheld a visage so terrifying. "Your body is now under my control. It is time for you to rest." Yuri spread his claws wide, enveloping Wolf's mental realm in an infinite darkness. As unending tendrils surged forth from the specter's chest, swiftly engulfing Wolf, Yuri emerged from the psychic domain, the external world having elapsed in but a fleeting moment. He had now completely commandeered Wolf's body, including his superhuman abilities. The possession by the specter was remarkably potent. Once the control of the body was seized, even the opponent's powers could be wielded. Yuri cast a complex glance at the Pied Piper, refraining from the irrational act of releasing the prisoner. He then exited through the reinforced door and instructed the 2 guards stationed at the entrance. "Deliver some food and water to the Pied Piper. And summon 2 medics as well. Food alone will suffice. Be swift." The protective mechanism of the little timepiece has only 5 minutes before it activates, and Yuri cannot maintain control of Wolf's body for long. Although he could allow Wolf to remain unconscious for a while longer, it would not exceed half an hour, a span far too brief for the medical personnel to tend to the injuries of the Pied Piper. Ensuring the Pied Piper receives sustenance and hydration to regain some strength is all Yuri can manage at this juncture. A prison break? That would merely burden the Pied Piper with the sin of fleeing in guilt. Having experienced possession by the specter, Wolf would undoubtedly suspect that Jiska was an accomplice of the Pied Piper. Until the true identity of Jiska is discerned, the Pied Piper is at least safe from mortal peril. Did I not instruct you to hasten your actions? Why do you still linger?" However, an unexpected event soon unfolded. After Yuri issued commands to the guards, they remained motionless, as if oblivious to his orders. In the next moment, 2 guards collapsed without warning, lifeless and breathless. Chapter 30. The Four-Handed Tyrant. "What in the world is happening?" Yuri exclaimed, crouching down to turn one of the guards over. The nameless sentinel had evidently ceased to breathe. His pupils were dilated, his throat swollen, and dark blood oozed from his mouth. Upon inspecting the other guard, the situation was alarmingly identical. "Prison warden." At that moment, a guard rushed down the stairs, clutching his throat in panic. "Emergency. All my colleagues, Before he could finish his sentence, he too succumbed, breath halted, and tumbled down the staircase. "Is this a case of collective poisoning?" Yuri ascended the stairs, and to his horror, every guard in sight lay on the ground, teetering on the brink of death. Suddenly, without warning, The alarm within Iron Mountain prison blared, followed by a series of thunderous noises. This signified that the prison's automatic lockdown system had been activated, sealing all exits and critical passages, while simultaneously sending warning signals to Central City and Wedgestone City. Before Yuri could comprehend the unfolding chaos, he was struck by a searing pain in his lungs, which rapidly spread to his throat, rendering him unable to breathe normally. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yuri swiftly disengaged, emerging from Wolf's body, and the agonizing sensation in his lungs finally subsided. This did not appear to be the symptom of poisoning. Rather, it resembled some form of infectious disease. Acute pneumonia, perhaps? A viral outbreak? Could it be a bioweapon crisis? Yuri's imagination ran wild, pondering the perilous viruses that might be concealed within Iron Mountain prison. The Ikathurians were known for their immunity to nearly all viruses, and with the added protection from his small companion, Yuri felt relatively unconcerned about infection. However, it remained uncertain whether the guard's symptoms could be transmitted through the air. If so, all inmates and guards within the prison would likely face dire consequences. Damn it, the magic flute. In an instant, Yuri burrowed into the floor, only to be met with an astonishing sight. Down an entire corridor, not a single inmate confined in their cells exhibited symptoms akin to those of the guards. They remained oblivious to the chaos unfolding within the prison, ignoring the blaring alarms. Could this contagion solely afflict ordinary individuals, while superhumans remain immune? Yet that seemed implausible. As Wolf had also succumbed, Yuri began to sense that something was amiss. Given the fortified defenses of Iron Mountain, it was unlikely that the virus had leaked from within. The more probable scenario was that someone had attacked the prison. Who would dare commit such an act? What benefit could be gained from slaughtering the guards of Iron Mountain prison? Yuri could conceive of only one possibility: the release of criminals. Currently, Mid-City was orchestrating a grand conspiracy, and there was but one organization with a demand for supervillains: the Network. Meanwhile, the police departments of Wedge City and Central City simultaneously received an urgent alarm. Director James promptly gathered his agents, preparing to rush to Iron Mountain prison. The same was true for the two police departments. Every available officer was summoned. The Flash received the news slightly later, as it had to pass through Hunter Zolomon to reach him. However, the moment he learned of the situation, he hurried to the Wedge City police station, seeking out Murillo and Chael. What has transpired at Iron Mountain prison? Wally inquired first. The specifics remain unclear. Not long ago, the prison initiated its lockdown system, but the alert from Iron Mountain indicated an outbreak of an unknown lethal virus, Chael stated solemnly. Moreover, its contagion level is classified as the highest. Fortunately, Iron Mountain is currently completely sealed off, and there is no immediate danger of it spreading. Provide me with a gas mask. I must enter Iron Mountain prison to assess the situation, Wally declared without hesitation. What? That is far too perilous. Chael attempted to dissuade the Flash from acting impulsively. I trust you, Flash. This is the best gas mask we have, Murillo interjected, handing the mask directly to Wally. Thank you, Wally said gratefully as he donned the mask. Suddenly, he turned to Murillo, his expression one of surprise. Murillo, was your scar always on the left side of your jaw? What are you talking about? It has always been there, Murillo replied, puzzled as he touched his head. Apologies, I may have misremembered, Wally said, quickly shifting away from the topic and departing. Sometime earlier, at Iron Mountain prison, Yuri had harbored concerns about inadvertently causing a supervillain's escape, and his worst fears had indeed come to fruition. Although this incident had little to do with Yuri, much like the day the Pied Piper was captured, he merely happened to be a bystander. Yet, the coincidence was uncanny. Iron Mountain had experienced attacks before, but those were tales from 4 years past, when the warden was not Wolf, and the prison's methods were not as extreme as they had become. After Wolf's appointment 4 years ago, the prison underwent a significant overhaul, and since then, there had been no reports of supervillains escaping. For whole years without incident, and on Yuri's first visit to the prison, a virus was unleashed? Could it be that some malevolent force was watching over him, as often depicted in web novels of a past life? The moment this thought crossed his mind, Yuri couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. How could that be? It was merely a coincidence, just a coincidence. Boom. At that moment, a tremendous crash erupted from the cell adjacent to Yuri's. A colossal figure violently smashed through the cell door and charged out. My body is rusting. I require electricity or magnetism, Yuri observed intently. The individual stood at an imposing height of 2 meters 4, with a physique that defied human proportions and appearance. His entire form was composed of steel, yet it seemed to undergo an oxidizing reaction, giving him a distinctly rusted appearance. As he moved, several severely corroded parts fell to the ground. Yuri had already surveyed all the inmates on this level and recognized him without needing to glance at the identification. Inmate number 371, Steelbeam, whose true name was Tony Woodward, was sentenced to 45 years for murder and robbery. Steelbeam was engulfed in a frenzied state, aimlessly smashing and pounding. The remarkably sturdy alloy floor bore the brunt of his assault, marked by numerous fist imprints and dents, causing the entire prison to tremble from his immense force. The destructive power he exhibited was astonishing. "Damn it! Stop rusting!" Steelbeam bellowed in a fit of rage, ceasing his mindless battering of the floor and instead careening down the corridor. In the blink of an eye, he crashed into the door of the opposite cell, creating a gaping hole. This was the cell of the Pied Piper. Following that, Steelbeam pivoted towards another cell to continue his rampage. Witnessing this, Yuri could no longer remain passive. If Steelbeam continued his assault, it was only a matter of time before he set free all the supervillains. No, it wasn't merely the supervillains. It could also lead to the release of the virus into the city. That was a scenario Yuri wished to avoid at all costs. In his furious state, Steelbeam was impervious to possession by the Phantom, and the abilities of the Icthurians were ineffective against such a berserker. It appeared that a change was necessary. Yuri extended his hand to grasp the small broken watch dial on his left chest and gently twisted it. A swift resolution was imperative. It was time for you, Four-Armed Tyrant. Chapter 31. Four-Armed Tyrant. Steelbeam. With Yuri's action, the Phantom's form rapidly transformed, its incorporeal body solidifying into a tangible entity. The skin turned a vibrant crimson, the entire torso expanding several-fold to a towering height of 3 meters 6, surpassing Steelbeam. The physique of the Four-Armed Tyrant closely resembled that of a human, albeit endowed with an additional pair of arms and eyes, brimming with powerful muscles that exuded strength. The Four-Armed Tyrant belonged to an extraterrestrial race known as the Tasramans, renowned for their martial prowess and valor, venerating strength as their greatest attribute. They possessed the remarkable ability to hurl objects beyond the atmosphere and could leap to heights equivalent to 7 stories. As they aged and underwent rigorous training, the Tasraman's strength would continue to amplify. Transformed into the Four-Armed Tyrant, Yuri felt a surge of vitality coursing through him, capable of delivering a single punch that could fell a bull. As for the reason behind striking a bull, it was simply what others had claimed. Steelbeam, look over here. Yuri unleashed a thunderous roar, instantly capturing the attention of the steel giant. It was nearly impossible for such a towering figure, standing at a staggering height of 3 meters and possessing 4 arms and 4 eyes, to go unnoticed. Are you in cahoots with these people? You are all nothing but deceivers. The steel giant bellowed as he charged towards Yuri. They promised to heal me, yet in reality, they ensnared me within these prison walls. I shall annihilate you all. With a mighty effort, Yuri extended his 4 arms to brace against the giant's assault. A shockwave erupted around them, creating a miniature explosion of air that even sent a gust through the nearby barred window of a cell. "Hey, you've blown my skin away," complained a middle-aged man with a slicked-back hairstyle, leaning against the window of cell 447. The skin on the upper right side of his face had peeled back, revealing a gruesome expanse of flesh surrounding his eye, extending from the bridge of his nose to his right ear. In cell 733, home to the notorious old cicada, a bald man adorned with sunglasses and a white beard was meditating before a circle of candles arranged in the shape of a lightning bolt. As the wind rushed in, he cautiously shielded the flames from being extinguished. Cell 624 belonged to the magnetic red-haired woman, where a young, beautiful blonde sat in the corner, murmuring to herself with alternating tones of malice and gentleness. "Something seems amiss outside. I can feel the restraint of my collar weakening. Now is the perfect moment to escape. No, silence. I cannot break free. I have harmed so many. I must atone." In cell 688, the alchemist Dr. Desmond, cloaked in shadow beneath his hood, was engrossed in a notebook, undeterred by the gusts that rustled his attire, as though the tumult of the outside world held no sway over him. In the corridor, the steel giant summoned all his strength, intent on toppling the imposing red behemoth before him. Yuri, undeterred, exerted equal force with his 4 arms, anchoring himself with his feet firmly planted on the ground. "I need you to return to your cell," he urged, pushing against the giant. "Do you know what it feels like to be a little rusty? I shall never enter that confined space again." Suddenly, the steel giant seemed to lose all reason, retreating swiftly before launching a punch at Yuri's head. A sharp crack echoed through the air as Yuri's head remained unyielding. The giant's fist halted just before making contact with his chin. "Is that all you've got?" Yuri said, looking down upon the giant. "You lack the strength to strike, yet you dare to dream of escape?" With that, Yuri's 4 arms coalesced, fists clenched and raised above his head, before crashing down towards the giant's face. The sound of impact reverberated as the giant's nose caved in, rusty screws spilling forth from the injury. I am unfamiliar with the sensation of a body succumbing to rust. Yet I am well aware that iron, when rusted, becomes exceedingly brittle. Seizing the opportunity to strike, Yuri swiftly delivered a punch and immediately grasped the steel beam with both hands, while his other set of hands forcefully pulled at the beam's shoulders. "What do you intend to do?" The steel beam protested, attempting to free itself from Yuri's grasp. However, the corroded steel beam, now lacking the strength it once possessed, was no match for the vigorous four-armed behemoth. A searing pain surged through its shoulders. Although the beam's form had transformed into iron, it retained the sensory perceptions of its former human existence. To the four-armed titan, the rusted steel body was akin to fragile wood, and with little effort, he wrenched the beam's arms down. Parts began to detach from the joints, reminiscent of a severed limb that cannot cease bleeding. Nevertheless, the steel beam was unlike an ordinary human. It would not perish from excessive loss of material. In truth, as long as the beam's brain remained intact, even if its body were dismantled into a heap of scrap, it would not meet its end. Provided someone could reassemble its form, the beam could resurrect infinitely, and with a fresh set of steel, it could also upgrade. Thus, Yuri felt no remorse in rendering the beam's arms useless. "Damn it! You've torn off my arms, you four-armed redskin monster," the beam cursed, the agony of its severed limbs prompting a torrent of invective in an attempt to alleviate the pain. Yuri furrowed his brow. He had intended merely to confine the beam once more, yet this creature dared to insult him. "Prepare yourself, steel beam," he declared, proceeding to detach the beam's legs, reducing it to a mere human stick. Amidst the howls of despair and rage, he cast its body into its designated cell, leaving the limbs outside. Once the turmoil in the prison subsided, guards would assist in reattaching the steel beam's limbs. As Yuri secured the steel beam's cell door, Kid Flash arrived outside Iron Mountain Prison. Wally circled the perimeter, finding no entry point. He attempted to utilize the vibrations of his molecules to penetrate the outer wall, but to his dismay, he failed. The prison's outer wall concealed another layer within, its structure shifting unpredictably, rendering a fixed vibration frequency ineffective. Clearly, this inner wall was designed to thwart superhumans capable of vibrating their molecules, such as Kid Flash or the Flash. I recall that the Pied Piper once mentioned a drainage outlet that could lead to the prison's lower levels before its reconstruction. I wonder if it remains accessible now. In a fleeting moment, Wally scoured every drainage outlet within several miles and ultimately discovered the one referred to by the Pied Piper. As he approached the lower reaches of Iron Mountain Prison, a concrete wall obstructed his path. Wally smiled slightly, knowing he had found the right way. The concrete wall bore no mechanisms, nor could any such devices impede Wally. He swiftly penetrated through the 7 to 8 meters of concrete and entered the pipeline system of Iron Mountain Prison. Meanwhile, on the underground second floor, in cell 624, the magnetic red sensed something amiss. "Is it you, Wally? My beloved, I shall end your life." Chapter 32. Magnetic Red, whose true name is Frances Kane, was once the childhood companion and first love of Kid Flash. To some extent, she does not embody the archetype of a supervillain. She even served as a superhero in San Francisco for a time, possessing commendable character, abilities, and appearance. Regrettably, she suffers from a grave affliction. Magnetic Red battles severe dissociative identity disorder, with her secondary persona likely emerging when she awakened her magnetic manipulation abilities. This alternate persona is rife with extremist and violent tendencies. When her malevolent self seizes control, Magnetic Red's destructive impulses multiply exponentially, leading her perilously close to irreversible actions on numerous occasions. Yet, irrespective of whether she is in her normal or evil state, one constant remains: her profound feelings for Wally. This dynamic shifted when Wally encountered Linda Park. The stable version of Magnetic Red recognized the severity of her issues and amicably parted ways with Wally. But her sinister alter ego found it far more challenging to accept this reality. Approximately 3 months prior, before Yuri had traversed into their timeline, Magnetic Red, dominated by her dark persona, kidnapped Linda in a bid to coerce Wally into a relationship. After her failure, she allied with a cult leader known as Old Cicada to capture Wally. Fortunately, Kid Flash was still in Midtown at the time and thwarted Magnetic Red and Old Cicada before the situation escalated further. Following this incident, both Magnetic Red and Old Cicada were imprisoned in Iron Mountain. Though Magnetic Red's scheme had failed, she did not emerge empty-handed. With Old Cicada's assistance, she managed to merge her magnetic field with Wally's speed force. The fusion was not sufficient for her to access the speed force directly, but within a certain range, she could sense Wally's presence. As Wally entered the confines of Iron Mountain Prison, Magnetic Red became acutely aware of his arrival. "Wally, I shall tear you to shreds." In that instant, the negative emotions of her malevolent persona surged, overwhelming her normal self and seizing control of her body. The prison, having recently undergone turmoil, found its primary power system incapacitated, and the emergency power supply could not sustain the entire facility for long, significantly diminishing the efficacy of the superpower suppression collar. With a forceful tug, Magnetic Red snapped the collar from her neck. One might wonder, are not such suppression collars in films typically independent tools that require no external power? In truth, the suppressive collar for harnessing cyclical energy does exist. However, this technology is a proprietary secret of the Eye of Heaven organization. Only the Belrive prison is equipped with such collars, which houses the world's most notorious supercriminals and serves as a selection base for suicide squads. The Iron Mountain Prison, being merely a correctional facility in the central city, naturally lacks the authorization to utilize cyclical energy technology, rendering Wolf incapable of employing it. The evident flaws in the power-suppressing collars are constrained by the disparate levels of technology among various departments, such as the established order. Meanwhile, Yuri secured the steel beam within the cell and was preparing to vacate this dismal place. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed from a nearby cell, where the magnetic Scarlet Woman, manipulating magnetic forces, sent the cell door flying intact. The half-ton door hurtled at astonishing speed towards the opposite cell, embedding itself in the wall as if the door had doubled in thickness. Yuri stood, wide-eyed, watching as the magnetic Scarlet Woman floated out of her cell, enveloped in a visibly pink magnetic field, with countless metal shards swirling around her. Goodness, it's Magneto. Surveying her surroundings, the magnetic Scarlet Woman noted only a red, four-armed giant in the corridor. In a fit of irritation, she gestured sharply towards Yuri. The multitude of metal fragments surrounding her surged forth like flying daggers, approaching Yuri at bullet-like velocity. Yet, undaunted, Yuri raised his hands to shield his face. The Terzamans possess formidable defenses. Even conventional missiles fail to deliver a fatal blow to a four-armed behemoth, and the gunfire from helicopters cannot pierce his skin. Seeing her previous attack entirely ineffective, the magnetic Scarlet Woman turned to Yuri and inquired, "Where's Lightning Kid?" Perhaps behind you," Yuri suggested, pointing over her shoulder. Upon hearing this, the magnetic Scarlet Woman turned to look behind her. At that moment, a yellow whirlwind surged towards her, spiraling at high speed. The metal fragments surrounding her were swept away, and the force of the wind compelled her to shut her eyes. Wholly, as the whirlwind accelerated, the air around the magnetic Scarlet Woman thinned, and she soon succumbed to oxygen deprivation, losing consciousness. Once she fainted, the yellow whirlwind swiftly retreated to Yuri's side. The whirlwind's speed gradually diminished, eventually revealing a figure. It was Lightning Kid Wooly, drawn by the commotion from this level. "Wow, you look remarkably imposing with four arms. I don't recall anyone like you in Central City. Did you escape from a cell as well?" Wooly remarked, scrutinizing the four-armed giant with intrigue. "Your baseless conjecture is an affront to my free persona, Lightning Kid. I am not a prisoner. I am merely here to investigate, the viral leak incident." With that, Yuri gestured towards the Steelbeams cell. "In fact, I just assisted in quelling an escape attempt here. Are you one of us?" Wally inquired, glancing over to find the steel beam transformed into a humanoid figure. "Oh, have you severed his arms and legs? Do you require reimbursement for medical expenses? The steel beam's body can be reassembled. Perhaps I could find time to assist in piecing him back together." Yuri waved his hand dismissively. "How should I address you?" "The four-armed red giant?" Wally asked with curiosity, his arms crossed. "Four-armed tyrant," Yuri replied coolly. "Are you serious?" Wally regarded him with a peculiar expression. At that moment, a shocking turn of events unfolded. The unconscious magnetic Crimson Woman had somehow risen, her gaze fixed intently on Wally, her eyes radiating a pink glow. "Wally, why do you persist in rejecting me? Why must I remain in this wretched place? I shall tear you apart piece by piece." The magnetic Crimson Woman unleashed her full power, a formidable magnetic field emanating from her, spreading outward. The majority of Iron Mountain Prison's structure is metallic, rendering everything within her grasp as a potential weapon. In an instant, the entire prison trembled violently, and the doors of all the cells began to loosen progressively. Nearly 1,000 supercriminals within Iron Mountain Prison stirred with excitement, fervent shouts of exhilaration at the prospect of freedom echoing throughout. With a fierce cry, the magnetic Crimson Woman pressed her hands against the floor and swiftly lifted them, tearing a layer from the ultra-strong alloy flooring, which surged toward Wally and Yuri. Boom! Yuri stepped forward, unleashing his four fists with tremendous force, shattering the alloy floor instantaneously. "Kane, stop. You're unleashing the prisoners of the entire prison," Wally shouted urgently. "Everyone, I have an exam for Subject 4 tomorrow, so I must delay the next chapter for today." Chapter 33. Defeating the steel beam again. "Is that so, Wally?" "Precisely what I desire." The magnetic crimson woman bellowed as Iron Mountain Prison began to collapse entirely. All cell doors were obliterated, the floor ripped apart inch by inch, and the load-bearing columns teetered on the brink of breaking. Nearly 1,000 liberated supercriminals burst forth from their cells like wild beasts unleashed. "I will not allow you to do this." Wally's expression turned unexpectedly solemn as he activated his speed force field, golden electricity crackling across his body. "Hey, four-armed tyrant, right? I will be quite busy shortly. Could I entrust you with stopping the magnetic crimson woman?" Without waiting for Yuri's response, Wally shot forward in an instant. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. Countless lightning kids appeared in the corridor, swiftly returning the escaping criminals to their cells with a flurry of punches and kicks. Simultaneously, numerous lightning kids produced an array of tools from seemingly nowhere, tirelessly reinforcing the cells. Except for the second underground level, every tier's cells were secured repeatedly by Wally, thwarting the supercriminals' attempts at escape. Gazing down from the heights of Iron Mountain Prison, one would behold a myriad of crimson and yellow streams interweaving throughout the Iron Fortress, gradually stabilizing this crumbling bastion of steel. On the second underground level, as Wally's figure darted forth, Yuri suddenly noticed that the color of the little broken watch had inexplicably transformed to yellow, indicating that it had activated its capture mode. The mutated form of the flash star, the reserve of velocity energy, was surging rapidly, surpassing the total accumulation Yuri had gathered over the past few days in mere moments. Typically, the velocity energy within the little broken watch would automatically charge, capable of sustaining the flash star for 3 minutes with a day's worth of energy. Thus, after these few days, Yuri could potentially maintain the flash star for 9 minutes. Since Yuri's velocity energy derived from Wally, when Wally was in close proximity to the little broken watch, the charging efficiency would enhance exponentially. At this moment, the reserve of velocity energy within the little broken watch had reached a magnitude capable of sustaining automatic charging for 10 days. This equated to a duration of over half an hour for the flash star. What a splendid gift indeed. A subtle smile graced Yuri's lips as he reassured, "Fear not, Lightning Kid, I shall adequately thwart your ex-girlfriend." Wally's sudden surge of power left Magnetic Red bewildered, her countenance twisting as the pink magnetic field instantaneously expanded. "Hey, Magnetic Red, watch your front." Just as she lifted her gaze, a colossal crimson fist hurtled towards her head. In a flash, she manipulated a mass of metallic debris to fly before her, forming a shield under the influence of magnetism to block the punch of the four-handed tyrant. However, the hastily constructed shield lacked the strength to withstand Yuri's assault, failing to even slow the speed of his strike. The shield crumbled as if made of paper, allowing Yuri's fist to connect squarely with Magnetic Red. Bang! The impact sent her soaring backward, the tremendous force generating a shockwave that radiated outward. Thud! Crack! Crack! Magnetic Red was propelled several meters away, rebounding thrice upon landing. Yuri's strike disrupted the operation of the magnetic field, swiftly alleviating the prison-esque collapse, thus easing Wally's task considerably. Ugh! Magnetic Red struggled to rise, her head pounding as if it were about to explode, the world around her flickering and blurring. Although she hadn't exerted her full strength, her ability to withstand a punch from the four-handed tyrant without losing consciousness indicated her commendable physical resilience. Yuri's assessment of Magnetic Red rose significantly. She appeared to be a prime specimen. "Hey, over there, woman." At that moment, a rugged voice called from a nearby cell. Magnetic Red turned her displeased gaze, only to find a steel mutant, reduced to a mere stick figure, staring intently at her from the cell door. The voice belonged to Steelbeam, whose body had previously been relegated to the corner of the cell but had now rolled to the entrance. The immobile Steelbeam could not possibly move here on its own. However, due to the influence of magnetic force on its metallic body, the Steelbeam was uncontrollably drawn in when the magnetic woman unleashed her powers. Moreover, the beam's prison door had been securely locked by the four-armed tyrant, rendering it far more robust than other doors, thus confining the Steelbeam behind it. "You cannot confront that four-armed creature alone. I can assist you if you use your magnetic force to help me assemble my body," the Steelbeam urgently exclaimed to the magnetic woman. Upon turning around, she saw the four-armed tyrant relentlessly approaching, leaving her no time to think. With a flash, the magnetic woman's eyes emitted a brilliant pink light, and the prison door to the Steelbeam swung open. "Excellent. I will help you reconstruct your body and utilize my magnetic field to slow down the rusting process. But you must assist me in defeating the lightning lad. The magnetic woman once again harnessed the magnetic field, and the Steelbeams' humanoid form swiftly emerged from the cell, its limbs attaching to its body. Not only were the original limbs restored, but the magnetic woman also infused the steel beam with numerous alloys from Iron Mountain Prison, elevating its stature to rival that of the four-armed tyrant. In an instant, the steel beam was reborn. Huh. What can you do now that your limbs are attached? I have dismantled you once. I can do it countless times. A scornful smile crept across Yuri's face, piercing the steel beam's heart. I am no longer the same as before. With the magnetic woman's field, my strength is unprecedented, and this time, the victor will be me. I shall make you pay. The steel beam taunted Yuri. The magnetic woman hovered above the steel beam's back, continuously utilizing the magnetic field to reinforce his form. One could only wonder how Wally would feel upon witnessing this scene. Is that so? Perhaps we should give this a try. Yuri halted his advance, extending his forearms wide, inhaling deeply before forcefully clapping his hands together. Boom. An explosive sound resonated as a shockwave was generated, swiftly striking the steel beam, who was caught off guard by Yuri's intentions. By the time the shockwave approached, the steel beam finally adopted a defensive stance. Zing. The steel beam was propelled backwards several meters by the force of the shockwave, yet suffered no harm. Ha ha, is this your trick? The steel beam laughed maniacally. In response, four enormous crimson fists loomed. Fool, that last attack was not aimed at you. Bang, 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 bang. Yuri unleashed 4 powerful punches, instantly creating 4 large holes in the steel beam's abdomen. Following that, Yuri seized the steel beam's arms and executed a back slam, causing the heavy steel beam to crash to the ground with a thunderous sound. Chapter 34. I need all superhumans. This is impossible. Steelbeam could hardly believe that he had been so swiftly overpowered by the four-handed tyrant, nor could he fathom why the 4 wounds on his body remained unhealed. Why, oh why, had his body not mended? Glancing behind him, Steelbeam beheld Magnetic Red sprawled on the ground several meters away, rendered unconscious. It turned out that the airwave unleashed by Yuri had actually targeted Magnetic Red, who had already suffered a blow from the four-handed tyrant and was now struck again by the airwave. Lacking any physical enhancement abilities, Magnetic Red was unable to withstand the burden and had genuinely succumbed to unconsciousness. Steelbeam, we can now resume our previous conversation. I hear you intend to make me pay a price? Yuri cracked his knuckles, producing a series of ominous sounds. Steelbeam suddenly let out a wail of agony, for Yuri had once more wrenched his arms from their sockets. If Steelbeam's original physique was entirely composed of rusted steel, he was now a grotesque amalgamation of corroded and new iron, a mingling of red and black. After tearing off Steelbeam's arms, his legs were inevitably next, completely dismantled by Yuri. However, Yuri had no intention of merely reducing Steelbeam to a mere stick figure. Damn it, what do you think you're doing? Don't do this. Please. Steelbeam's threats were cut short, overtaken by fear at Yuri's actions. Yuri used Steelbeam's severed limbs to penetrate the 4 gaping wounds in his body, then applied pressure to compress the dismembered limbs and torso, skillfully molding them into a rounded mass. MMM. Steelbeam's head was ensconced at the center of this mass, with his right big toe conveniently blocking his mouth. Indeed, it resembled a colossal screw. Subsequently, Yuri returned Steelbeam to his cell, firmly embedding him into the wall. When Yuri exited Steelbeam's cell, Lightning Kid had just reinforced Iron Mountain Prison, likely enhancing its seismic resistance beyond its previous capabilities. Wally had also taken the liberty of repairing the prison's power supply system, ensuring that the superpower suppression collars were functioning correctly once more. Well done, four-handed brother, Wally exclaimed, giving Yuri a thumbs up before, with a complex expression, he lifted Magnetic Red and returned her to her cell, fastening the collar around her neck. Now, let us get down to business. You're here to investigate the virus leak, aren't you? I was thinking we might collaborate. Wally proposed to Yuri. Yuri's eyes darted thoughtfully as he responded with utmost seriousness. I accept your proposal, Lightning Kid, but how do you intend to investigate? And once the investigation is complete, how do you plan to eradicate the virus? Wally paused momentarily, then replied matter-of-factly, I know a scientist from the Stellar Laboratory. We can provide him with a sample of the virus for research. How Navi? Yuri scoffed coldly. In the Iron Mountain Prison, nearly all the guards have succumbed to the infection, and those with weaker constitutions have already perished. Remarkably, less than half an hour has passed since the outbreak began, rendering this virus even more lethal than Ebola. Indeed, It has been over 30 minutes since Yuri first discovered the guards one by one falling victim to the virus. And by now, the transformation should have long since concluded. Yet, Yuri continues to maintain his four-armed form. Has his human DNA somehow morphed into that of a Tagerman? Certainly not. The little watch's protective mechanism is not rigidly fixed to a 10-minute transformation. Its core function is not merely to regulate time, but to safeguard its bearer. If reverting to his original form would place Yuri's life in jeopardy, the watch would automatically prolong the transformation duration. Presently, Yuri finds himself in a perilous environment rife with a mysterious virus, one that is evidently extremely lethal to Earthlings. Should his human body be exposed in such an environment, he would likely become infected in the blink of an eye. Thus, the watch has refrained from allowing Yuri to revert. Meanwhile, Yuri continues to implore Wally earnestly. The Stellar Laboratory, specializing in genetics and disease control, is situated in Los Angeles, an unfathomable distance from their current location. Yes, one might traverse dozens of trips in a mere second, but how long does it take to study a virus? Merely possessing a sample without an antibody and lacking the pathogen itself means that even with the Stellar Laboratory's advanced technology, developing an effective vaccine would require at least a week. How many survivors do you think there will be in Iron Mountain Prison by that time? As soon as he finished speaking, Wally stood frozen as if struck by lightning. He had never considered such matters. Barry, while being the Flash, is also an exceptional scientist. But Wally is not. This is not to suggest that Wally lacks intelligence. The intellect of speedsters is generally quite high. The Speed Force not only endows them with superhuman speed, but also with corresponding cognitive processing abilities. However, Wally has never been particularly interested in scientific research. Do you have a good plan? Wally possesses a commendable trait. He does not adhere to the notion that a superhero must personally save everything. Never delegating responsibilities in a possessive, "This is my city" manner. When it is time to seek assistance, Wally is never hesitant. The solution is simple. Let me create the vaccine, Yuri declared astonishingly. At this moment, I am the only one capable of producing an effective vaccine in the shortest time possible. Wally scrutinized the imposing physique and well-defined muscles of the four-armed form, wearing an expression that suggested disbelief. Dude, you hardly look like a scientist. Are you sure? Now, take a look. Yuri extended a hand towards the watch resting on his shoulder and gently twisted it, unleashing a brilliant green light. The intense illumination momentarily blinded Wally, yet it faded just as quickly. Before him stood a minuscule humanoid resembling a frog, creating a stark contrast to the towering figure of the four-armed being. What the? Who are you? Where has that four-armed fellow gone? Wally was astonished, unable to fathom that the diminutive creature before him was indeed the four-armed overlord. Such a transformation is merely a rudimentary application of shape-shifting technology within the cosmos, hardly a matter for astonishment. Yuri began to expound, engaging Wally in a fervent discourse. With my expertise, devising a vaccine against the virus is trivial. Observations from the prison indicate that all the guards are infected, while only a fraction of the inmates have contracted the virus. This suggests that superhumans possess a natural immunity to this particular strain. I must ascertain the nature of this antibody and identify those who harbor it. Yuri gazed intently into Wally's eyes, articulating his demands. In essence, I require the blood samples of all superhumans within Iron Mountain Prison, and this task can only be entrusted to you. For you alone can gather them in the shortest possible time. Kid Flash, the lives of thousands of guards and inmates at Iron Mountain Prison, along with millions of citizens from Central City's Wedgestone, rest upon your shoulders. Let me clarify the recent update situation. I have a relative who lives nearby and shares a close relationship with me. Recently, I helped him secure a security position for his child in a residential community, an easy job that includes meals and a decent salary. However, due to the child's age, finding summer work proved challenging. While it was initially a favorable arrangement, the child ultimately declined the position in favor of working for another acquaintance, leaving the security role vacant. Given that this position was obtained through connections, failing to fill it would reflect poorly, prompting my relative to approach me. Although I was inclined to refuse, my mother insisted that spending the summer idly at home, engaging in writing, was unproductive, compelling me to accept the security job. The working hours are from 6:30 in the morning until 7 in the evening. I had hoped to seize moments to write, but despite the limited tasks, interruptions abound. Vehicles require charging, invoices must be issued, guests need to be registered, and the trash bins demand attention. Each time I settle into a writing rhythm, I am disturbed by yet another obligation. The heat makes it arduous to concentrate, leaving me with no choice but to wait until after 7 in the evening to write. As a novice, I find myself pondering over a single passage for an extended period, thus my recent writing time has been insufficient. However, there is no need for concern. I will endeavor to make up for the missed updates in the coming days. If all else fails, I may have to risk offending others and resign from this position. Chapter 35. Virus Crisis Averted. Iron Mountain Prison, Medical Room. Transformed into a diminutive warrior, Yuri stood upon the platform, examining the virus through a microscope. Surrounded by countless test tubes containing blood samples from all the supercriminals incarcerated within Iron Mountain. Each sample was marked with colored labels, distinguishing between infected and uninfected, with the name of the sample's owner inscribed on each tube. On another examination table lay the corpse of a guard, the first casualty among the infected, from whom the virus sample was extracted. Although it is a medical facility within a prison, the equipment therein surpasses that of many hospital laboratories, facilitating Yuri's research considerably. Wally, adorned with a gas mask, stands nearby, occasionally venturing out to patrol the prison, ensuring the well-being of the infected and checking for any new cases. Before long, Yuri discerned the characteristics of the virus. He leapt down from the microscope, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Noticing his distress, Wally inquired anxiously, "Is there a problem?" Yuri turned to him and elucidated, "This virus exhibits extreme aggressiveness. Once it infiltrates the host's body, it begins to multiply wildly, invading the lungs and throat, corroding tissues from within. Within 2 hours of infection, the lungs transform into a gelatinous sludge, leading to suffocation and death. Furthermore, it can incite chaos within the immune system, allowing it to rampage through the body without facing any resistance from immune cells. Hence, the infected individuals typically exhibit no forewarning symptoms. I have named it the frenzy virus." Wally nodded in understanding and urgently asked, "So how do we combat this frenzy virus?" "First, we need to identify suitable antibodies. I have tested all available samples, and only the Steelbeam, Tar Pit, Old Cicada, and Whisperer can entirely disregard the virus's threat. Both the Steelbeam and Tar Pit exhibit complete bodily mutations. One is composed of steel, while the other consists of tar, rendering them impervious to the virus. The Old Cicada is somewhat unique. He is not immune to the virus, but possesses extraordinary regenerative abilities, with a regeneration rate that surpasses the virus's reproduction rate, thus preventing the frenzy virus from exerting any substantial effect on him. Finally, there is the Whisperer." Yuri gazed earnestly at Wally. "His blood possesses peculiar properties. It seems to confer immunity to everything, not just harmful entities like viruses or toxins, but even luminol does not react with his blood. I believe his blood may hold the key." Upon hearing this, Wally pondered, recalling that the Whisperer had been incarcerated 9 years ago. At that time, he was not yet the Lightning Kid, but he had heard tales of the Whisperer from the Flash. His name is Michael Amal, a doctor who orchestrated a series of murders, claiming 12 victims and severing each of their tongues to satiate his twisted desire for silence. It is said that no traces of Amal could be detected at any crime scene, even if a victim managed to injure him in self-defense. Only blood that yielded no results was left behind, had it not been for a fortuitous incident involving fibers from his clothing found at the scene. The identity of the Whisperer might still remain a mystery. As Yuri finished speaking, a possibility struck him: to wish for silence. The frenzy virus specifically targets the human respiratory system, eroding not only the lungs but also the throat, rendering individuals unable to vocalize even their desire to speak aloud. It was at this moment that Wally grasped the implication. "Are you suggesting that the outbreak of the frenzy virus is likely connected to the Whisperer?" "It is quite possible. Perhaps the origin of the virus lies hidden within his cell." Yuri glanced at Wally, who immediately comprehended the situation. In an instant, a flash of electricity illuminated Wally's expression, transforming it into one of grave seriousness as he held an empty test tube in his hand. Amal was missing. He was neither in the cell nor anywhere within the prison, and all I found was this. With that, Wally placed the empty test tube upon the laboratory bench. "We can still extract a small sample, which should suffice." Within mere minutes, Yuri concocted a formula capable of eradicating the frenzy virus. The subsequent actions were considerably simpler. Wally activated his enhanced speed, swiftly producing the antidote in accordance with Yuri's provided formula, and in the blink of an eye, administered an injection to every individual within the prison. Thus, the crisis of the frenzy virus came to an end. Upon returning to the medical room, Wally spoke gravely. The Whisperer had originally been sentenced to death by injection, yet no amount of lethal toxin could extinguish his life, ultimately necessitating a resentencing to life imprisonment. The fact that Amal could not have produced the frenzy virus within the prison indicates that someone must have provided him with the virus and subsequently rescued him. Yuri could not suppress a scoff. If he couldn't be killed by injection, does that mean the death sentence would not be executed? A single bullet could have resolved the matter, preventing all this trouble. Wally fell silent, perhaps in his former self. He would have vehemently argued with Yuri to uphold the law, but now he found himself incapable of such steadfastness, though several years had elapsed. That incident lingered in Wally's mind. His most admired and revered figure, the Flash, Barry Allen, once believed by him to be the greatest hero in the world. In a public spectacle, under the scrutiny of many, he crossed a line that Batman would never dare to breach. The Flash snapped the neck of Reverse Flash, an act he could have prevented without resorting to such extremes. Undoubtedly, this was a transgression against the law, yet the ultimate outcome was the Flash's acquittal. Fortunate for him. This transpired in Mid-City, as in Gotham or Metropolis. He would not have escaped imprisonment. If, under certain circumstances, a superhero killing a supervillain is not deemed murder, then why should supervillains immune to toxins not face alternative forms of capital punishment? Or, why does the United States retain the death penalty in only a few states? And even where it exists, is it limited to injection? The answer, for human rights. At times, even Wally finds the laws of his country to be absurd, a sentiment echoed by Nightwing. But does that grant superheroes the liberty to trample upon the absurdity of the law? If so, what distinguishes them from supervillains? Or how can they maintain a belief in their intrinsic difference? Wally pondered these questions for many years without arriving at a clear resolution. What manner of creature is American law? Yuri is hardly concerned. His only interest lies in the surprises that this batch from Iron Mountain Prison might bring him. Chapter 36. New samples in general. The superhumans within Iron Mountain Prison tend to lean towards the non-mutant variety. For instance, the alchemist derives his ability to transmute matter from the Philosopher's Stone and his profound expertise in alchemy. The Pied Piper can hypnotize others with melodies and generate various frequencies of ultrasonic and infrasonic waves with his sonic gun. Abracadabra, a stage magician from the 64th century, wields numerous advanced technologies. The Folded Man's ability to traverse space relies entirely on his meticulously crafted uniform. It is evident that most individuals acquire their extraordinary powers through futuristic technology. These individuals are of no assistance to Yuri. Among them, the Pinnacle Man stands out as a mental gifted individual capable of projecting his consciousness into another, achieving a form of possession. From a purely physical perspective, this body is not originally that of the Pinnacle Man, nor is it truly his. Although Yuri's diminutive device can absorb energy, even siphoning a modicum from powers as formidable as Speed Force, whether he can capture a mental gifted individual as a sample remains a matter for debate. Without experimentation, Yuri cannot make a definitive judgment. Excluding these individuals and discarding a plethora of lesser mutants, such as those with fingers twice the length of the norm, a single eye positioned at the center of their forehead, oversized ears, or forked tongues. These beings are more accurately described as genetically mutated aberrations rather than superhumans. Even with the optimization features of his device, they can only continue down their path of deformity. The truly capturable mutants are few, and Yuri has meticulously selected 3, the Steel Beam, the Whisperer, and the Tar Pit. The likely candidates for energy capture samples are the Pinnacle Man and the Magnetic Red Woman. If fortune favors him, Yuri could acquire 5 new samples, which would be an unexpected delight. The Steel Beam, the Whisperer, and the Tar Pit are already in Yuri's possession, awaiting entry into the database upon his return. It would be unwise to engage in such activities in front of Wally. Now, only the Magnetic Red Woman and the Pinnacle Man remain. Lightning Kid, did you just say the Whisperer has vanished from his cell? Yuri inquired of Wally. I searched the entirety of Iron Mountain Prison. There is no trace of the Whisperer. Someone must have rescued him, Wally replied. Who do you think could have orchestrated his rescue? The Mirror Master, Wally asserted with conviction. He has the ability to enter and exit any mirror. Wolf, in an effort to guard against the Mirror Master, did not install any mirrors or glass in the cells, not even a faucet, to minimize reflective surfaces. Yet, Wolf's methods ultimately possess vulnerabilities. Even the surface of spit or urine falls within the capabilities of the Mirror Master. The size of this mirror may not be sufficient for a person to pass through, yet it allows for the easy transfer of certain objects. I surmise that the Frenzy virus was smuggled into the cell in such a manner, and the Mirror Master has also supplied the Whisperer with the necessary items for an escape. Once the Whisperer pries open the cell door, finding a suitable mirror to flee the Iron Prison will become significantly easier. Yuri nodded in agreement, stating, I share your perspective. The Mirror Master must have ulterior motives in rescuing the Whisperer. Perhaps they will assist more criminals in their escapes. And I believe it is imperative that we conduct a thorough investigation. Before we proceed, may I inquire about your name? Wally abruptly asked. Initially, you presented as a red giant with 4 hands and 4 eyes, claiming to be the 4-handed overlord. Now, you have transformed into a diminutive scientist resembling a frog. Which form truly represents you? How shall I address you? In this form, I am known as Little Vanguard. The four-handed overlord is my true self. And Little Vanguard is also authentically me. They both coexist within me, Yuri replied enigmatically. And shortly, I shall again transform. With that, Yuri placed his hand upon the small device and gently turned it. The flash star, enveloped in shades of blue and black, materialized before Wally. Clearly, Little Vanguard's stature was inadequate for the task of inspecting Iron Mountain Prison. As for the reason he did not assume the form of the speed star, it was simply unnecessary. The flash star's velocity sufficed. Wally gazed in astonishment as Yuri once again morphed into a new guise, rendered speechless. If you must assign a title that encompasses all my forms, perhaps you may call me the Unifier. Huh. Before Wally could grasp the meaning of this term, Yuri's figure vanished in an instant. For Wally, as a speedster, encountering someone who could move with such swiftness piqued his interest. In a flash of lightning, Wally swiftly caught up to Yuri, running alongside him. Wow, you can be quite fast too, but I am faster, Wally boasted, his astonishment persisting since their first encounter in Iron Mountain Prison. As a young man, this ignited a fierce competitive spirit within him. Finally, it was his turn to astonish the other. Unfortunately, Yuri exhibited no surprise whatsoever. The flash star's maximum speed merely reached sublight speeds akin to that of Bango. And for Yuri's flash star to match Bango's level, it would require at least a decade of growth. At present, Yuri could not even reach the speed of sound. Otherwise, Wally would not be able to converse with him, as those who surpass the sound barrier cannot hear the speech of those nearby. In contrast, the Lightning Kid was the epitome of speed among speedsters, racing at astonishing velocities. Yuri's speed star was merely a product of Wally's own abilities. In a race against Wally, Yuri could only concede defeat. Currently, the flash star's speed hovered around 500 miles per hour, approximately 3/5 of the speed of sound. In order to coordinate with Yuri, Wally maintained a speed slightly faster than Yuri's. Checking the various cells in Iron Mountain Prison, this pace proved more than sufficient. However, it was during this inspection that issues arose. Not long ago, Wally had discovered that only the Whisperer was missing, yet now 2 additional empty cells had appeared. One belonged to the Crimson Magnet, the other to the Steelbeam. Both had vanished. Fortunately, the Spider-Man had not been rescued. Otherwise, Yuri would have suffered a significant loss of 2 samples. The Steelbeam was of little consequence, as he was already in Yuri's possession. If he fled, so be it. While Wally's attention was diverted to the Crimson Magnet cell, Yuri seized the opportunity to use a small, broken device to attempt to absorb the Spider-Man's energy. And to his astonishment, he succeeded. The Spider-Man had already been rendered unconscious, making the entire process remarkably smooth. The actions of the Mirror Master were swift. They must have meticulously planned which individuals to rescue, and this was likely the final wave. Yuri conveyed this to Wally, who could only nod in agreement. McLaughlin was a clever man. The same ruse would not be played repeatedly before the Lightning Kid. Thus, matters at Iron Mountain Prison had reached their conclusion, and it was time for Yuri to depart. Wait, you are leaving just like that? Wally called out hastily. You created the antidote to eradicate the virus, saving thousands of lives and successfully averting the potential for the virus to leak into the city. If you leave now, no one will know that it was you who accomplished all this. You may have misunderstood something, Lightning Kid, Yuri replied, stopping and turning his head with an expression of indifference. I undertake these actions out of my own volition, not for the sake of recognition or the accolades of the media. I never claimed to aspire to be a superhero. No sooner had he spoken than Yuri accelerated away from Iron Mountain Prison, leaving Wally standing in place, lost in contemplation. Chapter 37. The New Rogue. Sometime later, at Iron Mountain Prison, a multitude of medical personnel were frequently entering and exiting, each bearing stretchers. Upon these stretchers lay victims of the frenzy virus. Although Yuri had concocted an antidote to eradicate the frenzy virus, those with deeper infections had already sustained significant lung damage and still required medical attention. Furthermore, the source of the infection had been traced back to the prison's water supply system, which urgently required disinfection and purification. Fortunately, Wally possessed the special formula provided by Yuri. It was merely a matter of time before the frenzy virus would be entirely eradicated. In addition to the medical staff, numerous media representatives had arrived. Gathering at the entrance of Iron Mountain Prison, Wally wore an awkward smile while fielding questions from reporters. Lightning Kid, ever since the Flash has reduced his activities, the crises in Central City and Keystone City have been resolved through your efforts. The citizens' praise for you has been growing increasingly fervent. What are your thoughts on this? A young, attractive reporter pressed closer to Wally to ask. What are my thoughts? I am merely doing what I can, Wally stated earnestly. Gem City is my hometown, and my love for this land compels me to protect it. That is simply my duty. It had been quite some time since any news regarding the Flash had surfaced. Might I inquire if he is considering retirement? Will you soon take up the mantle of the Flash? Or do superheroes occasionally indulge in an extended respite? At this moment, another journalist posed a question, which garnered the approval of the other reporters present. Curiosity about the Flash's disappearance was palpable among them. The fact that the Flash had inadvertently fallen into the Speed Force and was no longer on Earth remained undisclosed, known only to a select few. To the general public, the Flash merely appeared to be someone who had been laboring for too long and was in need of a break. Few entertained the notion that he might have encountered an unfortunate incident. Concerning the Flash, I must convey to everyone that he has no immediate plans for retirement. Wally chuckled awkwardly, gesturing for the audience to refrain from letting their imaginations run wild. The Flash is the greatest superhero of Central City. As long as this city requires him, he shall never rest. He is merely preoccupied with matters of greater significance at present. Could you elaborate on how you resolved the virus leak incident at Iron Mountain Prison? I have heard you refer to it as the Frenzy virus. Upon hearing this, Wally's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. In truth, I was not the one who resolved the virus issue. A wave of astonishment swept through the group of journalists, their expressions shifting to one of excitement akin to sharks catching a whiff of blood. Experience told them that this was the precursor to a major news story. Wally recounted the unheralded heroism of Yuri, aware that Yuri preferred to keep his deeds from becoming widely known. Nevertheless, he could not bring himself to claim another's accomplishments. Of course, Wally chose to withhold details about Yuri's remarkable shape-shifting abilities, knowing well what information was appropriate to share and what was best left unmentioned. Although I am not entirely certain of his identity, I take solace in the presence of such a justice-driven hero in Central City. What are the advantages of having a girlfriend who is a seasoned journalist? Wally pondered for a moment, struggling to articulate a response. Yet, one thing was certain. One need not worry excessively about inadvertently misstepping in media interactions. While perhaps the method of eradicating the virus was not of your own devising, I firmly believe that without your assistance, that nameless hero would have struggled to resolve the crisis alone. Suddenly, a resonant voice emerged from behind Wally. A robust African-American warden, clad in the uniform of Iron Mountain Prison, approached. It could only be Wolf, Wally mused. This individual possessed superhuman physique, while not significantly stronger than the average person. His vitality was indeed remarkable. The frenzy virus had not only failed to incapacitate him, but his lung damage was negligible. After receiving a vaccination, he could bounce back to life immediately. Wolf stepped into the midst of the media, extending his hand to Wally with a friendly demeanor, saying, "Lightning Kid, you have ensured the security of Iron Mountain Prison. Despite the escape of 3 inmates, I wish to express my gratitude." Wally's expression darkened, and with evident reluctance, he grasped Wolf's hand. He began, "Warden Wolf, I believe we need to discuss the conditions at Iron Mountain. There are numerous areas requiring improvement, particularly in your treatment of the inmates." Before he could finish, Wally suddenly grimaced in pain, clutching his leg, leaving the surrounding journalists momentarily bewildered. "It's nothing serious. Merely a muscle cramp. Perhaps the efforts to save Iron Mountain have exhausted our hero," Wolf remarked, supporting Wally as he called out, "Nurse, over here." Shortly, 2 medical personnel rushed over with a stretcher and laid Wally upon it. "You cannot evade issues indefinitely, Wolf. I will be watching you closely," Wally declared. His gaze fixed on Wolf as he was carried away. Wolf turned to face the assembled reporters. "I must concede that the Lightning Kid is correct. I once believed Iron Mountain to be an impregnable fortress, but today's events have proven me mistaken. Henceforth, I will bolster the defenses of Iron Mountain. The previously permitted hour of visitation each month will be abolished." Meanwhile, several kilometers away, nestled within a dense forest, stood a hunter's cabin. A metallic scent permeated the air, with a long trail of blood extending from the exterior into the interior of the cabin. Outside, 2 figures loomed, one large and one small. The larger figure stood nearly 3 meters tall, composed entirely of steel, while the smaller one perched upon his shoulder, surrounded by a visible pink magnetic field. They were none other than Magnet Red and Steelbeam. "What is wrong with this guy? We barely escaped that dreadful place, and he dares to commit murder here." Even insisting on severing someone's tongue, Magnet Red expressed her discontent. Steelbeam nodded vigorously, relieved from the torment of his rusting body, thanks to Magnet Red's magnetic influence. "Fear not, my friends, this place is safe." A voice emerged from the depths of the forest, belonging to a woman. Magnet Red and Steelbeam turned to see 4 individuals slowly approaching, with the foremost being the blacksmith. Just then, the whisperer also emerged from the cabin. The blacksmith smiled at the 3 of them, saying, "I believe you share my disdain for the Flash and all who are allied with him. we have a common enemy. I provided the Whisperer with the virus and ensured the Mirror Master aided your escape from that hellish realm. Now, it is time for you to repay me, or rather, to repay us. The Blacksmith opened his arms wide, inviting Magnet Red, Steelbeam, and the Whisperer. Welcome to the new Rogues Gallery. Chapter 38. The final unfolding of the Blacksmith's plan in the city of Wedge Stone. Within the confines of Yuri's home, he sat in an old, dilapidated vehicle, arranging 4 samples upon the table before him. With a decisive push, he activated the small, antiquated device, setting it into capture mode. The green dial transformed into a vibrant yellow hue. A slender beam of light emitted from the device, precisely illuminating the first sample. In an instant, the sample was assimilated into the device's database, and a new avatar appeared on the list. The first sample was a Steelbeam. Through the device's genetic optimization capabilities, the inherent flaw of oxidation and rust was rectified. Where the original beam was composed of ordinary steel, Yuri's transformation rendered it a stainless steel, enhanced in both hardness and strength. The original rusted appearance was refined to a more aesthetically pleasing silver. Visually, the optimized beam bore a closer resemblance to Marvel's Steel Hercules, albeit lacking the latter's ability to alter its structural form. According to the data provided by the device, the optimized Steelbeam's strength fell short of that of the Forearm Overlord, yet its defensive capabilities surpassed those of the Diamond War God. Thus, it occupied a rather awkward position between these two entities. Proceeding to capture the next sample, the Whisperer, this specimen harbored immense potential, despite its lack of formidable combat prowess. Its blood possessed immunity to nearly all toxins found on Earth. Following optimization, the sample's immunity reached an extraordinarily terrifying level. No known virus or bacterium in the universe could eradicate the enhanced Whisperer, and it even exhibited resilience against all forms of radiation, including nuclear and electromagnetic. In simpler terms, the optimized Whisperer could withstand all genetic weaponry. However, it bore the drawback of fragility, with combat abilities that were rather mediocre, not even reaching the pinnacle of human capability, rendering it suitable for use in hazardous environments where combat was infrequent. The third sample was the tar pit. There was little to elaborate on this. Its composition was based on tar and asphalt, and after optimization, its surface temperature could escalate to that of molten lava. Lastly, the Spider-Man. Due to the sample being in the form of energy rather than physical matter, it could not be classified as a new species within the database, but rather had to be fused with existing samples. The Spider-Man's energy is characterized by a unique rotational force, allowing its body to spin at unimaginable speeds, a principle entirely distinct from that of the Speedster. Which sample should it be applied to? Yuri found himself in a quandary, as the available samples were limited to the initial 10, including the Flash Star, along with the newly acquired Steelbeam, Whisperer, and Tar Pit. None seemed suitably aligned with the Spider-Man's powers. The most suitable entities for this power should be the Thunderclap and the Whirlwind Tortoise. Unfortunately, the authorization to access samples of these species has yet to be granted. However, the energy collected by Yuri must be absorbed by the Little Breaker promptly, or it will deplete rapidly. At last, Yuri made a decisive choice. He manually integrated the energy of the Spire people into the Great Steel Tooth. The Great Steel Tooth, a member of the Pierce Florin race, is an amphibious creature with a fish head and human body, possessing remarkable underwater speed that far surpasses its terrestrial movement. Its jaws can open wide enough to exert a biting force capable of shredding the steel plating of warships. Aside from its astounding bite strength, the Great Steel Tooth does not excel in other abilities. As Yuri's sole aquatic combat form, its utility in an inland city like Central City is rather limited. Nevertheless, enhancing its combat capability is justifiable, serving as a precautionary measure in the absence of more suitable alternatives. Furthermore, the upgraded Great Steel Tooth could generate disaster-level marine tornadoes or whirlpools, a terrifying display of power indeed. When the Great Steel Tooth fused with the rotational energy of the Spire people, it emerged as a mutated form resembling a Flash Star. Given the rotational prowess of this mutation, Yuri, feeling somewhat powerless, decided to name it Fong. Notably, Fong's transformation duration is not time-restricted, differing from the situation of the Flash Star. This discrepancy arises from the variance in energy levels. The Little Breaker cannot simulate the speed force autonomously and cannot provide the continuous energy that the Flash Star requires. In contrast, the simulation of the Spire people's rotational energy poses no challenge for the Little Breaker, which is equipped with infinite energy to sustain Fong's transformation. Thus, Yuri's first sample capture operation concluded perfectly. It was time to leave this city. The recent chaotic events had worn him down, and he resolved to reside in Blue Valley Town until the universe resets. Shutting down the Little Breaker. Yuri reflected on the events of the past few days and firmly resolved to grow stronger, albeit at a great cost. Glancing at the time, he noticed it was almost lunchtime. Before departing, he decided to indulge in a good meal and procure some food and water. Acting on impulse, Yuri drove his old, dilapidated vehicle straight to the most renowned lightning flash-themed restaurant in the city, enjoying a sumptuous feast. Meanwhile, hidden beneath Twin City, in a network base, the Blacksmith led her new rogue gang, along with thousands of soldiers, as she began her final mobilization speech. Ladies and gentlemen, I must impart a grave truth. Our 15 years of arduous labor in this network is about to reach its conclusion. The original Lightning Flash, the current Lightning Flash, Kid Flash, Jesse Quick, the Heavyweight, and the Pied Piper, one after another, these lunatics bearing superhero titles have disrupted our business. Moreover, my ex-husband, the Masked Man, has anonymously leaked intelligence, exposing the existence of our network. It is only a matter of time before we all face exposure. In recent years, our lives have become increasingly arduous. If this continues, we can only await our doom. I implore you, dear denizens of the internet, do you wish to witness the fruits of your labor turn to ashes? Do you desire to revert to a life devoid of hope, where hunger is a daily companion? The blacksmith's voice echoed as he posed these questions to the soldiers. No, the soldiers fervently replied in unison. Excellent, the blacksmith declared, his fists clenched tightly. After our prolonged efforts, we have finally cleared all obstacles in Twin Cities. Now, only the Flash stands as our adversary. Today marks the day we reclaim all that is rightfully ours. The illusions crafted by the Mirror Master will render our actions undetectable by the Justice League for at least half a day. During this window, we shall seize the wealth of Wedge City and Central City, embarking on a new chapter in another city. Chapter 39, the blockaded Central City not long ago. At the Wedge City Police Department, Murillo entered with a cup of coffee in hand. Upon reaching the office of the Metahuman Crime Investigation Unit, he discovered that Chair was already present. You arrived quite early today, Fred, Murillo greeted Chair, then proceeded to organize the disheveled files and documents on the cabinet. How has the situation at Iron Mountain Prison progressed? Has the disinfection been completed? As he sorted the materials, Murillo engaged Chair in conversation, both intentionally and unintentionally. 10 minutes ago, the situation at Iron Mountain Prison was resolved. Thanks to the Flash and that unknown hero, the frenzy virus was averted, Chair replied. Indeed, we were fortunate, Murillo remarked with a sigh. Ding, ding, ding. After a while, the desk phone suddenly rang. With no pressing matters at hand, Chair picked up the receiver. After a brief conversation, he turned to Murillo and indicated, Hey, it's your wife. Oh, I see. Tell her I'll return her call shortly. Murillo responded without looking back. At this, Chair's pupils dilated. He repeated Murillo's words into the phone before hanging up, and a heavy silence enveloped the office. After a long pause, Chair broke the silence, his countenance darkening with fury. Where has my partner gone? Murillo halted momentarily, poised to turn around. Stay right there, Chair commanded. Abruptly raising his hand, a somewhat aged black 1911 pistol was now firmly in his grasp. The safety had long been disengaged, and the chamber was loaded. Your sudden shift in addressing me as Fred and your increasingly arrogant demeanor have aroused my suspicion. I sensed an incongruity about you, but I initially dismissed it, until the Flash reminded me that the scar on your chin should be on the other side. However, you must understand that I am of considerable age, and even things I observe daily may be misremembered. Thus, I sincerely hope that the Lightning Kid has erred. Chair let out a sigh. What astonishes me is that you refuse to answer your wife's calls. I have spent the entire day attempting to piece together the truth. And although you bear an uncanny resemblance to my partner, sharing the same visage, voice, and even blood type, you are not my partner. Chair's hand rested on the trigger, applying a slight pressure. Should Murillo make the slightest misstep, he would not hesitate to end his life. I shall ask you one final time, where's my partner? Very well, very well. I hail from a distant realm, a mirror world corresponding to your reality. Murillo raised his hands and began recounting his origins. In that world, Fred Chair is a madman, often killing for amusement. He has relentlessly pursued me until, thanks to the Mirror Master, I managed to escape. What I did not anticipate was that in this new world, I possess a doppelganger who is, astonishingly, a police officer. Imagine my profound disappointment. Here I am, the finest bounty hunter in Midtown, indeed, across the nation, an unparalleled sharpshooter, and I cannot bear to see my twin squander his life in a police precinct. At this juncture, Murillo slowly turned around. Not only has he failed to realize his potential, but he has also wasted far too much time on his wretched wife. I commanded you to remain still. Noticing his opponent's movement, Chair immediately shouted. Seeing no intention to halt, he decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out. Yet Murillo remained vibrantly alive. Suddenly, the mirror master leapt from the glass door behind Chair, binding his hands. Ah, yes, you may call me Plunder. The doppelganger of Murillo approached Chair and declared his name. Where's my partner? Chair glared at him with fury, continuing to inquire. Do not fret. I shall escort you to him immediately. Plunder smiled enigmatically, seizing Chair and thrusting him towards the glass door behind him. Meanwhile, in Midtown, at the Flash-themed restaurant, Yuri emerged after a hearty meal, proceeded to a nearby shop to purchase some provisions, and then set off in his old, dilapidated car towards the outskirts of the city. There seemed to be fewer people on this road today. As Yuri drove along the highway leading out of the city, he suddenly noticed a conspicuous lack of vehicles. The few present were also headed out of the city, much like himself. Such occurrences are rare, as the presence of the Flash Museum typically ensures a bustling tourism industry in Midtown, with visitors constantly entering and exiting the city. Yet now, there wasn't a single vehicle heading into Midtown. Yuri felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. He accelerated his vehicle, eager to escape the confines of the city as swiftly as possible. Within mere minutes, the once clear sky darkened unexpectedly. Thick, ominous clouds began to gather above the city, seemingly heralding the onset of a colossal storm. These ominous signs heightened Yuri's unease, prompting him to press the accelerator to the floor, causing his dilapidated car to surge forward with alarming speed. Yet, he was still a moment too late. When his old vehicle was approximately 2 kilometers from the city's exit, a bizarre, translucent cerulean force field abruptly rose from the ground, expanding at a visible pace. In mere seconds, it formed a vast dome enveloping both the central city and Wedgestone City. Although Yuri could not perceive it from his vantage point, the external view of the central city appeared entirely normal, devoid of any dome or clouds. Yuri scrutinized the enormous, translucent dome, which seemed devoid of any physical form. If he pressed on at full throttle, he ought to break free. What a disaster! The semi-transparent nature of the dome allowed him glimpses of the outside world. He observed a sedan driving into the dome, only to witness it abruptly turn around at the moment of entry. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, several other vehicles approaching the city's exit reached the edge of the dome. The outcome was identical. Upon contact, the drivers appeared to completely forget their intentions to leave the city, all turning back as if compelled by an unseen force. Through the car windows, Yuri noticed the drivers wore cheerful smiles, utterly oblivious to their bizarre predicament. It was eerie, too eerie, he thought with a shiver. He swiftly turned his vehicle around, steering toward the heart of the ominous clouds. He surmised that the architect of this dome was most likely situated right at its center. Chapter 40. Can you outpace lightning? The heart of the storm clouds hovered ominously near the Flash Museum. As Yuri drew nearer to the city center, the streets became increasingly desolate, with pedestrians and vehicles dwindling in number. It appeared that the city's power supply had been completely severed. All traffic lights ceased to function, and surveillance cameras were rendered inactive. When he approached within 3 blocks of the Flash Museum, Yuri found the streets devoid of any human presence. Not only were there no individuals on the road, but even convenience stores and malls were eerily vacant. Only abandoned vehicles were haphazardly parked along the streets, as if all the residents in the vicinity had inexplicably vanished into thin air. This city, often hailed as the jewel of the Midwest, had descended into an unprecedented silence for the very first time. Yuri furrowed his brow, deducing that the blacksmith was likely behind this sinister turn of events. He had long been aware of the blacksmith's scheming, yet he had not anticipated such swift action, particularly at a moment when he was on the verge of leaving the central city. A troubling thought crossed his mind. Could it be possible that he was being orchestrated into this scenario by someone? Suddenly, a fleeting image caught Yuri's eye in the rearview mirror, prompting him to slam on the brakes. He noticed, about 100 meters behind the dilapidated vehicle, a cemetery, Cole Cemetery, where many fallen police officers from the Wedgestone City Police Department were laid to rest. What piqued Yuri's interest was not the cemetery itself, but rather a suspicious figure moving stealthily within its confines. He had only caught a brief glimpse through the mirror, but it appeared that the individual entering the cemetery was shouldering some heavy burden. Given the current state of the city, Yuri felt compelled to remain vigilant. The residents of the city center had mysteriously vanished, leading to 2 plausible scenarios. Either they had been ruthlessly exterminated, or they were being held captive in some location. The former seemed unlikely. Having met the smith, Yuri's initial impression, though not infallible, led him to believe that the smith was not the type to engage in senseless slaughter. As her interests lay more with profit, annihilating the populace of the city served no advantage for her. Hence it was more probable that she had imprisoned everyone instead. The location of such confinement was not hard to surmise. The second-generation Mirror Master, McClo, was working under the Smith. And what better place to house a multitude of residents than within the infinite expanse of mirror space? While Yuri's assessment of the Smith might not be entirely accurate, if the inhabitants of the city center were indeed deceased, then it was even more implausible that anyone would be present there. In summary, anyone entering Cole Cemetery at this hour could not possibly be an ordinary citizen, but rather one of the Smith's subordinates, and they appeared to be carrying some sort of heavy object, perhaps a high-powered timed explosive. Caution was imperative. Thus, Yuri alighted from the dilapidated vehicle and pursued the figure towards Cole Cemetery. Meanwhile, in Wedgestone City, in a middle-class apartment belonging to Wally, Linda lounged casually in a shirt and shorts, barefoot on the sofa, a laptop resting on her lap. Wally, we cannot allow Hartley to remain imprisoned in Iron Mountain Penitentiary any longer. He has been framed. She typed furiously, the screen displaying the footage of the Pied Piper murdering his parents. She pointed at the screen, stating, "Look here, although most of his face is obscured by a hood. You can still see a hint of hair peeking out. It's a braid. But we all know Hartley has long since cut that braid. He should have short hair now. The person in this video is definitely not Hartley." Wally, with his back to her, shook his head. "This can't serve as evidence. It won't absolve the Pied Piper. Are we to do nothing then? He is our friend. We must rescue him." Linda's expression reflected her dissatisfaction. "I want to save Hartley just as much as you do. Believe me, I have often contemplated storming into Iron Mountain Penitentiary to free him, especially after witnessing the chaos of the frenzy virus outbreak and seeing him in that prison. But I cannot act recklessly." Wally turned to face her. "The only way to save the Pied Piper is to swiftly apprehend the true culprit. We have ample reason to suspect that the perpetrator is the Mirror Master. Recently, Chair and Murillo have been investigating McClo's whereabouts, and I should inquire about their progress." Linda nodded in agreement, urging, "You should set off swiftly." In a flash, Wally donned the outfit of Kid Flash, and within the next moment, he arrived at the Keystone City Police Department. To his dismay, the precinct was eerily deserted, devoid of any human presence. "Hey, is anyone here?" Wally called out as he searched the police station. "Chea, Murillo?" He stepped into the office of the Metahuman Crime Investigation Unit, but still found no one. Suddenly, the phone on one of the desks rang out. Wally's expression turned serious as he answered the call. "Go look in the mirror." Wally's face paled. He recognized the voice's owner. "Mirror Master. McClo, what are you?" Before Wally could finish his inquiry, McClo interrupted. "Look at the glass behind you." Instantly, Wally recalled something and swiftly turned to face the glass on the door. There, a multitude of figures clad in police uniforms materialized, all familiar faces to Wally. Not only the Keystone City officers, but also those from Central City were trapped within. "Damn it. McClo, where are they now?" The silhouettes of the officers vanished from the glass, replaced by McClo himself, seemingly standing in a dark alley. "Kid Flash, you are powerless against this. Capturing these officers is merely the beginning," McClo smirked. "Listen, my associate, Plunder, is dealing with your friends Chair and Murillo. If you wish to spare these officers from the same fate, you must arrive at the location I specify." "You have made a grave mistake, McClo," Kid Flash replied coolly. "Oh, do enlighten me, you little rascal." Boom. Without responding to McClo, Wally entered his super speed state, shattering the door and racing outside. Familiar with every corner of Twin Cities, he recognized McClo's background and realized his location, the alley behind the Central City Flash Museum. In less than a second, Wally bolted into the alley. Just as McClo's taunts were still echoing, he then crashed through a strategically placed full-length mirror. "What?" Wally gazed at the shattered pieces on the ground, a sinking feeling in his heart. "You have made your stance clear, Kid Flash." McClo's face emerged on one of the shards. "Now it's the rogue's turn." A rumble echoed from the sky as Wally looked up to see dark clouds gathering above him, with countless bolts of lightning cracking through the air. "We have engaged in numerous battles with your mentor, the Flash, far more than with you. Thus I am intrigued to discern the extent of the disparity between you and your mentor." The corners of McCrouch's mouth lifted slightly. "Pray tell, can you surpass the speed of the Flash?" "I am Anjuin Rin. I initially declined the position of Supreme Mage, the last Paladin, the guardian of humanity, the true ruler of Karazhan, the leader of the Silver Hand. Some regard me as an anxious zealot, while others see me as a benevolent leader. I believe in the light, yet I do not worship a deity. When the extraterrestrial forces of the purple sweet potato essence descend upon the skies of Earth, and the minions of the dimensional demon stir in the shadows, Anjuin activates all his aura skills, wielding a two-handed warhammer. Whether facing alien armies, the purple sweet potato essence, or the dimensional demon, humanity shall rise to greatness once more. Stand beside me in battle, and you shall be unstoppable. May the light protect you." Silverhand, charge with me. Chapter 41. The New Rogue Gang of Wally Boom. As McRouch's words echoed, a tremendous clap of thunder erupted from the heavens. Dozens of robust lightning bolts struck towards Wally, though not aimed at him directly. Instead, they targeted the buildings flanking him. Crash! Crash! The structures lining the narrow alley crumbled under the onslaught of lightning, and without a moment's hesitation, Wally entered his speed mode, darting into the nearby edifices. His mind was solely focused on relocating the surrounding residents to safety. However, upon bursting into the buildings, he found that the residents who should have been inside were all mysteriously absent, just like at the police station in Kessel City. It turned out that the Mirror Master had preemptively evacuated all the residents from the city center, imprisoning ordinary citizens and police officers alike in the mirror world. Wally was taken aback by McRouch's unexpected consideration, momentarily lost in thought. Yet, it was this fleeting moment that allowed the weather sorcerer, concealed within the storm clouds, to seize the opportunity. A bolt of lightning, thicker than any prior, struck downwards, shattering the rooftop of the building and poised to hit Kid Flash. Wally quickly regained his focus and attempted to evade, but it was too late. The lightning grazed his left calf, rendering it momentarily numb. With one foot incapacitated, Wally lost his balance and fell to the floor. In the ensuing chaos, the building collapsed, trapping Wally beneath the rubble. In a moment of dire peril, Wally employed his ultimate technique, kinetic absorption. He siphoned the kinetic energy from the descending concrete floor, rendering the weight of the debris as light as a feather. Simultaneously, the speed of their descent was inherited by Wally, propelling his own velocity to new heights. The two structures crumbled completely, forming a heap of debris. Wally heaved aside a heavy beam, emerging from the rubble beneath. His tattered clothing made him appear utterly disheveled, yet he bore no significant injuries. I apologize for this rather ostentatious introduction, Lightning Kid. I am, at heart, a person of modest demeanor. At that moment, a mature woman's voice resonated from above the debris. However, I require you to bestow the appropriate reverence upon me and my team. It is time to alter your preconceived notions about the Scoundrel Gang. Wally lifted his gaze, and before him stood 7 individuals clad in diverse attire, most of whom he recognized: Steelbeam, Magnetic Red, Weather Wizard, the second-generation Magician, the Whisperer, and the second-generation Mirror Master. Only the leader, a woman adorned with peculiar markings on her face, was unfamiliar to him. Who are you? Wally inquired darkly, turning to the blacksmith. I am the blacksmith, a criminal. The rest you should already know, she declared haughtily. I can scarcely believe you once dated this wretch. Steelbeam scoffed, casting a disdainful look at the disheveled Wally while addressing the floating Magnetic Red behind him. He then turned his ire towards Lightning Kid, exclaiming, and I don't even have the slightest chance of intimacy. Steelbeam raised his arms high and unleashed a powerful strike towards Wally. With an expression of indifference, Magnetic Red quietly assisted, enveloping Steelbeam's arms in a pink magnetic field, amplifying both his strength and speed several-fold. Huh! Steelbeam bellowed as the immense force collided with the ruins, triggering a violent tremor. Countless fragments of stone and steel were propelled outward. As for Wally, he had long since vanished from his original position, having relocated to the far side of the debris. The numbness in his left calf had yet to fully subside, significantly hampering his speed. Do not underestimate him merely because he is Lightning Kid and not the Flash. Everyone, attack together and dispose of him swiftly. The blacksmith commanded her fellow team members. The Weather Wizard took the initiative, rising into the air and raising his weather staff, unleashing a torrent of lightning intermingled with fierce winds upon Wally. Wally struggled to accelerate and evade. He needed to ensure his speed surpassed that of lightning while refraining from reaching the speed of light. Under normal circumstances, he could effortlessly regulate his velocity within that range. But the lingering numbness in his legs severely disrupted him. Suddenly, the Weather Wizard directed a bolt of lightning to strike the ground before Wally. And as the lightning detonated upon impact, Wally happened to step onto that very spot. The other members of the new Scoundrel Gang were astonished by the Weather Wizard's ability to predict Wally's movements, having battled with the Flash for so many years. If I were unable to achieve this, I would not deserve to exist in this city, the Weather Wizard remarked with a huff. Wally was then struck directly by the bolt, with electricity surging through his entire body, rendering his movements painfully rigid. If the Weather Wizard were to unleash a series of lightning strikes or summon a few tornadoes at this moment, Wally would be lucky to escape with his life. Strangely, after Wally was struck, the Weather Wizard refrained from further assault and instead displayed a smug grin towards the empty expanse. At that very instant, the second-generation magician Axel materialized above Wally, deftly tossing a yo-yo that ensnared Wally's right foot, followed by a forceful tug. Wally was sent tumbling to the ground. And before he could rise, a multitude of mirror masters suddenly appeared before him. "Do not move, Lightning Boy." Engaging in such antiquated tricks again, McLaughlin, Wally, already battered, was seething with rage, fully aware that the Mirror Master's duplicates relied on mirrors to manifest. Finding that mirror was second nature to him. With a resounding crash, Wally shattered the concealed mirror among the clones. To his astonishment, the material of this mirror was extraordinary. The flying shards tore through his uniform, leaving multiple wounds upon his body. Suddenly, a wave of suffocation engulfed Wally. He felt as though his lungs were ablaze. The mirror was coated with a frenzy virus, and the dosage was far more potent than that used in Iron Mountain Prison. Wally, his life hanging by a thread. Sometime earlier, in the finest hospital of Central City, the blacksmith had severed the power supply across the city, causing all hospital equipment to fail. Fortunately, there was a backup generator, sufficient to sustain operations for a while, but not for long. In one of the patient rooms lay a young blonde woman, with only a silver-haired man seated beside her bed. An eerie chill permeated the room, despite the air conditioning having been inactive for quite some time. If one were to gaze upon the silver-haired man, they would witness his piercing, icy gaze, brimming with unbridled fury. Elsewhere, at Cole Cemetery, Yuri had tracked a suspected henchman of the blacksmith to a nearby oak tree, where 3 gravestones stood solemnly. Chapter 42. The Flame Man beside the gravestones. A grave had already been dug. The bruised and barely conscious Chael was unceremoniously thrown into the pit by the plunderer. "We have arrived, Officer Chael, just as I promised, to bring you to your partner." The plunderer, wielding a shovel seemingly from nowhere, began to fill the grave, preparing to bury Chael alive. "I shall lay you to rest beside your partner, so you may keep each other company in hell. No need to thank me." Gritting his teeth, Chael attempted to rise, but the plunderer's shovel mercilessly struck him down. At over 50 years of age, his frail body could no longer withstand such punishment. After enduring the relentless blows from the plunderer, Chael found his vision blurring. "In my mirror world, you were merely a madman, repetitively attempting to kill me. Now, the tables have turned." The plunderer wore a grotesque grin as he adjusted the angle of his shovel, preparing to strike down upon Chaer's head. Chaer, resigned to his fate, closed his eyes, awaiting the inevitable embrace of death. Having served as a police officer for several decades, he had seen 3 partners come and go, including Murillo, leaving him in solitude. Perhaps he was indeed cursed in some way. Suddenly, the plunderer's shovel came crashing down, yet Chaer remained unscathed. Had he missed? No. The plunderer was confident in his aim. Even with his eyes closed, he could not have failed to hit his target. To his astonishment, he felt the shovel grow lighter and, upon inspection, discovered it had inexplicably split in 2. In his hand was merely the broken wooden handle, the fracture marked with evident scorch marks. The head of the shovel lay at his feet. If he truly intended to kill Chaer, a single bullet would suffice far more efficiently. Torturing an elderly man with white hair was not the work of an underworld criminal. At that moment, an unfamiliar voice emerged from behind the plunderer. Narrowing his eyes, he swiftly drew a specialized firearm and, in a flash, spun around to fire in the direction of the voice. The speed was so remarkable that he barely registered the appearance of the speaker before pulling the trigger. The entire sequence unfolded with a fluidity akin to flowing water, far too rapid for any ordinary individual to react. Indeed, as the bullet was unleashed, the speaker remained rooted in place, seemingly oblivious to the imminent assault. It was only then that the plunderer caught a glimpse of his adversary, and his pupils constricted in shock. Before him stood a creature nearly 2 meters tall, resembling a humanoid form, its body cloaked in molten red skin. Its face was less a visage and more a hollow mask, with voids where eyes and mouth resided, revealing a head that appeared to be engulfed in flames. From the top of its head, a fierce blaze flickered, suggestive of hair in its own right. The bullet fired by the plunderer undoubtedly struck this bizarre entity. However, before it could make contact, it was vaporized by the intense heat emanating from the creature's body. This enigmatic being was, in fact, Yuri transformed into a fire elemental. The fire elemental, a member of the Pyronian species, possessed the clear ability to manipulate flames, capable of producing an almost limitless supply of fiery energy. And water posed no lethal threat to it. It could even breathe underwater. "Damn old fool. I never anticipated your precinct harbored such a superhuman," the plunderer thought. Misunderstanding the situation entirely, he redirected his weapon, aiming it at the pitiful Chaer, and proceeded to threaten Yuri. "Bullets may hold little significance for you, fireman, but they are of a different consequence for him. I now require you to remove yourself from my line of sight. Otherwise..." The plunderer did not anticipate that Yuri would not only disregard his threat, but would also counter with a question. I was quite distant just now, so I could not hear clearly. Thus, I wish to confirm. Did you say you hail from another world? Should I interpret that as you being an invader from an alternate realm? Stalling for time, are we? Do you believe that will prove beneficial? Indeed. I originate from another world. And then what? What more do you wish to inquire? What intelligence do you seek to extract from me? The plunderer let out a cold laugh, saying, You would be wise to abandon that notion, for you will gain nothing from me. Yuri waved his hand dismissively, adopting an expression that suggested the other was overthinking. I doubt a minor character such as yourself possesses any valuable information. I merely wish to know, having arrived from another world, do you not long for home? Upon hearing this, the plunderer could not help but scoff. If you had ever visited that realm, you would comprehend that it is hardly worthy of nostalgia. Moreover, from the moment I departed the mirrored world, it ceased to exist. I see, Yuri nodded in understanding, which means that even if you perish here, there will be no powerful figure to support you. The plunderer was momentarily taken aback, still attempting to decipher the implications of Yuri's words when a column of fire suddenly engulfed him. Whoosh! Yuri extended his hands, and an unceasing torrent of flames erupted forth. The searing heat swept through the air, leaving the plunderer no time to scream before he was reduced to a charred corpse. Yuri had killed. This was his first act of taking a life, yet he harbored no thoughts of having committed murder. More accurately, Yuri did not perceive himself as having slain a fellow being, but rather extinguished a life of a different species, akin to a human slaying a cow. My apologies. Officer Chayer, I may have exerted excessive force. You must be feeling quite overheated. Yuri approached the edge of the grave pit, extending his hand toward Chayer below, whose entire police uniform was drenched in sweat. Although the fireman's assault was solely aimed at the plunderer, the dispersed heat had nonetheless affected Chayer. Yuri lifted Chayer, who then beheld the plunderer's charred remains. I fired first. It was an act of self-defense, Yuri promptly asserted, pointing at the corpse. You acted rightly. I have long desired to eliminate that scoundrel. Chayer, mustering his last ounce of strength, rushed to the charred body and stomped upon the plunderer's head, causing it to burst. Yuri watched in astonishment, ultimately exclaiming, Truly, you are the epitome of an American police officer. Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, the sky erupted with the sound of thunder. Reverberating repeatedly, Yuri turned to gaze, discovering that the direction of the Flash Museum was engulfed in a tempest of lightning. Countless bolts of lightning rained down furiously, presenting a scene that appeared far from ordinary weather. Chapter 43, Yuri, the new rogue gang of Wally. Officer Chayer, I am now off to rescue Central City. If I succeed, do remember to erect a statue in my honor. Yuri jested with Chayer before suddenly launching himself skyward, racing toward the Flash Museum, trailing a lengthy tail of flames behind him. Watching the fiery figure vanish into the distance, Chayer fell into a contemplative state, deeply troubled by the dire circumstances of Twin Cities. The Keystone City Police Department had already succumbed, and it was likely that the Central City Precinct and its subdivisions fared no better. Kid Flash and that fire-wielding individual were engaged in combat with the enemy's main force, but they were merely 2 in number. I must devise a plan to extricate the other officers. Just as Chayer prepared to depart, he felt the ground beneath his feet shift ominously. At that very moment, he stood beside a grave. What in the world? Chayer instinctively drew his firearm, nervously aiming downward. Take me with you. A familiar voice echoed from beneath the earth. Chayer's eyes widened in disbelief. With a sudden burst, a hand emerged from the soil, grasping the gravestone. Meanwhile, at the Flash Museum, the street lay in ruins, buildings collapsed, forming heaps of debris. Wally knelt painfully on the ground, his lungs searing and a strong sensation of suffocation tormenting him. Am I dying? Wally silently pondered, his consciousness fading, limbs devoid of strength, unable to move even a finger. The new rogue gang assembled by the Blacksmith encircled Wally. Magenta, Steel, Whisper, Weather Wizard, Mirror Master, Trickster, and the Blacksmith stood before him. Weather Wizard gazed at Wally with a complex expression, devoid of any joy. Magenta approached Wally, lifting his chin with a sickly grin. Oh, Wally. Even in your state of asphyxiation, you remain so charming. I can hardly resist the urge to have my way with you. Hey, I know Kid Flash is your ex-boyfriend, but didn't you want to tear him apart? Steel exclaimed in discontent. All right, folks, Kid Flash is finished now. No one can stop us from seizing the wealth of this city. The Blacksmith clapped his hands. Whereas the plunder? Is his personal business concluded? Who will check in on him? Just then, 7 fireballs descended from the heavens, hurtling toward each member of the new rogues. Magenta, quick on her feet, summoned a barrier of metal with her magnetic powers, shielding everyone inside. Are you referring to that interdimensional invader? He likely has no time to attend your gathering. Yuri soared through the sky, hands conjuring a barrage of fireballs, recklessly hurling them below. The metallic barrier began to melt under the relentless assault of the fiery individual. Scatter. The blacksmith promptly issued an order, causing the magnetic red woman to dissolve the nearly melted barrier, allowing the ruffians to scatter in all directions, each employing their own means to counter the fiery onslaught. Following this, Yuri descended rapidly, nearly skimming the ground. As he passed the lightning lad, he swiftly extended his hand, pulling him to a safer location. Is this symptom indicative of the frenzy virus? Yuri immediately discerned the perilous state of Wally's life and swiftly extracted a syringe, injecting it into Wally's arm. After witnessing the devastating effects of the frenzy virus in Iron Mountain Prison, Yuri had taken to carrying several doses of antidote with him, for one could hardly concoct a remedy in time should they fall victim to its effects. Wally's cellular vitality, enhanced by his super speed, far surpassed that of an ordinary human. Thus, as soon as the injection was administered, he swiftly returned to normal. The unifier of all things? Wally took a few deep breaths, savoring the sweetness of the air, and then turned to Yuri with a query. Call me the Flame Man. Yuri crossed his arms defiantly. Thunder rumbled as a bolt of lightning suddenly struck towards the two. Lightning lad, is this your new companion? Aren't you going to introduce him to your old friend? The weather wizard hovered above, casting a lofty gaze upon Wally and Yuri. Unlike his earlier complex demeanor, he now exuded exuberance and battle fervor. The Flame Man lacked the reflexes to evade the lightning, but for Wally, restored to health, it was barely an issue. Wally enveloped both himself and Yuri in a super-speed field and instantaneously shifted several meters to the side, effortlessly dodging the lightning summoned by the weather wizard. I shall crush you. Steelbeam, having appeared behind them, brought his fists down with formidable force. Such a clumsy attack was far too slow for the Flame Man, who soared into the air to evade the strike. Wally was even less troubled. Since joining the new ruffian gang, Steelbeam and the magnetic red woman had formed a highly complementary duo, always acting in concert. With Steelbeam's arrival, Wally scanned the surroundings, searching for the magnetic red woman's location. Where are you looking, Wally? Suddenly, the magnetic red woman's voice rang out from behind him. Wally turned to see a car propelled by magnetic force hurtling towards him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Steelbeam glared fiercely at Yuri, bellowing in rage. I know you are the one from Iron Mountain Prison. Transform into that four-armed fiend. Huh, I've already given you 2 beatings, and yet you haven't learned your lesson. This time, I will show you what despair truly means. Yuri was perplexed by Steelbeam's overconfidence, as he sought to challenge the four-armed tyrant. Against someone of your ilk, there is no need to transform into the four-armed behemoth. In an instant, flames erupted from Yuri's feet as he rocketed downward at near-sonic speed, swirling around Steelbeam with tremendous velocity. As Yuri's speed escalated, a colossal fire tornado abruptly formed, and the temperature within surged dramatically. Under such intense heat, the Steelbeam quickly turned a fiery red. This sensation was far more excruciating than mere oxidation of the body, and the magnetic force proved futile. Ah, you coward. Dare to face me head-on. The Steelbeam attempted to break free from the fire tornado, yet upon contact with the fiery wall, signs of melting became evident. I cannot allow you to perish in flames like this. At that moment, the weather wizard materialized above the fire tornado, raising his weather wand high, tears streaming down his face. Thunder rumbled. A torrential downpour, akin to a deluge, descended upon the area, enveloping a radius of several hundred meters. Rainwater cascaded down the weather wizard's visage, unnoticed by anyone as he wept. Chapter 44. The cold captain. The raindrops pelted the fire tornado like bullets from a machine gun, most of them evaporating instantaneously. The relentless downpour summoned by the weather wizard gradually diminished the temperature of the fire tornado conjured by Yuri. Soon, the Steelbeam's temperature ceased to rise, significantly alleviating its torment. Cowardly teamwork. Yuri grimaced, feeling a surge of discontent. Although the rain summoned by the weather wizard did not entirely incapacitate the Flame Man, it certainly curtailed his abilities to a considerable extent. If this continued, Yuri's fire tornado would struggle to inflict any substantial damage on the Steelbeam. It seems it's time for a change. How about the Diamond War God? Yuri swiftly assessed the situation and resolved to transform his form. Just as he prepared to reach for the dial on his tattered watch, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A white, vaporous mass, seemingly from nowhere, struck the weather wizard amidst the dark clouds. While the weather wizard's attention was predominantly focused on summoning the torrential rain, the vaporous mass made contact with the hand gripping the weather wand, instantly forming a solid block of ice that froze both the weather wizard's hand and the wand. This directly hindered the weather wizard's spellcasting, causing the downpour to gradually diminish, no longer affecting the heating of the flame man. Yuri no longer felt the urgency to transform and continued to melt the steel beam-s form. This fellow may lack strength, but he is indeed resilient. Even if I were to tear him into fragments, he wouldn't perish. It's far simpler to just melt him, he thought. The weather wizard's pupils constricted as he gazed down at the ice encasing his hand, his face twitching in distress. He summoned a slender bolt of lightning, shattering the ice surrounding his hand. Cold. The weather wizard's eyes widened, blood vessels bursting in his irises, his gaze crazed as he frantically surveyed his surroundings. It's been a whole year since we last met, Mark. The weather wizard turned his gaze towards a building several hundred meters away. On the rooftop stood a man clad in goggles and a hooded cloak, adorned with a sleeveless blue coat, peering intently at the weather wizard. Captain Cold, Leonard Snart. How dare you show your face before me? Upon encountering Captain Cold, the weather wizard's emotions surged with intensity. He soared towards Captain Cold, brandishing his weather wand, summoning numerous formidable bolts of lightning to strike the very edifice on which Captain Cold stood. Is this how you greet your long-lost captain? Captain Cold, unfazed, squatted down and placed his hands upon the ground, causing a colossal ice pillar to erupt from the earth, swiftly lifting him skyward. Have you abandoned even your freeze gun? The weather wizard glared at Captain Cold, his voice laced with ire. I never anticipated you would still wield that stick, Captain Cold retorted defiantly. Their exchange seemed laden with unspoken implications, yet the secrets lurking behind them remained shrouded in mystery. Mark, I am genuinely disappointed in you. I once believed you to be the most sensible among the rogues. You adhered to the rules I set forth, never taking a life, never indulging in drugs, never clashing with others. But look at you now. Captain Cold surveyed the surrounding devastation, a landscape marred by ruins. You have consorted with that old harlot, the Blacksmith, mingling with the likes of the Whisperer, Steelbeams, and that scum known as the Raiders. What astounds me further is the audacity of the Blacksmith to label your faction as the new rogues. Captain Cold seethed, glaring at the weather wizard. How could you betray the tenets of the rogues, Mark? How could you allow them to tarnish the honor of our gang? Ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, the weather wizard erupted into laughter, only for it to cease abruptly. You accuse me of betraying the rogues? Cold, do you wish to erase your own transgressions? You were the first to forsake us all. We once placed our trust in you. Yet what did you do to us? Anger flared upon the weather wizard's visage. Do you comprehend the torment of having your emotions spiraling out of control, dictated by the whims of the weather? When the skies are clear, you feel an inexplicable urge to laugh, and when they darken, an uncontrollable desire to weep. Cold, it was you who transformed me into this wretched state. And now you question my loyalty to the rogues? Boom. A thunderclap erupted overhead, as dark clouds crackled with electricity, seemingly brewing a tempest. Meanwhile, the battle between Magenta and Wally raged on. Magenta floated mid-air, manipulating nearby metallic objects with her magnetic powers, hurling them towards Wally. Cars, streetlights, telephone poles, any metallic material fell under Magenta's control. Wally evaded her onslaught, deftly darting left and right to avoid the barrage of attacks. Indeed, I find myself ill-equipped to confront my ex-girlfriend. Perhaps it is time for a candid conversation with Dick, Wally silently mused. Kane, heed my words, you are not a villain. Do not allow your malevolent persona to dominate your being. Wally shouted towards the Crimson Vortex. Silence, Wally. We could have shared countless joyous moments, yet you cast me aside. The Crimson Vortex's visage twisted with rage as she extended her hand towards a distant heavy truck, which was immediately enveloped in a pink magnetic field. With a swift motion, she hurled the truck at Wally. Boom. The vehicle crashed to the ground, its massive impact shattering it into fragments. Yet, Wally had already relocated to a safer position. I truly do not wish to harm you, Kane, but I find myself with no alternative. Wally's expression turned grave as he extended his hand towards the Crimson Vortex, tracing a circular motion. With the enhancement of his super speed, his arm began to rotate at an unimaginable velocity. A whirlwind erupted from the center of the circle, surging towards the Crimson Vortex. She attempted to summon metallic objects to shield herself from the tempest, but instead, she was drawn into its vortex. As she sought to escape, the force of the whirlwind held her captive. At that crucial moment, Axel appeared, casting a yo-yo that ensnared the Crimson Vortex and pulled her away. Moreover, the Whisperer had stealthily maneuvered behind Wally, brandishing a blade laced with the frenzy virus, poised to strike. Eliminate Kid Flash, and I shall relish the pleasure, Dr. Amal remarked. Your movements are sluggish. In an instant, Wally pivoted and seized the Whisperer's wrist, unleashing a flurry of punches that rendered the otherwise healthy Whisperer unconscious. The blacksmith observed the battlefield, recognizing the inevitable defeat of the Steelbeams. The Whisperer was out of the fight, and the Weather Wizard was ensnared by Captain Cold. The remaining forces, Crimson Vortex, Axel, and McLaughlin, lacked the capacity to alter the outcome. Cursed Captain Cold, the blacksmith spat vehemently, a bitter sigh escaping her lips as she lamented. I intended to vanquish Kid Flash first. It appears time is of the essence.